All right, we got the motion to put them in the ocean. First pair of super streeters being invited to the water box, and we're going to get this day started. I want to thank everybody for coming out and joining us. It should be a great day. We've got a couple of qualifying and time trial sessions left for everybody in the house, including Top Alcohol Dragster and Funny Car. I'm looking forward to seeing that final qualifying session for Top Sportsman and Top Dragster. I'm wondering if we can get two cars down in the 16 range, maybe even three. So a pair of Camaros wheeling into the water. 67 over in the in the O'Reilly Auto Parts lane, or 69 here in the Napa Auto Parts lane. We hit the Brockmeyer button. We find that Glenn Amorine is in the left lane out of Great Bend, and Rachel Smith also out of Great Bend, a member of the Amorine Racing stable. Couple of big block Chevys for power. Running on an 11:05 index. They are just doing some time trials here, trying to get the cars tuned up and ready to go for tomorrow, which is going to prove to be a tuning challenge. But a couple of the locals coming out here to make the first pass on day number 2 of our Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series event. Off the line first is Glenn, followed by Rachel, 8 thousandths of a second later. Now our party is officially started. Glenn gets there first with a 10.99 at 132. Just a little quick. How about an 11.08 at 133 for Rachel? She needs just a little bit more to go the index. Here's Todd Teeter out of Colwich, Kansas. Teeter in his 69 Camaro in the left lane. Jordan Pratt in his 68 Camaro in the right lane. Pratt out of Otsego, Minnesota. And Jordan Pratt not wasting any time, showing how to cut a good light. A double 02 reaction to green. Runs it out the back door with an 11.05.5. Jordan Pratt, in this third time trial session, just put together a 7 thousandths package. That's getting close. He left a little meat on the bone. You're going to have to gnaw to get it off of there, but he left a little meat on the bone. Here's Mike Vatamus and Dave Ash. Vatamus out of Cedar Bluffs, Nebraska. Beautiful 67 Pontiac GTO. Gunmetal gray with the orange flames on the side. Paired up with Ted Ash in that multi-colored third generation Chevy Camaro. Vatamus with a nice shot goes 11.06.2 and 124. Ash with a brilliant double 02 reaction time goes 11.04.1. Just 9 thousandths too quick against that 11.05 index. Brody Wolverton out of LaSalle, Colorado, 16-year-old student. He'll be in the Napa Auto Parts lane. And for those of you who can't see all the way down there on the scoreboards, that's the one on the left-hand side. Randy Helzer in the O'Reilly Auto Parts lane, driving that white 79 Mustang. He gets there with an 11.070. Pretty good shot for Helzer. Wolverton a little closer with an 11.069. Wolverton going to have to work on the reaction times. A 4.53 is just not going to get it done come time for eliminations. He's probably glad he got that out of his system right here. Timothy Shell out of Arvada, Colorado. It's a 1975 Plymouth Duster. Sponsored by Fine Line Signs, Wraps, and Design. He's paired up with Scott Gordine out of Bennington, Kansas, which I was told yesterday is north of Salina. Gordine in that very familiar 68 Nova. Actually, that's a 63 Nova. 11:014 for Shell, just a bit quick after the red light start. And Gordine runs through with a 11:10 with a 7 at 1:33. Brad Frederick from Bassett, Nebraska. And Brad drives that beautiful 62 Ford Falcon. I incorrectly identified the car as a Nova yesterday, and I'm so sorry, Brad. I knew better. I just said wrong. Nick Siebert out of Wamego, Kansas, was the small block Chevy-powered 64 Buick Grand Sport. Back in 2012, that's right, just 8 years ago, Nick Siebert was your Division 5 stock class champ. Siebert with the small block out in front. Frederick with the big block, charging hard. As the throttle stop comes off, Siebert gets there first with an 11:054 at 117 miles an hour. Frederick with the big block goes 11:064 at 148 miles an hour. Man, that's a big top end charge. The Butler did it. Family racing team entry. This is Alan Butler, the son of Craig Butler. Alan out of Tecumseh, 34-year-old machinist by trade. Put together a really stout 417 cubic inch small block for this 92 Camaro. He's paired with Mike Gordine out of Salina with Gordine with the big block for power, 468 cubic inches. And Gordine with a really nice 025 light, turns off the clocks with an 11:056 at 124 miles an hour. Butler almost there, 11:046. Missed it by 4 thousandths of a second on the index. Dick Schmidt from Aurora, Nebraska, 73 Dodge Dart. 500 cubic inch big block for power. He's paired with Greg Parson. Parson out of Bullard, Texas. And Parson did not pony up the 20 bucks for the Reese Motorsports Super Shootout yesterday and actually ran an 11:059 just like he did here. And I have to look over and ask Olin Gotcher, why didn't he put up 20 bucks yesterday? 2 11:059s in a row for Greg Parson. It's outstanding. Paul Maychek out of Malcolm, Nebraska, 67 Camaro. He's been racing this thing about as long as I've been announcing. Great looking car since day one and it still looks fantastic. Craig Butler out of Tecumseh, Kansas, the 1987 Chevy Citation. They huffed and puffed and stuffed a big block between the frame rails of an 87 Citation way back in the 1990s. And he's still racing it. And check this out. Butler puts together a 20 thousandths package here in the third time trial session. Cut an 014 reaction time and went 11:056 down at the stripe. He's got a handle on this. Look out. You know what? Way back in the Sears Craftsman Nationals from 1994, he actually won that event at Heartland Motorsports Park. Kirk Worth out of Hayes, Kansas, 47 years of age, driving his street car here in Super Street. It's that bright orange Pontiac GTO. He turns off the clocks from 11:13 to $1.19. And April Merrill runs her third-gen Camaro through with a 923. Pardon me, I was looking at 1,000 foot. She ran through with an 11:12 at 118. The Wild Man, the day after his birthday. I didn't get a chance to personally wish him a happy birthday yesterday. So happy belated birthday to Mr. Greg Pfeffer and his 1941 Willys. They call him the Wild Man. He's paired up with Jeff Kaufman. Kaufman out of Holdridge, Nebraska. Beautiful 66 Chevy too. At the stripe, 11:023 for Pfeffer as he gets there first, and 11:060 for Kaufman. Just almost dialed in perfectly in that Chevy too. Brittany DeVore, 99 GMC Sonoma pickup truck. That's the S15 version of Chevy's S10. Ross Smutney from Lincoln, 1970 Nova. Over there in the right lane. big end of the racetrack. 11 flat for Smutney and an 11 flat for Brittany DeVore. Gary Wambolt and Wade Samuel. Wambolt out of Arvada, Colorado. 78 Camaro. 454 cubic inch big block. Beautiful blue machine. We need stock eliminator to the lanes, please. Stock eliminator, we need you to the staging lanes. Stock to the lanes, please. Wade Samuel out of Morrison, Colorado. 65 Chevelle. Once again, we need stock eliminator to the lanes, please. Stock for your third time trial session. Here's Richard Cantrell out of Carbondale. Got his 1964 Falcon. He's had this car a long, long, long time. Powered by a 351. He's paired up with Daryl Bostwick. Bostwick out of Littleton, Colorado. Two-time Mile High National semifinalist. And he goes 11:03.9 at 143 in the O'Reilly lane. Richard Cantrell, 11:08.7 at 129. Boy, Bostwick with a nice big 143 mile an hour blast on the top end. Chris Bombard out of Watkins, Colorado, 89 Mustang. Back in 2013, he was the winner at the national event in Super Cup. Here he's in Super Street, and he goes 11:03.4 at 140. Greg Pickens out of Omaha, Nebraska, follows through with an 11:09 at 144. Once again, we need stock to the lanes, please. Brett Thornton out of Bushton, Kansas, 69 Chevy Camaro. 555 cubic inch big block in the Napa Auto Parts lane. Over there in the O'Reilly lane is Jacob Smutney. Smutney out of Omaha, Nebraska. 67 Camaro. Small block for power, displacing 414 cubic inches in that burgundy or dark red machine. It's in the shadows. I really can't tell exactly what color it is. More of a burnt orange color. At the stripe, Jacob Smutney gets there first with an 11:06.4 at 129. Thornton follows through, 11:08 at 146. Shane Herman went deep in eliminations yesterday in our Super Shootout, brought to you by Larice Motorsports. 68 Chevelle. Again, that is absolutely positively my all-time favorite year of the Chevy Chevelle. We need Roland Lang. Roland Lang, we need you to the tower, please. Roland Lang. I realize it's early in the day for a top alcohol driver to be here, but Roland, if you're here, we need you in the tower, please. Roland Lang. 11:01, 148 for Herman. Andrew Withers over there in the O'Reilly lane follows through with a 1099 at 131 miles an hour. And if we have a member of the Van Deventer family here, we need you to the tower, please. We need a member of the Van Deventer family to the tower. A reminder, tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. at Expo Building number 1, we do have a non-denominational chapel service for Racers for Christ. That's tomorrow at 8 a.m., just across the racetrack there in Expo Building 1. Denver's leader in print, design, and vinyl, Fine Line Graphics is your source for everything from decals to vehicle wraps to wrapping buildings. With a nearly 30-year history, Fine Line Graphics has produced state-of-the-art graphics for companies big and small, supporting customers from initial design and conception to printing, finishing, and installation. Fine Line Graphics helps put your dream to canvas. To learn more, visit finelinegraphics.co. That's finelinegraphics.co. And it looks like we got stock eliminator down here in the lanes. We're going to bring our first pair into the water. Here we go. Third time trial session for our, actually qualifying session for our fine folks in stock eliminator, including the buzzing half dozen Platte Valley Auto Dodge Diplomat. A couple of Mopars coming at you here, and these are not the two fastest Mopars at the show. We've got a leaning tower of power over there in the bright orange Diplomat in the O'Reilly lane, piloted by Curtis Reeds out of Fort Pierce, South Dakota. 225 cubic inches of monster Mopar muscle. And Kevin Leinert driving a 318 two-barrel 69 Dodge Dart. You know, they didn't offer a 4-barrel on an LA-style 318 until 1980. $13.58, 94 miles an hour for Leinert in his R automatic machine. That's better than his qualifying effort of a 13.60 yesterday. Leinert looking actually pretty good. Here's Lauren Gottschalk. Wants to say thanks to his crew chief, Hank Johnson. 72 Mustang running an E automatic. We have got a lot of E-stock automatic machines here this weekend. We're going to see lots of heads-up runs come elimination. 11.66, no improvement for Gottschalk, as his best pass thus far has been an 11.63 yesterday. So he remains at the number 39 shot or slot. Chuck Rose, another one of those E-stock automatic machines. We just saw one run down the track with Gottschalk in the Mustang. Here's Chuck Rose with his 72 Duster, 340 automatic. Paired up with Paul Marola. Now, Marola doing it the fun way with a high wind and small block and a stick shift. Got 3 pedals and no weighting. I really want to drive a small block stocker sometime with a stick shift. And no, not a flea on the tree. I got a nasty habit of warping the linkage around on those things. At the stripe, Marola gets there first. He had a brilliant 001 reaction time, goes 11.18 and picks up almost a full tenth of a second here in the cool morning air compared to yesterday. Chuck Rose, 11:30 on 11:14, no improvement for him. So Marola, he was at number 14. Where did he run off to? Now it's number 15. David McGaw driving the Camaro in the Napa lane, and Dwayne Davis driving the 1974, the second generation Pontiac Formula. 11:73, no improvement for Davis. McGaw goes 12:18, no improvement for him. He'll stay at the number 20 position. Davis will stay at number 30. And Gordon Breedhop, the G&G Automotive 69 Camaro here in the Napa lane. D-Stick. This is a real deal Z28 302 cubic inch small block. And Warren, I can't remember. Was 69 the last year for the solid lifters, or did they still have the hydraulic lifters? I'm sorry, that was last year for the solid lifters, or did they start with the hydraulics in 69? I know in 67 and 68 they for sure had them. Had solid lifters, that is. And would wind into the trees. Super Comp, we need you to the lanes, please. Super Comp, we need you to the lanes. Jay Story out of Andover, Kansas, 2018 Camaro, factory stock B machine, and these things fly. 954 at 139. Brad Van Lant from Lynn Creek, Missouri. 1970 Duster running in E-Stock automatic. There's another one of them. And a C automatic machine. That is the big bad GT500 Shelby of Bob Swan. 428 Cobra jet engine. Actually, that might be a Super Cobra jet engine. 1077, 120 for Swan and the C automatic machine. Brad Van Lant goes 1110 at 116. You know who we're missing in C automatic this weekend? The hometown boy. Yeah, Bradley Grant with his C automatic 69 Roadrunner. Where's he at? Where he at? Here's Mike St. Clair out of Arvada, Colorado. F automatic. Excuse me, factory stock, A. I took that back, I didn't read it correctly. How about a 916 out of a stocker at altitude at 147 miles an hour, and he picks up 400s over yesterday. Good shot by him. Mike Morehouse rolls through with 11:59 at 112. No improvement from Mike in the 66 Fairlane. But I wouldn't mind watching that Fairlane run several more times today. That's a gorgeous car. James Juergens went all the way to the final last night in our stock super stock combo, where he was defeated by Daryl Goheen. H automatic car. He's going to be in the Napa Auto Parts lane. It's an 83 Camaro. He's paired with Mike Renzi, factory stock 2010 Challenger. And you know what? I've been told that these Challengers can get clocked at 15 miles an hour over the speed limit and receive a ticket. Dan Kopecky out of Atkinson, Nebraska, driving one of my favorite cars here this weekend, the 1983 Dodge Escape car. Thank you, Lee Iacocca. Kopecky on a 1771 index. Just watched Justin Robbins cross the finish line. Kopecky still looking for it, still looking, and he finds it. 1708 at 76 miles an hour. No improvement for him. He ran a 1688 yesterday. He's a little bit off the pace. Justin Robbins in that 73 dart ran through with an 11:33.7. Yesterday, he ran an 11:33.6. I think he's got the car set up. Monty Jones in his G Automatic 1983 Camaro, 305 cubic inch small block. You remember back in, say 78-ish, when the 305 really started by General Motors. These guys were pulling the 305s out and using them as boat anchors and door stops, and they were piling up in scrap yards. Well, a couple of the stock eliminator guys said, they're really an unsung hero in the General Motors world, and they started getting them to go quicker and quicker and quicker. And here we've got one that ran 11:54 at 113 miles an hour. Not too shabby in that G Automatic car. Jeff Chaney in his D Automatic over in the right lane. Here's John Ladkey. This is your current number one qualifier in his 66 Nova. And your qualifier turns on the red light, like Roxanne. 477. Wow. 1160, 118 miles an hour. No improvement for him. Jim Hughes runs through with a 1079 at 122. Big improvement for him as he picks up a full tenth of a second. That takes Jim Hughes from the number 29 slot to the number 20 slot. Jumped up 9 spaces right there. Bobby Devine, the R Automatic, 64 Nova, high wind 283. F Automatic, 1991 Chevy Corvette. Butel gets there first, 11:15, picks up 300ths for his F Automatic machine. Bobby Devine, 13:72, actually slows down about a tenth of a second. Norm Warling, your number 40 qualifier here with another E Automatic car. Man, we got a ton of these things. 62 Catalina, 421 Pontiac. Way back in the day. I'm not talking about Norm, I'm talking about the engine. And Jeff Johnson, out of Strasburg, Colorado, 67 Mustang, 390 automatic, goes 1090. No improvement for Johnson. Warling follows through with 1181, no improvement for him. John Cooper, out of LaPorte, Colorado, the Cooper Auto Body, Cobra Jet Mustang, running in factory stock E. He's paired with Terry Lacey. Lacey out of McPherson. 1979 Monza with the smallest engine in competition here this weekend. Take it back. Kopecky has the smallest engine here this weekend with the Dodge Aries K car. It's 135 cubic inches. 1023, 127 for John Cooper. Terry Lacey, I think I can. 1585 at 81 miles an hour for Lacey. Cooper, no improvement. Lacey, off by about 300s from yesterday. Stuart Gertson. Hey, wait, we still need Super Comp, don't we? We need Super Comp to the lanes. Super Comp, we need you to the staging lanes, please. Stuart Gertson, or is it Gertson? Or Gertson? I like that. Stewie G and the Hard Rockers. Yeah, they're going to be on stage live this weekend. 67 Cougar D-stick car goes through with an 11:01. No improvement for Stewie. And And Jeremy Romero out of Littleton, Colorado. 1088, no improvement for him with his C automatic car. Another Cobra Jet Mustang. This is Scott Burton. Finished first in points in Division 5 last year in Stock Eliminator. Yesterday ran as quick as a 974 in that factory stock C car. C-Stick, 65 Corvette. One of my favorites is Hernandez. Banging the gears. It is 65 Vet with a small black. Singing it. Singing it. I wonder how many RPMs he's getting out of that thing at the big end. No improvement for Tony as he runs a 1067, a 124. Burton runs through with a 980 at 134. That's no help for him either. Steve Hagberg out of Berthoud. I believe that's Berthoud. The Heavy B, Colorado. 67 Plymouth, complete with a rompin' stompin' elephant engine. That's right, baby. 426 Hemi under the hood, A-stock automatic. 7 GTX compared with Daryl Raheen. Yesterday's stock super stock. Identical reaction times with an 043 on the tree. 1024, 126. 300ths improvement for Hagbert. Goheen goes 11:23.6. Yesterday he went 11:23.2. Yeah, he's got it figured out. Steve Couch out of Sidney, Nebraska. Steve sells new and used vehicles. Driving his 2009 Dodge Challenger, and no, it's not a Hellcat, and he did not get cited for 15 miles an hour over the speed limit. I mentioned yesterday, this is one of only 3 vehicles equipped like this from the factory by Chrysler. These were bodies in white. These were factory-issued stock race cars, okay? This has a Magnum 360, okay? The other 2 cars, bought by the Tootin brothers down there in Louisiana. And that's it. There's only 3 of these made with an LA engine, or excuse me, with a Magnum engine. The rest of them had the late model Hemis in them. That, give it 30 years, that car's gonna be rare as hen's teeth. If it's kept intact as a factory race car, one of only 3 made, can you imagine what that thing's gonna be worth in a few years? Holy smoke, I can't imagine what it's worth right now. But he goes 11:01, no improvement for him. Dick Gary runs through with an 11:94. Big improvement for Gary as he picks up about 600ths. Brent Kopekin, 86 Dodge Charger, 135 rompin' stompin' cubic inches, aka the 2.2 liter. 86 Charger. Parker DeVore in the 1980 Volare, complete with a 360 and a 4-barrel. Oh yeah, he's been doing that all weekend. Kopeka has found the way to make the mosquitoes go away. 1742, no improvement for him at 75 miles an hour. In the directly connected machine. I love that little Charger. Those little 2 doors back then, the little front wheel drive coupes, I'd love to have one of those. I really wish they would have made the Omni in a 2-door, because I found that to be a really neat looking little car. They did make the Sundance in a 2-door, but not too many of those. Don Morris out of Golden, Colorado, 66 Coronet, 426 Hemi. Here comes the big wheel stand in the A-automatic machine. Scheitland in an equally muscular muscle car. That is a all original 69, 70 Challenger 440 6-pack car. So we got a 426 Hemi and a 446 pack side by side. 1030 for the Hemi, 1041 for the 6-pack, and no improvement for either car over yesterday's efforts. Tyler Castle, 2015 Camaro, bright red machine you see over here in the Napa lane. Yesterday he ran a 1018 at 926 under the index to put him in the number 4 position. Ted Romero in his B automatic 2000 Corvette. Currently qualified number 28 with a 667 under. He's looking to bump it up a little bit. Romero looking good out there with an 0-12 reaction to green. Goes 1070 at 108. 1070 at 108. That sounds a lot like brake pedal to me. He actually picked up 400ths over yesterday at only 108 miles an hour. Final call to the lanes, Supercar. This is your final call to the lanes. And the Dodge Hellcat, also known as the Challenger, out there on the track. Runs through with a 993 at 132 miles an hour. That's Chris Kemmerer in his factory stock machine. No improvement for him. But he did pick up 15 miles an hour. Here's Craig Anderson out of Waxahachie, Texas. Waxahachie, Texas. Waxa. Like Fozzie Bear, Waxa. Waxahachie? Okay. Anyway, I was told a story yesterday regarding Mr. Anderson, and that he bought a brand new helmet that was all custom painted and airbrushed and slick looking, and Craig went to put it on and his head was too big to fit. Since then, he's been known as Big Head Anderson. Paired up with Steve Evans out of Moore, Oklahoma. Steve, 2017 bonded machine, rolls through with a 903, looking for that 905. He's only about 11 thousandths off. Craig Anderson goes 905.8 with a 003 reaction to green. How about an 11 thousandths package here in time trial session number 3? Again, he left a little meat on the bone. Here's Joe Swan out of Wiley, Texas. 07 bonded car. 615 cubic inch big block Chevy. Paired up with John Medlin over in the O'Reilly lane. 03 undercover car. Enlarged by huge 638 cubic inch combination. Swan a little tardy on the tree, goes 052. Runs a 903 with an O. John Medlin, 906.2, out the back door. Stuart Way from Meade, Nebraska, 08 Race Tech machine. Well, that 632 cubic inch combination is really, really popular here in Super Comp. Apparently, parts are readily available to make that combination. It's been proven. I mean, this is from way, way back in like the 80s when they first started building what they called back then the monster motors. The mountain motors, excuse me. And that particular combination just seems to be really durable and the best bang for the buck because there's lots of them out there. Stuart Way shows you just how to do it. A 905 on that 905 index at 169 miles an hour. Chuck Bray goes 775. Chuck forgot to turn on the throttle stop. Wow, 775. Why is he not trying to get into the top dragster category? You got to get a 770 minimum, right? A little shot of giggle gas and he'd be right there. Darren Dennett out of Rose Hill, Kansas. 1990 Neyland Parks chassis. Wow. I'm trying to think when, I believe it was 1994 that Frank and Scott moved the operation from Salt Lake to Burlingame, Kansas. So this car was most likely built out there. He's paired up with Troy Ross out of Manhattan. Troy in the Mullis machine. Ross goes 906 at 180. How about an 899 for Dennett? Out of Sydney, Nebraska. The Maddox Motors Company's 2017 Miller chassis, 426 Hemi powered machine. Goes 003 on the tree, 9057 out the back door. Can you say 10 thousandths package? These guys are getting real close on their tune-ups. Steve Stickelmeyer, on the other hand, out of Aberdeen, South Dakota. I still like the name of that town. Goes 013 on the tree, with a 915.4 at 174. We need super stock. Super stockers to the staging lanes, please. Super stock to the lanes. Mark Graham out of Oakland Park, 2001 Crash Chassis, 47 on the tree. Paired up with Rory Hart. .906.9, 186 for Mark Graham. Big mile an hour. Rory Hart runs through with a 904.5. He was just almost there. Missed it by 5 now. 178 miles an hour. Here's Jaron Miller out of Lyons, Kansas. Back in 18, he was Division 5 Super Pro champ. Represented Division 5 out there in California at the AAA finals. Caleb Klewine out of North Platte, Nebraska. Klewine just a little anxious at the tree. Sets off the red light by 32 thousandths of a second. Runs a 909.8 at 170. Following through, Jaron Miller. A little closer to the index. 906.1. Had an 012 light. But he is getting tuned up there too. John Goman out of Wichita. Self-employed. He won in Scribner way back in 2002. Do you remember the Nebraska Motorplex, a.k.a. the Cornplex? Soybeans on one side of the track and corn on the other. Depending on what year it was, they would swap sides. It's Scribner, yes, absolutely. I understand that patch of asphalt is still there, but the state of Nebraska is using it. They're storing like salt and gravel and stuff like that on top of it, you know, that they use for road maintenance. And they also test different paints out there, you know, stripes that they put on the roadway. You go out there and spray it and test it for longevity and durability and reflectivity and all that good stuff. It's kind of cool. Anyway, John Goman goes through with a 901 at 168. Tim Schuster, after a red light, goes 903.5 at 167. Goman with a brilliant 001 right there. Dave Crawford out of Mesa, Arizona. Back in 2015, he was the Winter Nationals winner. I'm guessing in Super Comp. Crawford in the Napa, paired up with Ray Gross. Gross turns on the red light by 10 thousandths of a second. Just a little anxious. No worries. Got another time trial session and then eliminations tomorrow. He'll get it figured out. How about a 906.9 for Gross? Pretty good pass there. Dave Crawford just a little quick with a 903.2. Once again, welcome everybody. This is the NHRA Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series here That's beautiful. SRCA drag strip. Thank you all for coming out. We're right in the middle of our third time trial session for Super Comp. This weekend we're running on a 905 index. We need super stock to the lanes, please. Super stock to the lanes. Bob Fuller out of Rogers, Arkansas. 906.4, 172 for Fuller. Tim Parker, a little quick, 893 at 176. And that Longmont, Colorado-based dragster. Mike Miller and Jim Kunkel. Miller out of Moriarty. That's hard for me to say. New Mexico. Moriarty. It makes my lips move in ways they're not used to. And James Kunkel, I know, right off of, that one guy with the hat. Yeah, Sherlock. He was the antithesis to Sherlock Holmes. James Kunkel has been on a tear lately in the door car in Super Comp, so look out for that guy. Oh, wow, he's a little quick there. 882 at 126. 9039 for Miller. A little closer. Miller with a nice 009 light. Okay, guys and gals, if you got money coming to you from yesterday, you can pick that up at the T-shirt trailer. The T-shirt trailer's down here next to the concession stand, between the concession stand and the tower. So come on down. If you have money coming to you, you can pick that up. Now understand, we will not be mailing out checks. Bring it down. I'm thinking that it'd be a great idea, any unclaimed payout, we just take that and put it towards the new track resurfacing. What do you think? That's a great idea, right? There's a lot of Cheneys racing with us this weekend. Here's Matt Cheney out of Blaine, Minnesota. The Larson Systems undercover race car, 598 cubic inch big block Chevy in the Napa lane. He's paired up with Tyler Selden. Selden from Bennington, Nebraska. 2000 racecraft car, 565 cubic inch big block. Ryan Cheney with a brilliant 005 reaction to green. He wants to do that all day tomorrow. 907.6 at $1.60 for Cheney. Selden rolls through with a 909.7 at 163. Super stock. You should be in the lanes. Super stock. You should be in the staging lanes. And Prescott Dean from Olathe, Kansas. The Midwest Racecraft 2006 Mullis machine. 582 cubic inch combination in the Napa Auto Parts lane, and the O'Reilly lane is Tim Eckert out of Manhattan, Kansas. All right. Everybody out there, keep an eye out. If you find some baling wire that's black and twisted up, can you please return it to Daryl Goheen? He needs it to open his hood. That's the message I got. As to whether Daryl's pulling my leg or not remains to be seen, but if he can't get his hood open, if somebody's got some spare baling wire, go see Daryl Goheen, please. He's in the stock pits. Here's Mitch Withers. Beautiful Corvette Roadster. And a nice 012 light Paired up with Mike Nemitz. Nemitz out of Waverly, Nebraska. 2016 Mullis car goes 907.4 at 175. Withers just a bit quick with a 904.1 at 167. Jordan Pratt from Otsego, Minnesota. The Bishop's Performance Racecraft Dragster. 582 cubic inch big block. He'll be in the Napa Auto Parts lane. He's paired up with that guy from Wakarusa, Kansas, Landon Stahlbomber. Part of the Stahlbomber family racing team, and there's a bunch of them. For those of you not familiar with Wakarusa, Kansas, if you've ever been to Heartland Motorsports Park, if you drive all the way down the drag strip to the sand pit and turn right, you're in Wakarusa. .908.4, 174 for Pratt, 910 with a 5 for Stahlbomber. Pratt went 008 on the tree, Stahlbomber 019 green. Mark Moore from Hutch, Kansas. Now it used to, I don't know if it still does. Hutchinson had the world's largest grain elevator. Yep. The world's largest grain elevator. It's huge, it's like a mile long. Almost as long as Mark Moore's dragster. The Mel Hambleton Ford sponsored machine, 572 cubic inch big block. He's paired up with Kerry Stark. Kerry driving her Don Davis 632 cubic inch big block, comes off the stop and is pouring coals on. At the stripe, Mark Moore shows that he's got it dialed in. 905.4 on that 905 index. Stark just a bit quick with a 901.4 at 179. Big mile an hour for Stark. Dave Hutchins out of Lakewood, Colorado. The Miller dragster with a 600 plus cubic inch big block. And Jeff Korn out of Hayes, Kansas. This is a fun little car. Over 660 cubic inches. Going on a throttle stop for what seems like a day. Here he comes for a big top end charge in the right lane. Yeah, buddy, 912 at 176, but look at this. Dave Hutchins, 907 at 181 miles an hour in a Super Comp car. That's big mile an hour in Super Comp. Hey Chris, I'm going to call Super Stock to the lanes again. We need to do Super Stock. Jared Smith turns on the red light by 1/1000th of a second. And Warren, take a look at these reaction times. A 001 red and a perfect triple O for Shelby Moore. Final call for Super Stock. First call for Super Gas. Super Gas. We need you to the lanes, please. I'm going to wave this out there. Okay, you know what? If you can't hear me, if you have an audio impairment, I'll hold this up. You guys can look. It's Super Gas. They gave me these great big signs now so that I know which classes to call to the lanes, and it's rather comical. Continuing with our third time trial session here in Super Comp. This is Jeremy Smith in the Napa Auto Parts lane. A Gary Stinnett built 622 cubic inch big block. And number 7 in the world. Vernon Rowan, he's done this twice now. Number 7 twice. number 7 in the world in both Super Comp and Super Gas. 9026. Good pass for him. Chris Bombard from Watkins, Colorado. He's an electrician by trade. His buddies call him Sparky. An old 1993 dragster. The vintage machine with a 468 cubic inch big block. That's how they used to do it back in 93. A 468. Very common engine back then. Ed Cooper out of Henderson, Colorado. The new top rod shop. Brand new Coupe de Ville Genesis. And he tells me it's got a 396 in it. Yeah. 914 at 171 for Coupe. Bombard rolls through with a 903 at 163. Paul Moore from Hutchinson, Kansas, the Mel Hambleton Ford big block Chevy. Isn't that like a contradiction of terms? Sponsored by Mel Hambleton Ford. He runs a big block Chevy for power. You take the money where it is, right? Yep. It's all green. Mike Cooper out of Henderson, Colorado. Hot shop. 016 grand. Cooper turns on the red eye by 18 thousandths of a second. Follows through with a 911 at 178. Paul Moore's got it figured out. 905.4 on that 905 index. He'll be ready for eliminations tomorrow. Here's Danielle Miller. First year with a big block behind her head. She could run the small blocks for years and years and years. She's ready to inflict some damage with a big block now. She'll be in the Napa Auto Parts lane out of Topeka, Kansas. Paired up with her, Jeff Cheney out of Cambridge, Minnesota. The Cheney Performance undercover car with a 635 cubic inch big block. Danielle early by 20 thousandths of a second. Cheney, solid over reaction. 908.8 for Miller. And Cheney runs through with a 909.9. Dale Mayer from Aurora, Colorado. The DPM Racing Miller Dragster will be in the Napa Auto Parts lane. And Cammie Nicoletti from Lakewood, Colorado. Mayer with a perfect triple O reaction time. Nicoletti not too shabby with 022 on the tree out the back door. Nicoletti with the better performance. 905.5 on that 905 index. Mayer runs 906.9 at 179. Man, what a nice reaction with that triple O. So, if anybody found a piece of baling wire, it is not Daryl Goheen's. He was not kidding. He really did lose his baling wire and couldn't open his hood, but he found it. It was up at the starting line. Daryl, you and me need to have a long talk about your fabrication skills. Wilmer Hinshaw, the Roaring 60s 14 Picanto Pico champion. I love this car. I was in Heartland Park the first time he brought that car out there, and I have been in love with it ever since. It's gorgeous. 907.0, 159 for Wilmer. Greg Nicoletti in the Neyland Parks Ford Power Dragster goes 916 at 171 over in the O'Reilly lane. Nicoletti with a solid 014 light. Here's Mitch Mustard. Mitch did pretty well yesterday in our Super Shootout, the Lorice Motorsports Super Shootout. And Don Nichols out of Lincoln, Nebraska over there in the O'Reilly. right, watch the big top end charge for Nick Mustard. Ooh, Mustard way off the pace. A full second off the pace. 10:01 at only 1:21. I think we have some technical issues with the Mustard machine. Nichols runs through with a nice 9:01, 167. Kevin Burnett out of Parker, Colorado. '2006 Cameron car for Burnett in the Napa Auto Parts lane. He hails out of Parker, Colorado. Kyle Seacrest out of Wichita. Got to see him run just a couple weeks ago when I was down there for the Summer Nationals. It's an 18 Jim White car. Burnett turns on the red light by 1/1000th of a second. Runs under the index by 10,000ths of a second. Nearly had a perfect run. Missed it by 11 thou, but on the wrong side, both sides. Seacrest with a 9:03.2 at 172. Gary Wombolt out of Arvada, Colorado. Back in '99 up in Minnesota at the Colonel's National. Remember all that went on back then? The Colonel on the track, trying to get a well, he was the runner-up in Supercomp there. Wombo with a nice 016. Aaliyah Perez with that old school dragster. 17-year-old high school student goes 9:10 at 144. Look for good things out of Aaliyah. She's a really nice gal. I got to meet her in Wichita a few weeks ago. Came up at the town and told me all about her dragster and how this is her first year in a big car. This is her first divisional event, and she is really, really having fun. Wade Samuel out of Littleton, Colorado. The Ideal Car Star American chassis machine. Come out to make a solo shot. We're going to have Wade Samuel make his pass. The final car in this round of Super Comp. We're going to move into Super Stock and turn the microphone over for Warren Evans. We'll take you through the second most restrictive class in all of NHRA. 9:05.3 with a 011 light. Hello. Nice pass there. A 14,000ths package for Wade Samuel. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to slide out of the announcer's seat for just a couple of minutes. Turn the mic over here to Mr. Warren Evans, who is going to bring you Super Stock round number 3 qualifying.
Thank you very much, Ron Ward. Super Stock qualifying continues right now. There are 3rd and 4 opportunities to move around on the sheet, figure out where they're at, get the ladder set up for eliminations tomorrow. And Terry Snyder starting line for that Super Stock the experimental 74 Nova. And Nixon's factory Super Stock E964 at 135. Snyder with troubles. He'll idle on through to a 1496 at 61 miles an hour. Nixon does improve with that 64. And Nixon now sits number 17 on the sheet with that 54 under pass. Jim Hawkins and Sean Martinet coming up now. Hawkins, Super Stock I, gear banging machine over here on the left out of Littleton, Colorado. For Wellington Classics, 327. Evansville, Kansas. Mustang Super Stock M, 11:04 at 117, no improvement there. 10:55 at 124 for Jim Hawkins, so he's a tenth slower than yesterday. Markinette, number 8 on the sheet. Hawkins, number 23. Now it's time for Monty Merrill. GTH Automatic, 85 Camaro for Merrill Brothers and Carol Worley. 74 Pontiac over there. Something coming off the car. $10.44 for Monty Merrill at 127. $10.82 at 120 for Carol Worley. Once again, no improvement. Stephen Schmidt, Sheridan, Wyoming. Guilford 846 at 160, your number 2 qualifier. No improvement there. Hey, we need super gas. Super gas to the lanes. Stephen Schmidt, 1054 at 122. David Bogner comes up now. The Bogner Automotive High Flying Mopar, the Hemi car. 68 CUDA, 426 Hemi. Scott Pearson alongside Super K. Right side, Pearson starting line. At the finish line, Bogner with a 9:17 at 142. Good looking lap there, no improvement. Pearson also fallen off pace this morning, 10:89 at 119. Neil Rhodes, Factory GTJ Cobra Jack. Left side, alongside the Copo, right side for Todd Patterson. Horsepower builder out of Augusta, Kansas for Omaha Track and Patterson Elite. That special 40th anniversary Bay, Patterson Bay. Wheels up there for the Cobra Jet. Patterson's got it tightened down. He heads for the other end. 9:21 at 143. Neil Rhodes, 9:90 at 132. So in this morning session, we're not really seeing any improvements for anybody. People are staying about where they were, a little bit slower. That's all right. Still getting it sorted out. Scott Burton out of Golden, Colorado. We need Sportsman Motorcycle to lane 6, and we also need super gas. Mike Town, right side. The Two Barrel Brothers out of Paola, Kansas. Mike will tell you all about the year he won the U.S. National. Two Barrel Machine. Burton's GTH Automatic. Firebird goes to the other end with a 993, about where he was yesterday. 132 for the speed, 1102 at 117 for Mike Town. Randy Johnson's Factory GTK crate motor, 74 Duster, Dodge 360 power. And Tim Nicholson. The high winded 283 small block 66 Chevy 2 GTM. 3-pedal car over there on the right. Nicholson currently number 7 on the sheet with an 80 under pass yesterday. Randy Johnson trying to improve on a 40 under 10:51. Super gas to lanes and Sportsman Motorcycle to lane 6. And for the other end. See some performance improvement? Nope. Randy Johnson 10:58 at 124. Tim Nicholson 10:38 at 124 as well. So both of them stay where they were. Tyler Castle. The Castle Wheel and Munkers. Copo over here on the right. Stanfield power under the hood of that 2014 Camaro out of Belton, Missouri. He is your number one qualifier, going 93 under yesterday, 956. Chris Cheney alongside. He drops it down, heads for the other end. Meantime, Castle into the stripe first with a 960 at 137. Chris Cheney, 1039 at 127. Both of them about 4 over where they were yesterday. James Voth from Buhler, Kansas, the Prairie Bank of Kansas. GTN 86 Monte Carlo, 305 power. And Voth not going to be able to make the calls. You can see him pushing the car back. The clutch car yesterday was some troubles, and today not looking very good. They'll get another shot at it. Troy Ross will get the single here coming up. Troy Ross's Camaro, the Super B, Super Modified, out of Manhattan, Kansas. SSBS confuses me. I got the BS part figured out. That's what I'm doing. Wow, wheels up. Keep it shiny, buddy. Made a hard move to the right. He gathers it up, wisely clicks it off. He'll head for the other end, 13-18 at 73. But Mr. Toad's wild ride for sure right there. Alvy Merrill and Tyler LODRS. How do you like your Camaros? Old school 68, left side, Super G automatic. Or the newer version, 86 Camaro, 3rd gen, GTK automatic for LODRS, the Cheney and LODRS machine. On the ladder right now, LODRS sits 13 and Merrill sits 18. Wheels up lead coming from both here. Start there. Both cars as they get towards the other end. Not a lot of performance improvement so far, and not this time around either. 1030 at 126 for Alvy Merrill. He'll stay where he is. Tyler LODRS, 1047 at 125. Sportsman Motorcycle to lane 6. Final call, Super Gas. Actually, no final call. Here they sit. They're pulling up to the beams right now for time trial number 3. Yeah, if you're not here, you're late. We're running you.
Warren, thank you there with the help with Super Stock. We are now in Super Gas, another one of our index classes here in the Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series. Dale Fox and Norman Brengard paired up here. Fox in the left lane goes 10:13 at 152. Norman Brengard on that 10:05 index goes 10:04.3. Just missed it by 7 thousandths of a second. Well, for those of you tuning in on Drag Racer TV and out here in the stands that have never watched index class racing, here's how it works. Today, they're doing time trials. They're testing and tuning and getting information that they can feed into their computers, weather stations, and all the GPS equipment that they've got hanging around in the sky, and maybe tell their best friend and talk about it over a beer later tonight. But they're going to have these cars set up to run on an index of 10:05 tomorrow. And the object during eliminations is to beat your opponent to the finish line without going quicker than the index, which is 10:05. It sounds simple, but they use tens of thousands of dollars of computer equipment to make these cars run right on the number every time. They take into account barometric pressure, temperature, grains of water in the atmosphere, density, altitude, all of that comes into play. Oh, headwind, tailwind, crosswind, what they had for breakfast. Seriously, it all makes a difference. It has a bearing on how these cars will perform. And all that can be taken care of with a bunch of switches, dials, knobs, voodoo, and magic. And they come out here, and come time for eliminations, these cars will be running 10.05s, 10.04.9, 10.04.8, 10.05.2. And the drivers will be doing their part with 00 and 000 reaction times. By 00 and 000, I mean they're just a couple thousandths from being perfect on the tree. Jason McClure, 27 thousandths of a second from being perfect on the tree in his Camaro. Daniel Gamblin in that Monte Carlo, 17 thousandths from being perfect. On the big end of the racetrack, McClure runs a 10.040. He was hoping for a 10.050. He's only 10 thousandths of a second off. Daniel Gamblin looking for a 10.05, went 10.062. He was 12 thousandths off at the big end. And as they cut away and chip away at this index throughout the day, getting it closer and closer, all the information they gave today may be for naught, as the temperature was supposed to be 76 degrees for a high. We're supposed to hit 96 degrees today. Phil Unruh out of McPherson, Kansas, in the 67 Camaro Roadster in the left lane. Goes 0.25 on the tree, runs a 10.074. Brad Johnson shows how to get it done. 10.050 in his 67 Camaro. Had an 0.12 light. That's a 12 thousandths package. Warren, drag racing, the only sport where it's desirable to have a small package. And by package in drag racing, I mean a combination of your reaction time and the amount of time that you are off of your index or dialing. Hey, we need top dragster. Top dragster, we need you to the staging lanes, please. Top dragster. And there's a bunch of them here today. We need top dragster to the lanes, please. Sportsman motorcycle, you should be in the lanes. Sportsman motorcycle, you should be in the lanes. Ladies and gentlemen, we are currently halfway through our third time trial session for Super Gas here at the Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series event at beautiful SRCA drag strip. For those of you not familiar with grains of moisture or grains of water, we are 71 grains of moisture. We're actually a little more humid than we were yesterday. We were 67 yesterday. The temperature now sits at 76.1 degrees. Relative humidity at 49%. The uncorrected barometer is at 27.75 inches of mercury. That's low. So that means that our corrected altitude, our density altitude, is not going to be very good. As a matter of fact, we're over 4,100 feet. So don't look for world record performance today. These are not what we call mine shaft conditions. Bob Fuller out of Rogers, Arkansas, driving his 69 Camaro SS. And Fuller huffing, puffing, just a little bit of stuff. And looks like he's going to be okay going down there. Runs a 10.12 at 145. Jeremy Demers goes 10.14 at 156. Once again, we're on that 10.05 index here at an altitude corrected track in Super Gas. Do we have any of the Vandeventers here? I need some of the Vandeventers. Any of the Vandeventers. If you are here, please come to the tower. Left lane, 0.21 on the reaction time. Dennis Hay goes 0.90 over there in the O'Reilly lane. 10.06.8. Good package there from Butch Clewine. 10.06 with an 0.21 reaction time. I need top dragster to lanes 2 and 3. Top dragster to lanes 2 and 3. So we've got 3 super classes, also known as our index classes here at an NHRA Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series event. This is your middle level performance. We've got Super Street, this weekend runs on an 1105 index. We got Super Comp, which runs on a 905 index. And here we're running Super Gas on a 1005 index. You won't see any ratchets in Super Gas. There's a couple of rules, actually one in particular that doesn't allow a dragster in Super Gas, and that is you have to sit to the left of the drive shaft. So you see a lot of roadsters, a lot of door cars here in Super Gas. It's a lot of fun. The big difference between Super Gas and Super Street, not only the 1 second difference in the index, but in Super Street, they run on a 5/10 Pro tree rather than on a 4/10 Pro tree. By a 4/10 tree, I mean that from the time the amber lights flash to the time the green lights come on is a 4/10 of a second delay. In Super Street, which we ran earlier, there was a 5/10 of a second delay. Again, my nomination for best appearing car this weekend. Simply gorgeous, 27 Brogy Roadster. In the left lane goes 024 on the tree. Dennis Keck out of Wheatland, Wyoming, in that fabulous 57 Vet. It was 10:09 at 158. Walter, 10:10 at 152. Mark Philbeck, 1998 Mustang. This has got a whopping 599 cubic inch big block Ford. Lane. We got Robbie Schaefer in the 92 Pontiac Grand Prix. Schaefer out of Bellevue, Nebraska. I know exactly where that is. If you go straight north out of Topeka on 75 Highway and you get to Nebraska, that's the first town over the state line. 10.058 for Philbeck. That was a good package for him. 33 thousandths. Schaefer a little off pace with the index. Goes 10:10 with a 3, but he was solid on the reaction time with an 0.17. Ryan Siffring from O'Fallon, Missouri. I know where that is too. That's right over there by St. Louis. O'Fallon is like a hub of telecommunications in the United States. I mean, it's huge. The central location there. They do a lot with digital television and networking and all that kind of stuff right there in O'Fallon. It's a very, very computer-oriented area, very technical-minded. Siffring runs through with a 10.034, 164 miles an hour. Kevin Burnett in that Ferrari, great-looking car, 10.08 at 154. Vernon Rowland, here he is, number 7 in Super Gas also. Like you said, Super Comp and Super Gas, number 7 in the world. Double dipping with a pair of 7s. And Mike Miller out of Moriarty, New Mexico. Moriarty. 27 Don Davis Roadster. 565 cubic inch big block Ford for power in the O'Reilly lane. .06 is a pair. Rowland goes 6 with a 5 in the left lane. Miller 6 with a 6. And Rowland showing why he's number 7 in the world with a 002 light. That's tough to do in Super Comp and Super Gas. Getting to the top 10 in the world in both classes. With an 026 reaction green, Ryan Stifler also goes 026. Stifler with a lot of throttle stop. Comes off the stop and cruises through with a 10.03 at a $148. 10.04 for Knapp at 129. Top dragster, we need you to the lanes, please. Top dragster. There's a lot of you out there. We need all of you to the staging lanes. Todd Pullen out of Amarillo, Texas. What lanes do we need? Oh, yeah, 2 and 3 for top dragster. Just so you know where you're going when you get here, we need you to lanes 2 and 3. Todd Pullen from Amarillo, 2019 Corvette Roadster. Beautiful white machine. He's paired up with Steve Hayes and that gorgeous black 68 Camaro. Times 0:19 for Pullen in the left lane, 0:13 for Hayes in the right. Pullen runs through with a 10:06.5 at 157, 10:08.3 at 157 for Hayes. Don Nichols, number 8, here in Division 5 in the Lucas Oil Series last year in Super Gas. 582 cubic inch, big block for power. He'll be in the Napa lane. And number 2 in the world in Super Gas last year. That's right. Your runner-up in Super Gas from 2019. This is Jim Kapp. Nichols turns on the red light by 1/1000th of a second. Kapp drills the tree with a 005, and check this out, a 10:05 in both lanes. Nichols goes 10:05.3, Kapp goes 10:05.8. Man, these guys are knocking it down now. Connor Pullen from Amarillo, Texas. Don't they have a drag strip in Amarillo? Yeah. The ChestersWeb.com 63 Corvette, piloted by Connor Pullen in the left lane. And Tim Nicholson out of Concordia, Kansas. 67 Camaro, 888 the stump number, 5-speed manual transmission, pulling gears, and he has won round after round after round in this machine. 10:06.9, 154 for Nicholson. Had an 022 light. Solid package for him. Pullen, 10:09, 159 in the vet. And we should have top dragster in the lanes. Once again, we should have top dragster in the lanes. Right now, we're switching over to our sportsman motorcycle category. And folks, as good as the reaction times were there in Super Gas, I got a funny feeling we are going to see a display on what you're supposed to do at the Christmas tree out of our sportsman bikes. Ron Johnson out of Ellis, Kansas, coming up in the Napa Auto Parts lane, paired with Gordon Fangmeyer from Lincoln. You got to love what they put on their tech cards. Gordon Fangmeyer claims his profession to be eye candy. Oh Lord, it's hard to be humble. 883, 144 for Fangmeyer. Problems for Johnson as the bike came off the line okay, and then about 60 to 80 feet out, he began to lose power, and he just crossed the stripe. And I don't know if we're going to have to go down and retrieve the bike or not. It looks like it appears to be moving. Chugging along. Patrick Roetto out of Wichita, Kansas. Patrick won the bike category in the Division 5 ET Championships at Art Motorsports Park just last weekend. Thank you very much. He's also number 1 in Division 5 from a year ago in Sportsman Motorcycle. And he goes 9 flat at 146. Robert Beaker out of Lorraine, Kansas, 9:59 at $1.36. For those of you tuned in to Drag Racer TV and out there in the stands who haven't seen Sportsman Bike before, basically, this is a bracket racing class. They're out here testing and tuning today so that they'll have information to put their dial in on their bikes tomorrow, and they'll run against their dial in as an index tomorrow in competition. You'll actually see staggered starts based on the difference between the dial in between the two bikes. They'll run out to the finish line, and whoever gets there first before running quicker than their dial in gets the win. John Meany. Oh, excuse me, wait a minute. I want Chad Guilford or Richard Tennant. Chad Guilford or Richard Tennant. We have a package for you in the base of the tower. That is all. Here's Sean Schnothorst out of Huron, South Dakota, 74 Kawasaki. I think that's the oldest bike we have here this weekend. He's on the Napa Auto Parts lane. Phil Yates on one of the quickest bikes we have here this weekend with an 889 at $1.44. Yates out of Wichita. Works for the railroad when he's not here at the racetrack. Leland Sykes out of Denver, Colorado, 99 Kawasaki. A little late on the tree. These guys are proving me wrong. However, Mike Voss was a little closer. Mike Voss, the sponsor of our bike category. Contestants in the NHRA Sportsman Motorcycle category will be eligible for the low qualifier bonus, which gives $300 bonus to the low qualifier of Sportsman Motorcycle. And right now, it looks like Craig Fannensteel has got $300 because he cut a 000 light in qualifying. Who? Okay. So I want to say thank you to Fine Line Graphics for buying new batteries for the hearing aids for the top dragster contingent, because we need them to lanes 2 and 3. We need top dragster to lanes 2 and 3, please. Bo Drexler and John Fitzpatrick paired up here. Drexler in the Napa Auto Parts lane. 2010 Hayabusa. These things were quick right off the showroom floor. And John Fitzpatrick out of Wichita, 95 Suzuki. Problems for a Hayabusa as it gets way out of the groove and starts hugging the center line. Didn't he do that yesterday as well? I'm wondering if he's got an alignment problem with the rear wheel in the fork. Or swing arm, I guess they call it. Continuing, I guess this is our last pair of bikes, and then we're going into top dragster. Here's Nick Cummett out of Westminster, Colorado, 1990 Kawasaki ZX9, paired up with Leonard Fox. Comp Eliminator, we need you to the lanes, please. Comp Eliminator, we need you to the staging lanes. Red light start for Leonard Fox as he turns on that red bulb with a 007 light. Fox, Leonard Fox, 007, right? Nick Cummett runs through with an 841.9 at 150. And it looks like your number one qualifier, Craig Fannensteel, is going to take home $300 from the folks at Voss Enterprises. Thank you so much to Voss for giving the low qualifier award of $300 out this weekend. I'm going to turn over the microphone here to Mr. Warren Evans, and he's going to take you through our third qualifying session of Top Dragster. Warren.
Thank you, Ron. Top Dragster rolling up here. They are at the ready line right now. These are our 6-second, 200-mile-an-hour shooters. When we get into eliminations tomorrow, it'll be a bracket race. 32-car qualified field. We'll put them on a sportsman ladder. They'll dial them in. We'll run them out. But to get there, you got to be part of the quick 32 field to get in there. And the parameters are kind of simple. Can't go quicker than a 610. That's for their safety and everybody else. SFI specs regulate that we can't go any quicker than that in the category. So we abide by those rules, but you can add any number of different power adders to try to get to that 610 number. All of them, except nitro. There's no nitro in the category. No propylene oxide. No jet engines. No nitropropane. What's nitropropane? I don't know what. Oh, okay. Face melting. We're not face melting. We're piston melting, though. There's plenty of nitrous-assisted machines out there. We got your centrifugally supercharged machines out there with Vortec, Pro Charger getting the job done. We got our conventional root-style superchargers out there, spinning the belt, shoving the air in. Sometimes it's just all motor. Whatever it takes to get down the track and try to get in close to that 610 number. Competition eliminator, we need you to lanes 2 and 3. Comp eliminator, please report to lanes 2 and 3 for Q3. Hey Ron, I'm going to let you jump in here because you are the car guy of the two of us. Tell us all about this.
Ask and ye shall receive. I asked for some information here from the local Masons Lodge regarding the car that they are raffling off. Okay, they're selling raffle tickets down there on the far side of the pavilion outside of the concession stand. And this is a 1959 El Camino. Recently restored, is powered by a 348 with a power glide. It's got a stunning interior, silver over a red interior with classic chrome, and it makes this car look great. Man, it is beautiful. On white wall tires, got the full hubcaps on it, and from the looks of the pictures, it is pristine with 6,600 miles on the clock. 6,626 miles on the clock, and they are selling raffle tickets. It's $20 per raffle ticket. 75% of the ticket sales will benefit Kansas and Kansas communities through the 200 Kansas statewide Masonic lodges and the 15,000 Kansas Masons. So if you want this beautiful El Camino, I mean it's stunning, absolutely stunning. Head down to the ticket booth they've got set up, or the table they got set up over there on the other side of the pavilion, between where the staging lanes are and the concession stand. And for $20, take a shot at this beautiful 59 El Camino. It is. Would you say that's pretty?
That is gorgeous. That is absolutely beautiful car.
I'm a Mopar guy, but I would drive this proudly. That is a stunning machine. A 59 El Camino. I like it a lot.
Absolutely. That'd be a daily driver, and just you'd turn heads everywhere you went with that ride.
6,600 original miles, and it's been completely restored. This thing is gorgeous. Anyway, I'm going to turn the mic back over to Warren here so he can take you through round number 3 of qualifying for Top Dragster.
Yes, that thing is absolutely beautiful. I might even have to dig in and spend my $20 on a ticket for that. That thing is well worth the price of admission right there. Big thanks to Fine Line Graphics, our title sponsor here for Top Dragster, as our competitors are racing for a national championship presented by Vortex Superchargers this year. We're going to start it out with the Flying Monkey Racing Supercharged Dragster out of Wichita. 647 appears to be his number, as he did it twice yesterday. One with an 8, one with a 5. It's number 9 on the sheet right. Alongside Robbie Gear. Robbie with a 7:20 lap. Got him on the sheet at number 22. Gear out of Pleasant Hill, Missouri for Backlot Cars and Dilday. Demon Racing Machine over here. Heath trains elite firefighters from all over the United States. Represented there by the Flying Firefighter, the Flying Monkeys. .760 at 171 for Robbie Gear. He's got it back in race mode. So Demon remains at number 9, but does improve to a 642 at 213 miles an hour. Prescott Dean backing up from his burnout right now. Bobby Meyer out in front of the car, looking things over. Prescott out of Olathe, Kansas, in the aerospace industry for Midwest Racecraft. And Shonda Blinzler. This weekend, horsepower of a different kind. Her regular avocation is with show horses. Here she is with hundreds of horses behind her. The American race car, Alan Johnson 481 powered supercharged machine for your number 1 qualifier. 614 right side. Prescott Dean went 684 to get on to the qualifier as a 684. Yes, she does. The good news is she does improve. 609 and 29. The bad news is, hey, that's too quick. Can only go 610, so that run will be dropped from the sheet. She'll have to stand on her 614 from yesterday. Prescott Dean 680 at 198. He is better today. Remains number 14 in the qualifying order. Again, competition eliminator. If you're not there, we need you now to lanes 2 and 3. Mark Moore, the Bell Hamilton Ford Racing Supercharged ride over here on the left. TNT belt chassis out of Hutchinson, Kansas, alongside Brad Basgall from Hayes, Kansas. Also spinning the supercharger over there. That's a little bit better than yesterday. He improves by 4. 216 on the speed meter. He sits number 8 now after that pass. Mark Moore, number 18, with that 698 from yesterday. He went 7 flat on this pass at 190 miles an hour. So the top dragsters about where they were yesterday. We've seen some performance improvement here, especially with the supercharged machines that can make their own air. That Bobby giving them a signal to shut them down, as we got to go out there and take a look on the top end of the track. Can't see from my vantage point, but for safety's sake, we will go out there and give a check to the top end of the track. Competition eliminator. If you're not in the lanes, we need you to 2 and 3. Looks like you are all getting lined up back there, and we'll go ahead and give a call out to Top Sportsman. Top Sportsman, you can make your way to the lanes now. Top Sportsman, we need you to head up here to the lanes. So Ron Ward had terminology for this. It's not GAC. It's not particulate. That was a chunk. Multi-chunk. All right. So we got the chunks picked up out there. Yes, ask Bob Liddy about chunks and GAC. And then particulate. Yeah, that was like a 12-bagger cleanup, 2.5 hours. That was not a fun day. Craft 638 and 215. Nice looking lap there for the runner out of Iowa. Lloyd McClure 660 at 201. Again, no improvements, but still a good consistent lap for McClure. David Harrington. David, he's parked that car in the winner's circle. Last I saw Topeka. Winner up there in top dragster. Out of DeSoto, Kansas for Aeromotive Fuel System. Harrington's nitrous assisted machine. Throttle in a bottle there on the left-hand side. Not sure if he's got the bottle turned on or not. And Roland Rang, Sioux Falls, South Dakota. He is in the performance exhaust sales business. 2019 Miller car on the right. Looks like an all-motor. 658. Wow, big jump there for Harrington. He improves by almost a half a second. Roland Rang 714. He improves as well. So Harrington, big jump there, moves all the way up to number 12 with that 658. He was in the 690s yesterday. Roland Rang 714 at 184. Nice lap for both of them. We have a celebrity in the house. Todd Piper's dad, Larry, is in the house. I'm sure in local circles he is a celebrity. Division 5 Super Pro champion last weekend. Now he runs 779 at 167 to get his name on the sheet at number 26. Sarah Vang alongside, she will go 765 at 171, improving every pass down the track. Here is Todd Piper, Larry's son. Todd Piper out of St. George, Kansas. As I recall, Todd Piper also a Division 5 Supercom champion. And Jamie Caudle out of Parker, Colorado, owner of One Alarm. Gebhard car, 632 cubic inch, all motor machine over there. That's the little motor. Tore up the lower motor. Dropped it off. And the motor builder said, "Get it fixed for me, I need it." Jamie 730. Better by 2 at 180. Todd Piper 742 at 175. So Piper slides into the 25 position. Jamie Caudle sits number 24. So our field increasing here, as now we've had 27 cars make their way down track. 5 more to make it 32 car field. Chad Guilford, we have a package for you here in the tower. Chad Guilford, we have a package for you here in the tower. Dave Slatton and Jager Anderson. Is that Jager? Jagger. Dave Slatton, left side. Don Davis car. Went 649 yesterday to qualify number 10. Jager, number 20 out of 705, young man out of Brighton, Colorado. For Mercedes-Benz, on the right side, top sportsman, to the late. Wheels up, start there. 706 at 185. That's a fun ride. Dave Slatton improves by 5 as he goes 644 at 211. Stays in the number 10 slot, but does improve on the performance. Here's Ross Gregory and Michael Sechrist. Now Gregory yesterday, first pass, rattled the tires and clicked it off on the first pass. Second pass comes out straight and true to a 620 at 224 miles an hour. He could challenge for the number 1 qualifier here with his Pro Charge machine. Right side of the track, Sechrist to get him garage entry for Darrell's Automotive out of Wichita. 6:14.2 at 228. And just like that, Ross Gregory, 6:14.2. I don't remember what Shonda had because her 6:09 got negated. So Ross is either number 1 or number 2, but they both went 6:14. So Gregory gives it his best shot. Comes up 1,000 short, but they got one more chance to work on it and see who can wind up number 1, Ross Gregory, 6:14.2 at 228. Jeff Corn out of Hays, Kansas. The Team Corn Racing supercharged top dragster over here on the left. Big block bow tie power for dynamic graphics. And George Slatton out of Phoenix, the Slatton Race Engines naturally aspirated machine over there on the right. .27 at 215, that's better. 6:27 at 215. And for Slatton, 680 with a 4, that's better as well. He ties Prescott Dean with that 6.804, but on speed, Dean will get the higher position. As Slatton at 195, Dean at 198. Tony Stark comes up now. The P-51 Mustang inspired paint scheme there on the car in the left side. Roots style supercharger. 653, his best effort yesterday. Steve Johnson on the right. Head man had fine line graphics over there on the right hand side of the track. Wife Vicky usually competes in top dragster. She is not racing this weekend. Steve is. Top sportsman, we need you. 6:52 at 204. Each pass gets a little bit better. 6:52 at 204. Number 11 qualifier. And for Steve Johnson, 6:91 at 186. Johnson, number 17 now on the ladder. Bradley Johnson coming up now from Morrison, Colorado, for Rocky Mountain Concrete Specialist. Johnson from Morrison, Colorado. He'll roll up left side. And Connor Pullen, right side of the track. Pullen, winner of this event last year. Can he go 2 for 2? Amarillo, Texas, the home base for the Chester'sWeb.com American car. We saw Pullen earlier in his super gas car. Bradley Johnson, the plumber's nightmare there. with a Pro Charged mount. Johnson a 629. See if he can force a little more air in there and improve on that number. That's better at 214. As well. So these numbers improving. Johnson moves around David Onis and Jeff Corrin and goes up to the number 4 spot. Connor Pullen 719 at 182 lands him number 2 in the 22 in the qualifying order. David Onis, he'll back up now in his Root Supercharged style machine over here. Got the sticky Mickeys behind the motor there. Runner out of Henderson, Colorado for Hooker harness seat belts. Don Davis built machine. Clean it out there a little bit. And he will roll up. Final car here in qualifying session number 3 of Top Dragster. 626, his number on the sheet. See if he can jump back around. He does it. Woo, and it gets into the teens. 616 at 219. He will jump back up there. He will be your number 3 qualifier. 3 cars in the teens right now. Shonda Blinzler, Ross Gregory, and David Onis. David sits number 3. So your top 8 going into Q4, it'll be Shonda Blinzler, Ross Gregory, David Onis, and Bill Swan, the first 4. Then it's Bradley Johnson, Jeff Corrin, Matt Kraft, and Brad Basgall, your top 8 here in Top Dragster. Comp Eliminator rolls to the radio line right now, and Ron Ward rolls right back up to the microphone to tell you about this qualifying session.
Buddy, coming at us. Barry Forster and Terry Teasel coming at you here in Comp Eliminator. And I have been announcing drag races since 1994, okay? And I still don't understand all the little nuances and idiosyncrasies of this crazy bunch of racers they call Comp Eliminator. They've got competition index control, they've got indexes where they have the handicap start when it comes time, and they run out the back door, and there's no breakouts with these guys, and they ring these things to within an inch of their life. They are absolutely positively the hottest of the hot rods out here as far as the technology that goes into them, the precision that goes into them, and the amount of time spent on a dyno. Barry Forster in the C Econo Dragster. I know that means it's a little itty bitty teeny tiny small block with a single 4-minute drive. Paired up with Terry Teasel in the G Altered Automatic. Again, small block, small displacement with an automatic. Teasel runs 837 against the 893 index. No, actually, he did get a little improvement there. Teasel jumps up to your number 1 qualifier. Now he's 557 under the index. That's 0.557 seconds under his index in his class. Forrester, 396 under the index for the number 6 position. Steve Basgall out of Augusta, Kansas, running in C Econo Dragster. Currently qualified number 5 at 434 under the index. And he'll be in the left lane, paired up with Don Thomas, the B Econo Dragster. Difference here, displacement between the two. 298 cubic inch small block Chevy in the left lane, a 360 cubic inch small block Chevy in the right lane. A lot of guys out there scratching their heads. Hey, Chevy never built a 298 cubic engine. No, they did not. However, these Comp Eliminator guys work with bore and stroke to come up with the proper ratio based on the cylinder head configuration. These guys are zinging these motors. Basgall Gets there first with the C car with a 764 at 153. Fasgel, no improvement for him. 840 at 112 for Don Thomas. And he's way off the index there. Clark Smiley out of Denver City, Texas. 38-year-old technician running this double B altered. Blown, injected, manual transmission. This is an old Pro Stock car that Jason Lyon used to campaign. It's a 2009 Pontiac GXB. However, they took out the 500 cubic inch big block that was naturally aspirated, put in an angry 305 cubic inch small block with a large by huge supercharger, injected it on methanol. He's currently your number 7 qualifier. Paired up with him is Christine Harris. This is Matt's sister over in the right lane, in the O'Reilly lane. She's out of Littleton, Colorado, 2005 Grand Am, running an H altered. So hang on. Remember, this is just a small Chevrolet, 305 cubic inches, making all that noise. Holding the levers, rocking it out the back door. Smiley gets there first with a 748. Whoa! Hello! Smiley on that 793 index just goes 748. Wow, good run for him, and Christine Harris just killed it. 884 to go 584 under the index. She's your new number 1 qualifier. She knocks Terry Diesel down. I need Super Street. Super Street to lanes 4 and 5, please. Super Street to lanes 4 and 5. Ladies and gentlemen, we have just a little bit of a tweak in our run order. We're going to run Super Street before we bring out our alcohol classes. So we need Super Street to the lanes, please. Here is your number 1 points earner. Yep, your winner in Division 5 last year. Matt Harris out of Bellevue, Nebraska, the W&H Manufacturers 2005 Grand Am. Matt Harris claims to be Megan's trophy husband. I wonder if Matt filled out the tech card or if Megan filled out the tech card. That'd be good information. And he's Christine's slower brother. Bob Oates is the number 1 fan. Matt has a lot of fun out here in Division 5. We're happy to have him along. Red light start. Goes 788. No improvement for Matt Harris in his E altered. Here's Dusty Meyer out of Tonganoxie, Kansas. For those of you wondering, where in the world is Tonganoxie? Well, it's north and east of Lawrence, Kansas on US 2440. I was just there a couple weeks ago. Chevy S10 pick-em-up truck. Finished 6th in points in Division 5 last year in Top Sportsman. He's paired up with Warren Blanc. Warren out of Keachie, Kansas, which is just east of Wichita. Beautiful Chevy Camaro. 738, big improvement for Warren Blanc, and he goes from number 16 to number 12 in one fell swoop. Dusty Meyer. 711.8. Yep, he improves as well. Moves up to number 8 with the 711 at 191. Matt Driscoll out of Wellsville, Kansas. 2008 Chevy Cobalt. Gorgeous car. And Matt Driscoll, known for making big displacement engines, took one off of the engine stand and plopped it between the frame rails of the Cobalt. 648 cubic inches. in the left lane. He's paired with Wade Kiefer out of Kimball, Nebraska. Seconds, 697, 195. Good pass for him. He was qualified number 6, and with that pass, well, he's still number 6, but he moved up a full 10th. And Wade Kiefer, man, everybody loving this cool air this morning. These top sportsman cars are digging in and performing even better than they did yesterday, even with the headwind. Maybe it's the downforce, or maybe it's the extra air. It's the fewer grains of water. That's what it is. Dwayne Dolphing out of Golden, Colorado, 55 Bel Air. This is my favorite car here. Top Sportsman. Man, I love the shoebox Chevys. And Jeremiah Vandeventer. Hey, somebody flagged down one of his crew members. We got something that belongs to him right here. Vandeventer out of Fairfield, Nebraska, 96 Mustang. And I believe this is the biggest engine we've got in the facility this weekend, an 800. And Vandeventer runs through with a remarkable 688 at 199. He ran 689 yesterday, so he's got the car dialed in. Dolphing hammers it to a 753 at 179. Yesterday he went 752.9, within 2 thousandths of what he ran yesterday. So that car, awesome, very consistent. Todd Stahlbomber out of Seneca, Kansas, sponsored by Stahlbomber Lumber and Construction. This is the hardware dude. 540 cubic inches of blown and injected big block Chevy, paired up with Jeff Sutherland from Andover, Illinois. Jeff is hungry. He says, somebody feed me. Kind of reminds me of that Steve Miller song, Living in the USA. Somebody bring me a cheeseburger. Looking to run better than a 746, and he does. Picks up 500s. 741, 190. Sutherland rolls through, picks up 100 with a 774. Super Street, we need you to the lanes, please. Super Street. Super Street, we need our 1105 index cars. Super Street, we need you to the lanes, please. That would include Richard Cantrell. Here's Mark Dunham out of Guyman, Oklahoma. 94 Monte Carlo. Always love these body styles. Man, that's a swoopy race car. Continuing with third qualifying session of Top Sportsman here in our Lucas Oil Series race. Doug Woody out of Independence, Missouri. I was actually on the horn at Heartland Motorsports Park when Doug Woody unveiled this brand new paint job about 12 years ago. And everybody loved it. I still love it. He got best appearing car that weekend. Dunham out with a red light, gets there first. Oh, excuse me, Woody gets there first with a 752 at 184 improvement, but he was right on what he ran yesterday with a 751. Dunham runs through with a 787 at 173. his best run of the event. Puts him in the number 18 slot. Excuse me. Jeff Staub from St. George, Kansas. Super Street. This is your fourth call to the lanes. Super Street. We need you to the lanes, please. So Jeff Staub out of St. George, Kansas, the home of Bob Lash. Bob Lash is a drag week champion. Bob Lash has been a sportsman class champion in Division 5 and represented Division 5 at the AAA finals in Pomona, California. He's also quite possibly the oldest living and driving competitor in Division 5. I think he's like 88 or 89 years old. Dustin Miller off and running. You'd like Bob. Bob's pretty cool. He's like an old hippie dude. He's got a big long ponytail, and he talks like this, real nice and slow and mellow. And he owns a 1934 Ford Crown Vic, okay? Or Victoria, Crown Victoria. That in 1934, his parents brought him home from the hospital when he was born in that car. And he's still got it. Now it's got a small block Chevy in it, and it looks a lot cooler than it used to when it was brand new. But yeah, anyway, that's the story on St. George, Kansas. It's also the biggest speed trap in the state of Kansas. You do not speed in St. George. It's right behind Tonganoxie, Tonganoxie's right behind it as far as speed traps in Kansas. Here's Greg Lair out of Canyon, Texas, 2015 Chevy Camaro, beautiful machine. And J.J. Heber out of Centennial, Colorado. You want to see a fast Ford? Well, here you go. Heber, your number 2 qualifier in Top Sports, got a 670 at 206 to his credit. Only person quicker than him here in Top Sportsman this weekend is Alan Firestone. Greg Lair, number 4, looking to get into the top 3. He's got a 680 to his credit. If he can run quicker than a 674.4, he'll be your number 3 qualifier. Big shout out to Madcap Racing Engines, of course, the sponsor. Excuse me, not Madcap, Patterson Elite. Bonus award winner here. J.J. Heber, 002 on 3 runs, 665. Ho, ho, ho! Heber tuned it up, and your new number 1 qualifier. I said, you want to see a fast Ford? Right on cue. Check him out. 665 at 206. Actually, 665.2. Alan Firestone yesterday ran a 665.3. So by 1/1000th of a second, J.J. Heber grabs a hold of that number 1 qualifying position here in Top Sportsman. You know what? I just saw Alan Firestone pop the hood on his car back there. Well, he opened the door, and he's playing with the computer. Yeah, there's a little knob. Yeah, the go faster knob. It's already going fast. Larry Demers out of Carroll, Iowa, 737 to his credit yesterday, qualified number 11. If he wants to move up, he's got to run quicker than a 724 to knock down Mike Seacrest. Demers running by himself over there in the right lane. Out of Carroll, Iowa, beautiful bright red 2008 Chevy Cobalt. 734 to $186 for Demers. A little improvement for him. Didn't move him up the ladder, but did get him closer to Mike Seacrest at a whopping 186 miles an hour. Here's Mike Seacrest out of Wichita, 2003 Grand Am. Kind of wagging the tail a little bit over there in the right lane, but still goes 704, 194. Mike Seacrest. Holy smokes. Seacrest out the back door with a 184 mile an hour blast. Good run for him. Now, hey, here comes both of the Firestone racing entries. Now, Kyle Firestone did not make a pass yesterday in qualifying. He's at the wheel of the 51 Bel Air. He's the one that had to work all day so that dear old dad could do the racing. Trying what they call the back of the wheel, apparently. 51 Chevy Bel Air, 665 cubic inch big block Chevy. Now, until this round of qualifying, Alan Firestone was your number one qualifier. And then came J.J. Heber. Heber knocked him off the top of the heap by 1/1000th of a second. If Firestone wants to get that number one position back, he has to run quicker than a 6.652. Alan Firestone in the O'Reilly lane, Kyle Firestone in the left lane. Both cars capable of taking home the number one and number two qualifying spot right here. Let's see if they can get it done. Kyle, with no testing and tuning this weekend, taking it right off the trailer. He's got it hooked up. How about a 6.63 for Firestone, reclaiming the number one spot? Well, I should say for Alan Firestone. And Kyle Firestone, right off the trailer, takes the number 5 spot with a 6.81 at 2:04. So J.J. Heber was at the top of the list for all of about 8 minutes. 3 pairs of cars. Super Street coming at you now. This is their final time trial session. Hey, later today, okay, we are going to have gamblers racing for the majority of our competitors here this weekend. By the majority, I say we're probably not going to run any top alcohol funny cars in our gamblers races. We're not excluding them. They can play if they want to their program. Anyway, we're going to have a gamblers for Super Street. We're going to have a gamblers for Super Gas, and we're going to have a gamblers for Super Comp. We're going to have a stock, super stock gambler, and we're also going to have a motorcycle gambler. You can sign up for those at the T-shirt trailer. Bring your money, not your car. Just come over here to the T-shirt trailer and get signed up for the gambler. Once again, we're going to run one for Super Street on a 5/10 Pro Tree. We'll have a Super Gas gambler, and we'll have a Super Comp gambler, as well as a stock, super stock combo, and a sportsman motorcycle gambler. If you are interested in participating, come over here to the T-shirt shack and tell the young ladies which class you want to get in, what your car number is, and bring a wad of cash with you. Brett Thornton and Gary Womble here in our final time trial session. Well, guys and gals, at noon we will have our alcohol cars in the staging lanes and ready to go for you. Got a couple of alcohol dragsters and a couple of alcohol funny cars. It's going to be a fun time to watch. Right now we got Russ Smutney and Dave Ash. Smutney, a nice 004 lane in it. He's going to be tough this weekend if he continues to do that. 11:08, 138 for Smutney. He was looking for an 11:05. Ash had an 11:09 at 142. Here's Jacob Smutney out of Omaha, Nebraska. One of my favorite places in the world to play disc golf. And I'm not kidding you. I'm a very avid disc golf player. And they have got a slew of great disc golf courses up there in the area. My son and I go up and play often. Smutney in the 67 Camaro, 414 cubic inch small block. And Mike Potatoes out of Cedar Bluff, Nebraska. 67 Pontiac GTO. Another claim to fame for Omaha, Nebraska, the Henry Dorley Zoo. It's outstanding. The Henry Dorley Zoo is like the number 4 zoo in all of the United States. They're outstanding. Their aquarium up there is worth the price of admission. Go up. You're not going to walk through the whole zoo in one day. Spend the whole weekend in Omaha and enjoy yourself. It's beautiful up there. Here's Craig Butler out of Tecumseh, Kansas, the 87 Chevy Citation notchback with a big block Chevy on board. And Brad Frederick, 62 Ford Falcon. It's not a Nova. Packing 618 cubic inches of big block Ford. Frederick and Butler tied together off the starting line, just 0.02 of a second apart. Frederick a little quick with a 10.99. Butler not looking too bad, 11.060 on an 11.05 index. I don't know if he is setting the delay box and timer on there, or if he's got his son doing it, but whoever's doing it, they're doing a great job. Kirk Worth driving his street car out of Hays, Kansas. Beautiful, bright orange Pontiac, paired up with the wild man Greg Pfeffer, who had his birthday yesterday. I need top alcohol dragster and top alcohol funny car to the lanes, please. Top alcohol dragster and top alcohol funny car. We need you to the staging lanes. Here's Richard Cantrell and Alan Butler. A couple of guys I've known for a long time from the Topeka area. Cantrell from Carbondale, Butler from Tecumseh. Shawnee, well, actually, Carbondale is in Osage County. Tecumseh is in Shawnee. 10.95, 129 for Cantrell in the Falcon. Butler, 11.10, 132 with a 92 Camaro. And it's nice to see Alan finally learn how to spell Camaro. He's not doing it with an E. Rachel Smith had a great day in Kansas, 68 Chevy Camaro. And Tim Shell driving the Duster with a small block Chevy under the hood. How about that? There's more than one way to make a Plymouth fast, right? 11.08, 133 for Smith. She gets there first, and Tim Shell rolls through with an 11.13 at 125. Andrew Withers from Pratt, Kansas, the Central Truck and Equipment 69 Camaro, 468 cubic inch big block combination. And Chris Bombard from Watkins, Colorado. I'm not Oh, we had a slugfest on the tree. Bombard went 0-1-0. He was only 10 thousandths from being perfect. Withers says, I got you. Hold my beer. 005 reaction to green. Runs it out the back door with an 11.061. How about a 16,000s package for Andrew Withers. I'd say he's got it dialed in pretty good. Greg Parson, who failed to enter the Larice Motorsports Super Shootout yesterday, has run two 11:05.9s in a row. Had an 017 reaction. Todd Teeter off and running with a little bit of a red line start over there. Parson coming off the stop and out the back with 11:09.1 at 141. Once again, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need to have top alcohol dragster and top alcohol funny car to the lane. Glenn Amarine goes 11:16 at 131. And Paul Massick (11:11), 125. Brittany DeVore and Shane Herman. Boy, Herman had a good day yesterday. We're deep in eliminations. Our Larice Super Shootout. DeVore out of Blanchard, Oklahoma, ran an 11:05.1 with a 001 reaction time yesterday. She's not going to do that today. At least not this pass. Herman went way red. Way red. 11:09, 146 for Herman, 11:11, 125 for DeVore. Jeff Kaufman out of Holdridge, Nebraska, 66 Chevy 2. Big block for power, paired up with Daryl Bostwick. Bostwick from Littleton, Colorado in the O'Reilly Auto Parts lane. The Depot Mustang, powered by a 572 cubic inch big block Ford. Top alcohol dragster and top alcohol funny car. We need you to the staging lanes. Jeff Kaufman from Holdridge, Nebraska, 61 years of age. He's self-employed and owns his own business. 66 Chevy Deuce. Now we got Wade Samuel and April Merrill. Samuel out of Morrison, Colorado, 65 Chevelle. April Merrill, not running much for a throttle stop. She's got a huge, that's Wade Samuel. A 600 cubic inch Chevy eating up that 400 cubic inch Chevy by about 30 miles an hour on the big end. Samuel, 11:07, 143. April Merrill, 11:05 at only 118 miles an hour. Scott Gordine out of Bennington, Kansas, the 45-year-old engineer. 78 Chevy Nova, 505 cubic inch combination. Paired up with Greg Pickens out of Omaha, Nebraska. Up until just a few years ago, Omaha was home of Rosenblatt Stadium, where the Omaha Royals played, where they also had the NCAA World Series in baseball. They tore down that vintage stadium and put up a new one. They still hold the College World Series there. Pickens, 19. Red light reaction. Gordine goes through with that 038 light. 11:03, 132 for Gordine, and 11:08, 144 for Pickens. 144, good mile an hour for Pickens here in Super Street. Mike Gordine out of Salina, Kansas. 66 Chevelle, 468 cubic inches. And apparently, we got a cleanup on aisle 2 as the Malibu has decided to relieve itself just after the water box. They're taking a look, seeing what it is. Might be a quick fix, I don't know. Well, guys and gals, it has been brought to my attention by Mr. Olin Gotcher that we have had a near flawless morning, and everybody has cooperated very well in getting to the staging lanes on time, and we've had no issues getting cars down track up at, well, you summoned the beast, didn't you? Anyway, we got a little glitch here, but we're about a half an hour ahead of schedule. We're doing really well. So we have promised everybody alcohol cars at noon. And we are going to take just a short break here to do a little bit of track prep and get our alcohol cars ready to go. It looks like Mike Gordine got the car fired up, and he's heading towards the starting line, so that's a good thing. Means it wasn't too serious of an issue with the car. But I'm going to bounce downstairs and grab myself another one of those walking tacos. I invite you to do the same. And we will have alcohol cars here at noon. Before I get out, I want to let you know that Mike Gordine went 053 on the tree. He will be our final car in this round of time trials for our Super Street category. He's got it dialed in 11:05.1 on an 11:05. Nice job, Mike. Fantastic. So Bobby's going to do a little bit of track prep. I'm going to once again ask for some help. The City of Great Bend has been approved for a grant to replace the racing surface at SRCA drag strip from the starting line to the return road turnoff. Construction is scheduled to begin October 8th of this year. However, the grant will not pay for the removal and replacement of the timing system, the starting line, or prep work to the new surface. We need to install NHRA spec-approved national event eligible continuous guard walls as an added safety feature for our valued participants as downtrack speeds have increased. SRCA is requesting the help from you with these expenses that are estimated at $250,000. The board needs to raise these funds so the work can be completed in time for the 2021 season. Remember, SRCA is a non-profit 501c3 corporation, and all donations are fully tax deductible. Donors will receive a tax deductible donation receipt. You can visit us on the web, on Facebook, or at srcadragstrip.com to make your donation, or stop on by down here at the t-shirt trailer and pay the ladies there. All donations are greatly appreciated.
Attention in the pit area, we need stock eliminator. Stock eliminator, you can make your way up to lanes 2 and 3, please. Stock eliminator, you can make your way up to lanes 2 and 3. Our alcohol cars are rolling into lanes right now. Christine Chambliss and James Stevens, and they will be joined this morning by Aaron Cooper. Aaron will be rolling up here in just a minute. Funny cars are on their way up as well. So our top alcohol categories getting set to make their second qualifying hit here. And stock eliminator, you can make your way to lanes 2 and 3. Stock, you will run after alcohol. You can go ahead and come on up to lanes 2 and 3.
Racing is a risky sport. Don't take risks with your racing operation. On or off the track, protection from LODRS Motorsports Insurance is not a risk. Get your quote today at LODRS Motorsports Insurance.
LODRS, the leader in performance electronics. Racers know and depend on their state-of-the-art systems every day. Perform Air Pro and Perform Air Eclipse are the racing industry standard, high-tech, easy-to-use weather systems. Power-Light lithium batteries, the super powerful lightweight energy source for your machine. And the Data Quest Power Quest, the most innovative data recorders and touchscreen switch panels you can find. Check out ultronicsinc.com for these products and more. Ultronics, the choice of champions. One final fling for one epic year. Peter Biondo and Kyle Seipel return to Las Vegas for an unprecedented fourth fling in 2020. The Fall Fling West, presented by Rad Torque Systems, is racers' chance to run for big money at the Strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway this October. $10,000 to win Friday, $50,000 to win Saturday, and $10,000 to win on Sunday. A $100,000 to win 64-car shootout on Thursday. Gate entries are welcome to both Pro and Super Pro. Pro will run separate until there is one remaining. Race for $10,000, $50,000, and $10,000 for only $690. Text the word Vegas to 74121 for event updates. The Fall Fling West. Fabulous Las Vegas. Race it. Experience it.
Whoa, big boy. I thought the dyno said this car was supposed to fly. How do your service and parts departments perform? For a free evaluation, call us 412-651-2356.
Welded 16,000 series fuel pumps equal big, badass car power. With 250 and 420 gallon per hour models, you'll never worry about fuel supply again. An aerospace Teflon seal, stainless valve seat, and 10-vein steel pump element gives precise, controlled, and reliable flow. And a built-in adjustable relief valve provides stable pressure under the most demanding conditions, pass after pass. Finally, a car pump that's worth what you pay.
What? 150 lot? I thought you said you could drive. How is your response to your customers? For a free evaluation, call us 412-651-2356.
Great motion. You're going to take the wheel.
All right, race fans, I want to let you know the alcohol cars are coming to the ready line right now. So if you want to take a look at our quickest and fastest machines on the property, you can make your way to the grandstands or along the fence. Get ready to check them out. Top Alcohol qualifying session number 2 coming up in just a minute. Looks like Aaron Cooper is going to be leading the way here. Cooper in the injected nitro machine, the A fuel car, and then we got a couple of supercharged alcohol cars coming up. Christine Chambliss and James Stevens will head down track, followed by Top Alcohol funny car with the Cheeto Kid over there, Kyle Smith, and Bob McCosh in his Camaro. Stock eliminator, if you've not made your way to the staging lanes, we could use you now. Looks like Daryl Goheen's already up there. Lanes 2 and 3 for stock. Your final qualifying shot of the day. Don't forget those gamblers races. If you want to sign up, you got to go to the t-shirt trailer right here between the tower and the concession stand. Yeah, each of our super categories will have a separate gamblers race, and then we'll have one for stock and super stock and one for motorcycle. Give everybody a chance to do a little racing here before we go into elimination rounds tomorrow here for the Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series event. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're getting set to show off the big cars here. Top alcohol dragster. We're going to start out with a nitro burner. Making his way to the water box right now, this is Aaron Cooper. Aaron's second generation racer. So Cooper out of Wichita, Kansas, carrying the banner for Mel Hamilton Ford. That's not a Ford behind it, by the way, but that's all right. Got plenty of cackle in the pipes. As Dad, Gary Cooper, gets the tow vehicle lined up here, and we'll plug in the battery and spin the starter and put a little fire in the pipes. Cooper out of Wichita. Dad Gary campaigned this car for a long time. Aaron climbs in there now, looking more and more comfortable every time he makes a lap here in the car. McKinney chassis, Alan Johnson, 421 cubic inches power plant there. This car is run in A fuel trim and also in top fuel trim. It's part of the Alan Hartley Racing operation a few years back. Hear that low rumble as the car comes to life. Walking back to the microphone after killing that walking taco, it's Ron Ward to tell you about qualifying session number 2.
Well, that's what you call an eat and run and getting it done. Had to wait in line down there because everybody wanted a walking taco. And I don't mind. They were good. So Aaron Cooper out of Wichita, Kansas. You hear him start the car on alcohol. And once they get it primed and going, they'll switch it over to the nitromethane. And it will have a distinctly different sound than the blown methanol car. Very deep, low, guttural growl to it. And it will shake your inner soul when it leaves the starting line. Cooper's first pass of the weekend. Apparently, his family had an emergency yesterday and he wasn't able to come for qualifying for the Friday sessions. As Warren described earlier, a relatively small 421 cubic inch engine. Makes up for it by burning an oxygen-bearing fuel, nitromethane. It's almost impossible to light nitromethane on fire. You can pour it all over your garage floor and put a match in it, and it won't light up. Got to have a little bit more force involved. That force is compression. You mix it with air, you compress it real hard, and hit it with a spark plug, and it will talk back to you. It also releases the oxygen under pressure, similar to what nitrous oxide does. You heat it up through compression, the oxygen comes out, and you can burn even more of it. So here we go. Cooper. Look at the go. 580 at 240 knot for Cooper. He's on the sheet now. Qualified second behind James Stevens. Now Christine Chambliss didn't have a real clean pass last night. Cooper sounded just a little sick there, like one of the holes wasn't lit. By that I mean it wasn't firing on all 8 cylinders. So Cooper, last time out in Earlville, where it was so cold, I mean, it was chilly up there. A lot of people didn't bring enough heavy gear for the weather. there. The difference right there through the burnout. Much higher revving. Much higher idling cars. And a distinctly different sound. Christine Chambliss in the left lane. James Stevens in the right lane. I look for big things out of Christine here. She gets this thing hooked up. She finished 6th in Division 3 last year. And her significant other is actually over in St. Louis this weekend, running his program for points over there. Apparently Christine had some issues at Earlville with the wing deciding not to stay on the car. She had to have a new one constructed. The old one went by the wayside. Ended up as chunks on the racetrack. Chambliss out of Davenport, Iowa, part of the Quad Cities area. She'll be in the left lane. Stevens of Gothenburg, Nebraska, your number 1 qualifier at this point with a 5:37. Chambliss can get her stuff together. She'll be right there with them for the qualifier. And away we go. Christine having to pedal the car to get down track. 583 at 256. James Stevens having problems. Not able to get it down the track. Super Comp, we need you to the lanes, please. Super Comp, we need you to the lanes. Stock, you should be in the lanes. You'll be right up after our top alcohol funny cars. Super Comp, we need you to the lanes. JR says, come on down. In Stock, we need you, if you're not here, to come on down as well. Well, both cars having issues getting down the track. Chambliss, after pedaling it, was able to run it out the back door at a whopping 256 miles an hour. And we got a pair of alcohol funny cars. Getting ready, getting buckled in, getting turned on, and all that good stuff before they drop the hatch on these things. Send them into the water box. You know, it's amazing. I was at the race car shop of Nealon Parks there in Burlingame, Kansas. It's amazing how similar the chassis is of one of these alcohol funny cars to like a AA altered or an A altered open body car. The chassis are nearly identical. Put a Bantam Roadster body on one and have some fun. Okay, we got the note from downstairs that they're firing up the funny cars. Olin Gotchard just told me that there are 4 tracks running alcohol funny cars, 4 events running alcohol funny cars this weekend. Maple Grove, St. Louis, and here. They are spread rather thin across the nation right now. We're everywhere running alcohol funny cars. Here's Kyle Smith and Bob McCosh, Kyle in the left lane, your number one qualifier with a 579 to his credit. Out of Valley Center, Kansas, 2009 Mustang body, running that Boss Hemi logo on the side. Bob McCosh out of Columbia, Missouri, home of the University of Missouri, the Fighting Tigers, in his 2019 Camaro SS body. Both of them with Brad Anderson power, blown and injected Hemis. Kyle Smith is pre-staged. Here comes McCosh. Both cars bumping into the beams, bringing the RPMs up, and here we go. Man, good pair of cars right there. 570 for Kyle Smith. He picks up about 0.08 of a second. Bob McCosh, a 573 at 255, his best attempt so far this weekend. And that was side by side all the way down the track. Good pair there. What we lack in quantity, we're making up for in quality. That was a great pair in Alcohol Funny Car. We are ready for Stock Eliminator. Final qualifying session for stockers. Hey, we've got a racer in need of an electric water pump for a big block Chevrolet. Please contact, it says this number, or we are located in the bike section. It's the Fox Racing Team. So this was printed off. Okay, call 303-525-4061 if you have an electric water pump for a big block Chevy. Once again, that's 303-525-4061. 303, that's a Denver area code, right? But if you've got an electric water pump for a big block Chevy, maybe you weren't able to write that down, come up here. I can get in contact with these folks for you. But we got a racer in need of an electric water pump for a big block Chevrolet. Or if you're pitted next to the Foxes and you happen to have one, please help them out. Here we come. Final qualifying session for Stock Eliminator. It is high noon in South Central Kansas. Kevin Leinert out of Dakota City, Nebraska. 318 powered 69 Dodge running an R automatic, paired up with Daryl Goheen, yesterday's stock super stock combo winner. We had an all Camaro all stock final last night. That was kind of cool. C automatic machine from Daryl Goheen. 1156 the index. He's run as quick as an 1123 in that white Camaro. Liner running against that 1425 index. Currently qualified number 28 with the little blue Dodge Dart. And I do like that car. It's clean, it's basic, it's simple, it's perfect for a race car. 1366 for Liner, no improvement for him. Goheen runs 1126, no improvement for him as well. Jay Story out of Andover, Kansas. 2018 Chevrolet. Little Chevy Camaro. One of them Copo cars running in factory stock B. Paired up with Lauren Gottschalk in his flatback Mustang. I imagine that's a 351 Cleveland under the hood. With E-automatic. And I do like that car. And Gottschalk's got that suspension working perfectly off the starting line. 993 for Jay Story. No improvement for him. In fact, he's about a quarter of a second off where he's supposed to be. And Gottschalk goes 1169. No help for him. Currently qualified number 14. Here is Bob Swan in his C-Stock automatic 1967 Shelby GT500. And folks, that is not a replica, that's not a tribute, that's not a clone. That's a real deal 67 Shelby, complete with a 428 Cobra jet. Mike St. Clair out of Arvada, Colorado. 2013 Mustang. Bob Swan goes 10.88, about a tenth of a second off what he ran yesterday at 119 miles an hour. And Mike St. Clair in that factory stock A car goes 9.20 at 146. No help for him either. Steve Couch, factory stock H, 2009 Dodge Challenge, complete with a Magnum engine. Paired up with Norm Warling in his E-Automatic 62 Catalina. I wonder if he's taking that to the Catalina wine mixer. $11.90 a 108 for Warling, no help. 11.09 for Steve Couch, no improvement for him either. Chuck Rose out of South Sioux City, Nebraska. The Rose Racing 72 Plymouth Duster. Currently qualified number 32 with an 11.27. That's 5.96 under the index. David Clark, one qualifier thus far, is right red Camaro. He ran 7.13 under yesterday. McGaw with the better reaction time. 0.26 reaction to green. Beautiful job. Goes 12.24 at 107 miles an hour. Chuck Rose 11.35 at 114. I understand why the cars have slowed down a bit today. I was down at the concession stand, and the wind today is much stiffer than it was yesterday. It's blowing these cars straight in the face, and it is slowing them down. Brad Van Lant out of Lynn Creek, Missouri. Up against that Buick GS Stage 1 machine. Jeff Cheney. .15, 115 miles an hour for Van Lant. And Cheney goes 11.24 at 115. Both drivers with that exceptionally good reaction times. Van Lant goes 008, Cheney 018. Jeff Johnson out of Strasburg, Colorado, 67 Mustang, 390 machine, D-automatic car. Here's John Cooper with another one of those factory stock. This one. 2010 Cobra Jet Mustang. And it is boogieing down the track. 10:31, 124 for Cooper. Johnson follows through with a 10.94 at $1.17. Mike Morehouse from Gillette, Wyoming, 66 Fairlane. This is that beautiful bright red machine with the white beltline stripe. I want one just like it. It is gorgeous. I wouldn't mind having a white one with a red stripe either. Two great combinations. F automatic machine running against a 12.02 index. He ran as good as a 11.52 yesterday to put him in the number 36 spot. Tyler Castle, your number one qualifier thus far with his 2015 Camaro. Pushing hard at the big end, goes 10.20, 129 miles an hour. No improvement for him. 11.64 at 111 for Mike Morehouse. And I don't think we're going to see anybody in stock or super stock improve this round as the wind continues to pick up, the temperature continues to pick up, and the humidity continues to pick up. Oh, as well as the density altitude. That's moving up too. Stock automatic 1970 non-start. Up with with a 10:01, 131. 11:44 to buck 12 for Justin Robbins. Tony Hernandez, please let me drive your car. 65 Corvette, 327, 4-speed, running in C-stick. Your number 3 qualifier ran 942 under the index. Brent Kopecky, out of Norfolk, Nebraska, the directly connected 86 Dodge Charger, 2.2 liter. But way back in 2002, Kopecky was your Division 5 ET Finals champion. 2 years ago, he won class at Indy with this car. And there he goes to huffing and puffing a little bit. It must be on that 2-3 gear shift. $10.61 for Hernandez at 124. $17.62 at 74 miles an hour for Kopecky. Dwayne Davis from Centerville, South Dakota, 74 Pontiac Formula. He's got a 455 cubic inch Pontiac for power. He is in the H automatic category. By automatic, I mean it doesn't have a clutch pedal. Stuart Gordson out of Mueller, Kansas. B-stick car. Beautiful, bright green, 67 Coupe. $11.04, 118 for Gordson. Dwayne Davis follows through with an 1180 at 110 miles an hour. Here's Curtis Reese out of Fort Pierce, South Dakota. 1980 Dodge Diplomat. One of 2 cars that I know in this NHRA Division 5 that are named the Buzz and Half Dozen. The other one is the Plymouth Valiant of Mike Jeffrey up there in Kearney, Nebraska. But today we got Curtis Reese. 80 Diplomat. Paired up with Scott Burton. Scott showed up the quick way to the finish line. Look at this. Factory stock C Cobra Jet. 985 at 133 for Burton. Curtis Reese muscles up with a 1531 at 83 miles an hour. Mike Renzi in the 2010 Dodge Challenger. 392 Hemi under the hood. Factory stock D car. And John Ladke, your number 2 qualifier. Left the stick, 66 Nova, with 944 under the index. $11.12 for Ladke at 117. No improvement for him. And Mike Renzi in the Challenger goes 10 flat at 130 miles an hour. Continuing with stock eliminator. Here's a fun car, Paul Marola, F stock. This is stick shifted, small block, bright red. What a cool car. 66 Nova SS. Paired up with Terry Lacey in the mile. Terry, currently qualified number 44. I'm interested to see what he's going to do here. After Paul Marola runs an 11:25 at 115. With the little bitty teeny tiny motor and all that frontal area on that Monza, I want to see how much it slowed him down. 1589 today, he ran a 1585 yesterday, so not too far off the pace. So Terry Lacey getting some good numbers for competition tomorrow. Jim Boutelle out of Castle Rock, Colorado. The 1991 Chevy Corvette running an F automatic. And Dan Morris in the 66 Hemi-powered Coronet running an A automatic. Morris turns on the red light. Gets there first with a 10:35 at 125. Boutelle with a nice 020 reaction to green. Goes 11:24 at 115 miles an hour. Jim Hughes, C-Stock 1970 Nova. I love the lines of that machine. The Larry Kissling machine sponsored big block Chevy powered Nova was your 1983 and 1989 Agler 67 Plymouth GTX 426 running an A automatic. 1036 125 for Hagberg. I think we've got 3 A automatic cars here this weekend. And we've got 4 or 5 E automatic cars. Come time for eliminations tomorrow, we're going to see that heads up light come on the CompuLink scoring system. Dwayne Scheitlen out of Brighton, Colorado. 70 Dodge Challenger 446 back up. Gordon Reton out of Fremont, Nebraska. Fremont, just north of Omaha. Ran a 1070 yesterday. You know what? Watch for Ted Romero to do big things tomorrow as the car is deadly consistent. Bobby Devine out of Cozad, Nebraska ran through with a 1029. Here's Monty Jones and Stan Kopecky. Jones is Camaro with a big head start. Kopecky coming up in the Econo Box K car. 83 Aries wagon. Grocery getter. 11:55, 113 from Monty Jones. Stan with a really nice 014 light. Turns off the clocks with a 17:24 at 74 miles an hour. Well, we found a big block Chevy water pump. Now we just need to figure out how to get the Fox Racing team in touch with the Miller Racing team so that the Millers can get the water pump to the Foxes. And Chris is out of office right now, and we don't have the phone number with the Fox Racing team. Anyway, the Millers said, yes, we've got a water pump and the Foxes are welcome to use it. So we need to find the Millers and the Foxes and get them together with a water pump. Thank you so much to the Miller Racing team. We do appreciate the help. That's the Mike Miller Racing team. There's a lot of Millers out here. You got Dustin and Danielle, that's one Miller Racing team. Then you got Mike Miller's racing team. And then you got the Miller High Life team. Oh, that's back at my motel. The champagne, a bottle of beer, absolutely. But they're not one of our sponsors here, so we don't want to hit them too hard. Oklahoma. 1980. Glory. I don't sing often because I probably should. 360 cubic inch combination pushes through with 1211, 106 miles an hour. Well, guys and gals, that's going to do it for our stock eliminator qualifying for the weekend. Next time you see our stockers, they're going to be either in a gambler's race or tomorrow in eliminations in stock. I'm going to turn the microphone over to Warren Evans. He's going to bring you our final time trial session in Super Cup.
Final time shot of the weekend for Super Comp 890. Excuse me, 905. I forget we're at an altitude track, so 905 the magic number here. And we'll start it out with Mark Moore, left side of Hutchinson, Kansas. Mel Hambleton Ford, Cameron-built car. And Craig Anderson, right side, Waxahachie. Big head for Advanced Product Design, the APD machine. Let's see, big head. We'll get you mixed up. .906 at 159 for Mark Moore. Craig Anderson, 908 at 180. And for those of you that were planning on participating in the golf tournament, the charitable golf tournament for the Drag Racers Benevolent Fund at Ennis, sorry to say that because of all the circumstances with COVID, there will not be a golf tournament this year. Hope to put that on again next year in 2021. Here's Jordan Pratt from Otsego, Minnesota, the Bishop's Performance Dragster. Jordan Pratt, racecraft car, brand new Danny Nelson 2020 vintage car. Joseph Swan, right side, Wiley, Texas. Swan, let's go 002. 905 on the scoreboard. And it's a 909.6 at 176 for Joseph Swan. He is safe. Jordan Pratt would have been too quick, 9025 at 173. Attention in the pit area, we have a racer in need of a welder. In need of a welder? Who might it be? Shane Herman, racer in need of a welder. If you could help out Shane, stop by his pit area. He is in need of a welder. Here's Jaron Miller rolling up out of Lyons, Kansas. Call before you dig. Call 811, no watts below. Shelby Moore, right side. Shelby young lady out of Leavenworth, Kansas. Third generation racer here this weekend. Young lady heading for the finish line, right side. A little bit late on the let go, that's okay. Get that out of your system. 906 at 157 for Shelby Moore. Jared Miller, 910 at 165. Here is Tim Parker, the Parker Racing, brand new Casey Lane Race Cars build entry over here on the left-hand side. Parker out of Longmont, Colorado for Parker Sheet Metal. And Stuart Way, right side of the track. Way out of Meade, Nebraska. The Race Tech car on the right. About a 907 at 175 left side for Tim Parker. Stuart Way runs the index 905.4 at 169. Rory Harr and Paul Moore coming up now. That's Shelby's grandpa over there on the right. Paul out of Hutchinson, Kansas for Mel Hambleton Ford. Rory Harr, Kohler Plumbing Fixtures over here on the left. out of Aberdeen, South Dakota. On the starting line there. Finish line, it's an 8:99 at 179 for Rory Harr. That's too quick. Paul Moore, 9:11 at 169. That's a little bit slow. Kerry Stark and Bob Fuller coming up now. Stark, similarly styled machine to Tony's car that you saw on Top Dragster. Got that vintage P51 paint scheme on the side. Alongside Bob Fuller from Rogers, Arkansas for Odyssey Batteries. And Cohen and Valvoline. National event winner. Bob Fuller 9:07 at 171. Kerry Stark 9:06 left side at 179. Aaliyah Perez coming up now, Galva, Kansas. Having the time of her life out here in the vintage dragster on the left. 17 years old, her first divisional weekend. Alongside Caleb Clewine at 25, he's kind of an old veteran at this. Caleb Brightside for his Glory Racing TNT chassis machine. Long in the tooth at 25. Caleb and Brandon Butch for that Clewine Racing operation. 9:07 at 170 for Caleb. He's James Bond Green at the start. Aaliyah Perez, 9:17 left side at 144. Matt Cheney, one half of the father-son team over here on the left-hand side. Larson Systems Incorporated, 1320 Marketing, and Bishop's Performance. He pairs up alongside the Ideal Car Star dragster of Wade Samuel. Samuel out of Littleton, Colorado. American car right, undercover car left. Hey, don't forget, if you're interested in the Gamblers race, go sign up. Samuel turns in red, Cheney turns in green. They both head to the other end. 906s on both sides of the track. 906.5 at 159 for Matthew Cheney. Wade Samuel 906.6 at 168. Sure can.
Hey guys and gals, we had a meeting of the minds up here in the tower, and we are going to run the Gambler just a little bit ahead of a schedule. So if you were thinking about getting involved with the Gambler, especially those of you who are in Super Street, we need you to get over to the t-shirt trailer and get signed up now. The Gamblers race is just a little bit ahead of schedule, as we are running everything pretty much ahead of schedule right now, except for our top alcohol cars because of the turnaround time. However, we are going to be bringing out Super Street Gamblers here just very soon. If you want to get signed up, you got to get signed up right now. And then right after that, we'll have our stock, super stock combo, followed by super gas, so on and so forth. So come on up if you want to get signed up for the Gambler. That includes our motorcycle Gamblers. We're going to have a Sportsman motorcycle Gambler today. Thank you so much, Warren. I appreciate stepping in here.
No problem, Ron. I think we need 2 microphones up here. That would help us both out. Mike Nemitz and Dustin Meyer. Head down track. Nemitz left side, Meyer right. And at the finish line, it's going to be a 9:02 at 176 for Mike Nemitz. He's under by 3. Dusty Meyer over by 2, 9:07 at 163. Again, the magic number that they're trying to hit is a 9:050 up there on the scoreboard. These are time runs only. Getting sorted out for the next round. And as Ron told you, Gamblers races this afternoon. If you want to be a part of it, you got to go to the t-shirt trailer right here between the tower and the concession stand. We got to get you signed up. So if you want to do that, you need to head that way right now. Matt Selden, Blake Johnson coming up now. Blake Johnson out of Arvada, Colorado for Fine Line Graphics, JR Race Cars. Matt Selden alongside from Omaha. They head for the other end. Nice, let's going to say 9:05.4. Dead on board at 168 for Matt Selden. That's what he was looking for. Blake Johnson 9:03 at 169. Jeff Corrin, John Goman. That'll be your next pairing. Corrin left out of Hayes, Kansas. Goman right from Wichita. Corrin with Patterson Elite Power. Goman 9:08 at 167. Corrin way quick, 8:96 at 176. He's had some trouble slowing that machine down. Darren Dennett comes up now. Neal and Parks chassis machine. One of the more unique designs out here. Super stock to the lanes, please. Super stock to the lanes. Landon Stahlbomber alongside from Wakarusa for Land Air Express. And Dennis Ridgway Enterprises, the diaper man. Stahlbomber better on the tree, 14 to a 24. At the finish line, it's a 9:10 left side for Darren Dennett, 146 for the speed. Landon Stahlbomber 9:11 at 155. David Hutchins pulls up now. That gorgeous blue and white and black machine over here on the left. Alongside the all black ride for Jerry Dean, Lenexa, Kansas, for Midwest Racecraft. Mullis car on the right side, Miller car on the left. Super stock to the lanes, please. Super stock to the lanes. .906 at 171 for Jerry Dean. David Hutchins 909 at 181. Two more coming at you. Mitch Mustard left side and Prescott Dean on the right. Prescott from Olathe, Kansas. Mitch Mustard left side for Goodyear and Sunoco. Get out to the drag strip. Mustard 005. Reaction time 9:04 at 182. Prescott Dean drops it on the number 9:05.2 at 171. So good looking laps side by side there between Mitch and Prescott. Ed Cooper. The brand new 2021 Coupe de Ville. He says it is a 396. Maybe. Ish. Jared Smith alongside from right here in Great Bend. You think so? So that's a shell over the top of the 396 is what you're saying. Using the 396 as a start. honing in on that 905. Jared Smith, 910 at 155. Here's Mike Cooper and Jeremy Smith. Another one of those Coupe de Villes, the 2016 Coupe de Ville, at a Coupe's Hot Rod Shop in Henderson, Colorado. Jeremy Smith alongside from Great Bend. .79 at 178 for Cooper. 9:04.5 at 174 for Jeremy Smith. Cammy Nicoletti rolls up now. The Racers Evolved. Nicoletti Motorsports dragster with Oakley Motorsports power. Oakley out of Owensboro, Kentucky. Specialize in those high-performance Ford power plants alongside Dave Crawford. Crawford, Mesa, Arizona for DeMars Performance. So we're going to hold up for just a second. I'm hearing a little radio chatter. We got something we need to check out there on the racing surface. We'll hop out there real quick and get that taken care of as Cammy and Dave sit and wait. Cammy 001 from Perfect. And a 906 at 173. Good looking run there for Cammy Nicoletti. Dave Crawford 908 at 175. So it looks like we're doing a little maybe tumbleweed chasing. Greg Nicoletti right behind Cammy. Greg, very similar combination. For Racers Evolved, Nicoletti Motorsports, Oakley Power. Tim Schuster alongside. Timothy out of Littleton, Colorado, the Schuster Racing American chassis machine. Super stock, final call. Super stock, final call. 22 left, 27 right as they head for the stripe. 904.7s on both sides of the track. Both of them go 904.7. Nicoletti has speed 176 miles an hour. Tim Schuster 904.7 at 167. It's Troy Ross pulling up now alongside Ray Groves. Ross from Manhattan, Kansas. Right here in the tower. Thank you very much. Just what I needed. 905.9 at 160 for Troy Ross. Ray Groves alongside 910 at 164. So for Super Stock, your final call already given, but we'll give it again. Final call for Super Stock and Super Gas. Your first call to the staging lanes, please. Here's Mark Graham. James Kunkel is going to go down there and drop it with the wingless wing on the back, 905.3 at 186. Graham is 16 total. Kunkel goes under, 903 at 117. I know James would sure like to duplicate his Topeka weekend at 117, 7 miles an hour slower at the finish line than he was at the 660 mark. Dale Maher and Michael Miller lining up now. Of course, the genius of all of that is Tim Nicholson, the reverse throttle stop, and we just saw Tim walk off because he had been lending his expert advice to Mr. Kunkel. Made it work up there. James can make it work anywhere he goes. Just got to find the right spot to drop. Yes, yes. Dale Maher, Michael Miller, when they lead. 903 to a 906 at the finish line. 903 at 179 for Maher. Michael Miller, 906 at 165. A lot of M's. Kyle Seacrest and Chris Bombard pull up now. Seacrest out of Wichita. Jim White built race car. Chris Bombard right side. For Doug's Balancing out of Watkins, Colorado. At 172. Chris Bombard, 906 at 162. Super gas to the lanes. Super gas to the lanes, Jeff Chaney and Mitch Withers. So you've seen dragster after dragster after dragster. Then we saw James Kunkel with the door car. Now Mitch Withers with the Corvette Roadster. Out in race as well. Cheney to the stripe with a 902 at 171. Mitch Withers C7 Corvette, right side 912 at 166. Here's Don Nichols. You see the X over the number 2. Nichols was number 2 in the world last year. This year he's defending his number 7 position in Division 5. The Big Dog Trucking Don Davis built dragster out of Lincoln, Nebraska, got tripped up by all those D's in there. And Tim Eckert. So the Big Dog on the left, on the right. Another 002, this time it's Don Nichols getting that done. And Nichols 908. At 166, but how about this for Eckert? He was a little bit behind on the starting line, but guess what? 9:050, dead on zero at 178 for Tim Eckert. So the car doing exactly what he needs it to do. He'll be ready to go. Kevin Burnett and Tyler Selden pulling up now. A reminder, if you want to sign up for the Gamblers races, be sure and stop by the T-shirt trail. We're going to start rolling those a little earlier than planned. So you need to get up here and get it done now. Burnett left from Parker, Colorado. Tyler Selden right from Bennington, Nebraska. Again, super gas to the lanes, super gas to the lanes. There's a 905, it's a 905.9 at 178 for Kevin Burnett. Tyler Selden, 909.9 at 162. Again, they're just getting them dialed in before they go into competition. Round 1 tomorrow. Gary Wombolt and Danielle Miller pull up now. Danielle Jaramillo Miller, right side from Topeka. Danielle has put it in the winner's circle here. Last year, I maybe it was the year before, but I know Danielle rolled. And it's a 906. Left side for Womble. 2 back-to-back 906s for him at 173. Danielle, 909 at 166. Wilmer Henshaw, how about the little roaring 60s Fiat machine? The unique ride over here on the left-hand side. Triple nickel bow tie power under the body there of that little 48 Fiat, excuse me. Right side of the track, 7, the lucky number for Vern Rowland. He's number 7 in the world in Super Comp to match his number 7 in the world in Super Gas. Number 9 on the tree. Fiat is an acronym. We're Henshaw, 905 and 155. Vern Rowland, 906 at 168. Ron Ward needs to take that act out on the road. He keeps fine-tuning it on me up here. One more Super Comp to put time runs in the books for that category. Again, they have a gambler's race opportunity if they want to take it. And for those racers out there that want to participate in the gambler's race, we need you to head to the t-shirt trailer and get signed up. We're going to roll you a little earlier than planned. So if you want to get in, you got to get in now. Medlin out of Olathe, Kansas, right side. Super Stock waits at the ready line right now. We'll see them coming up for their last qualifying opportunity. Hey, we need Super Gas. Super Gas to the lanes, please. Super Gas to the lanes. 002 for John Medlin. Off the stop. Looking for a 905. How about a 913 at 175 for John Medlin to finish it up here in Super Comp. Super Stock rolls up now, qualifying for them. And I'll step back out of the way and let Ron Ward tell you all about the final qualifying opportunity for Super Stock.
Well, thank you, Mr. Evans. I do appreciate all the help you've given this weekend. Right now, we got Super Stock coming up. Final qualifying session in Super Stock. We got Dan Nixon and Steve Schmidt. Nixon currently qualified number 17. He's a little over half a second under the index of 10:19. His best pass so far has been a 9:64 in that beautiful bright red Camaro. Steve Schmidt in the Tinsley Drilling 66 Chevy 2, qualified number 21 thus far. He's 283 under the index. With his Super Stock G automatic 66 Chevy 2. Factory Super Stock E-Car gets there first with a 968, 134. Schmidt follows through with a 1050 at 123. Sean Martinet, 84 Mustang, running in Super M stick. 140 cubic inch 4-cylinder. And that little 4-cylinder runs pretty hard. He's running against 1177 index. He goes 1102, 117 miles an hour. Getting it done with 2.3 liters. Chris Cheney runs through 1044, 126 with his Super J automatic. Terry Snyder out of Galva, Kansas. Gerald Goheen, where is Galva in relation to here? Southeast of here. Snyder in the 74 Nova. Paired up with Randy Johnson. Factory GTK car. We're moving along. in Super Stock. 23 cars qualified so far for Super Stock. Right now we got Mike Town out of Paola, Kansas. Paola? And Scott Burton out of Golden, Colorado. I know where Golden, Colorado is. My dad used to drink Coors Banquet beer. I don't know why they call it banquet beer. That's different. I know why they call Miller High Life, the champagne of bottled beer. It's an advertising ploy. But what's the purpose of the word banquet by Coors? I don't know. I need to explore the history on that and find out. Wikipedia will be my friend tonight in the motel room. Automatic, 84 Regal, on a 91 Firebird GTH automatic. Burton gets there first with the Firebird, 996. No improvement for him at 132 miles an hour. 1102 at 118 for Mike Town in the small block Chevy powered 84 Regal. Chad Guilford from Highlands Ranch, Colorado. Motorcycles. We need Sportsman Bike to the lanes, please. Sportsman Bike for your final time trial session. Sportsman Bike. Put the money on the floor. 849, 159 miles an hour for Guilford. Jim Hawkins in his I-Stick car runs through with a 1057, 124 miles an hour. Kara Warling out of Brighton, Colorado. 74 Pontiac. 428 cubic inch combination. GTN automatic. Paired up with Neil Rhodes. He's out of Elizabeth, Colorado. 2008 Cobra Jet. An FGT J. It's getting to the point. See, I've announced races with timing associations, like land speed racing, and they can have 8, 10, 12 designations in the classes, and we're getting to be that point here with the NHRA too, with all these new factory supercars. Tim Nicholson, 66 Chevy 2. Monty Merrill out of Amarillo, Texas. Merrill with a 1049, 125 miles an hour. Nicholson in the stick-shifted car goes 1040 at 123. I think it'd be a blast to see a stick shift shootout. All the clutch pedal cars together in a Gambler, including Nicholson with his super gas car. Yep. I remember back in the day when Kevin Helms used to race with us here in Division 5. One of the baddest stick shift stock racers ever. Troy Rouse. Heavy. It's a nice square spring launch this time. Paired up with Albie Merrill. Merrill with the bright orange car. Ross in the two-tone machine goes 951 at 112 miles an hour. Merrill 1033 at 126. And I really don't know what Troy Ross and his crew found after that launch last time, because it did a crazy pirouette up on the left rear tire and was headed towards the wall over there on the far side, and he got it corrected and back down the track safely. But man, that car had a crazy launch last time. Maybe he just lined up out of the groove, or maybe he had a little water on the tires or whatever. Hopefully it wasn't anything too serious, and it looks like he's getting it down the track just fine now. Here's Tyler Castle. Tyler, currently qualified number 1 in Super Stock. He's also qualified number 1 in stock. How about that? Number 1 qualifier in 2 classes this weekend. Castle busts through with a 965 at 137 miles an hour. Super gas coming up. All right, here is the current plan. And it will remain the current plan until it is no longer the current plan. But this is what we're planning to do with this plan. We're going to run out super gas, which we're just starting here, our final time trial session for super gas. Then we're going to do sportsman motors. And then we're going to do round number 1 of our Super Street Gambler. So if you are not signed up for the Super Street Gambler, this is your final call to make your way to the T-shirt shack to get signed up. Once again, the plan will remain the same until it's no longer the same, but this is the plan. We're going to race out our final time trial session here for our super gas category. We're going to finish out qualifying for sportsman motorcycle, and then we're going to call round number 1 of our Super Street Index Gambler. As of now, we don't have an alternate plan, but that could change, but not likely. And it looks like Top Dragster will follow the first round of the Gamblers race. Okay, here's our first call, Super Street. We need you to the lanes, please, for round number 1 of eliminations. Super Street Gambler to the lanes for round number 1. Side by side with a great looking pair of Roadsters, Corvette in the left lane, Camaro in the right lane. Clewine gets there first with a 10.08 at 154. 10.06 at 159 for Stickelmeyer. Clewine had a brilliant 001 reaction time. He needs to bag that up and save it for tomorrow. Break it out in about round number 3. Here's Mitch Withers. I wonder if Mitch is any relation to Bill Withers. You know, Use Me Up. The musician. What a great musician. No, not Bill Withers. Mitch Withers with a 001 reaction to green. Goes 861. Pardon me, goes 1001 at 161. Mike Netzelman runs 985. Just a little quick there, Mike, at 154 miles an hour. Dennis Keck and Mike Burkhardt. Keck out of Wheatland, Wyoming. It's up in God's country. That's way up there on the mountain. 10:01, 159 for Keck. Burkhardt rolls through with a 10:10 at 145. Rod Wolter out of Mustang, Oklahoma. 27 Brogy chassis, 540 cubic inch big block Chevy for power. Paired up with Jeremy Demers. Demers over there in the O'Reilly lane. It's an 88 Don Ness prepared Chevy Corvette. .10:04, 152 for Rod Wolter. Jeremy Demers runs through with a 10:07, a 163. Super Street Gamblers. Super Street Gamblers. We need you to the staging lanes, please. Super Street Gamblers, you will run right after our Sportsman Motorcycle final qualifying session. Super Street Gamblers to the lanes. Beautiful 62 Ferrari bodied super gasser for Kevin Burnett. Turns off the clocks with a 10:03.9, only 11 thousandths from a perfect run as he had a 000 reaction time. Mark Price out of Arvada, Colorado had an 019 reaction to green, goes 10:06 with a 2. Together a 32 thousandths package. Here's Todd Pullen out of Amarillo, Texas. 2019 Corvette. Rick Gates goes 000 on the tree. Over there in the O'Reilly lane. That is absolutely perfect on the reaction time. You can't get any better than that. Runs 10:03.9, 162. How about a 10:05.8 for Pullen? On a 10:05 index, he's only 8 thousandths off the index, looking pretty good. With a 19 thousandths reaction time, he just put together a 27 thousandths package. Come time for eliminations, that's going to be tough to beat if he can keep that up. Here's Craig Maddox. Craig out of Sidney, Nebraska. The Maddox Motors 2001 Plymouth Prowler. I think in 01 it was Chrysler. They didn't have Plymouths in 01. It was a Chrysler Prowler. Prior to that, it was a Plymouth Prowler. Probably. Maddox with an 014 light goes 10 flat at 162. Continuing super gas. Pair of Corvettes coming at you. Connor Pullen out of Amarillo, Texas. 63 Corvette Roadster. 615 cubic inch big block. Last year's winner in top dragster here at Great Bend. Paired up with number 2 in the super gas world, Jim Kapp. Jim says he's a music man. Runs the Texas Music Emporium, not to be confused with Bob's Country Bunker. 10:06, 168 for Jim Cap. And hopefully there's some people back out there who got the reference. That was the good old Blues Brothers boys band from Topeka. No, from Chicago, excuse me. At Bob's Country Bunk. What kind of music y'all got around here? Oh, we got both kinds. Country and western. It's Vern Rowland. At the controls of the 85 Olds Calais, he runs through with a 10:03, 156 miles an hour. Phil Unruh from McPherson has got it set on kill, a 10:05.1 with an 023 light. That's a 24 thousandths package for Phil Unruh. That'll be tough to beat. Mike Miller and Mark Philbeck. I believe it's Philbrick. Miller out of Moriarty, New Mexico. The K&N Hoosier JLM sponsored 27 Don Davis chassis. Powered by big block Fords in both lanes. Philbrick out of Strasburg, Colorado, driving that 98 Mustang. A nearly 600 cubic inch big block Ford under the hood. Lots of promise from both cars. Come off the stop. Now they're side by side at the 660 foot mark out the back door. Philbrick gets there first with a 10:11 at 159 miles an hour. Mike Miller, 10:03 at 141. Miller with a nice 014 light. Philbrick with a big red light. A 188 red light. Way too soon. Don Nichols out of Lincoln, Nebraska, the JH Motorsports 57 Corvette. The roads are looking good out there. Paired up with Bob Fuller out of Rogers, Arkansas. .10:04.5 for Nichols after a 001 light. Good shot for him. Bob Fuller goes 10:06 at 144. Super Comp Gamblers. Super Comp Gamblers, we need you to the lanes, please. Super Comp Gamblers, you will be right after our Super Street Gamblers, which is going to be right after our Sportsman Motorcycles, which is going to be right after the conclusion of Super Gas, which is very close. I see our Super Street Gamblers back there. They're starting to filter in. Now we need Super Comp Gamblers. Tim Nicholson at the wheel of the stop now. 567 Camaro. .10:06.9, 105 for Tim Nicholson after a nice 018 reaction to green. Had that been a competition round, Tim Nicholson would have won that because Dan Gamblin went too quick. He went 10:02.9, trying to chase down Tim Nicholson. Here's Robbie Schaefer out of Bellevue, Nebraska. 92 Poncho Grand Prix. Schaefer goes 10:05.2 on a 10:05. Nice run for Schaefer. Steve Hayes goes 10:07.8. Ryan Siffring bringing up his beautiful 2003 Don Davis Corvette. A 39-year-old engineer out of O'Fallon, Missouri. Now, if you're an engineer in O'Fallon, I'm going to bet you're probably either a electrical engineer, an electronics engineer, yep, or possibly a telecom engineer. That is a hub Telecom in the Midwest, right there in O'Fallon. Ryan Siffring says he can drive. His daughter is super smart, and one of the two has got a win at Topeka just at the Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series race just a few weeks ago. Here's Jason McClure out of Lucas, Texas. Last year here in Super Gas, he was your winner. So he's your defending event champion. And he just ran a 10-12 at 156. That's going to do it for Super Gas time trial action. We're going to bring up our final time trial session for our Sportsman motorcycles. And then we're going to go into Super Street, round number 1, gamblers. We need Super Comp gamblers to the lanes, please. Super Comp gamblers. We need you to the lanes. If you want to get into the gamblers race in Super Comp, this is your time to come down. Robert Beeker out of Lorain, Kansas. Tip of the hat to Robert Beeker as he's retired from the U.S. military. 2002 Suzuki Hayabusa 1300cc. Paired up with Bo Drexler. Now, Bo's had problems with the bike wanting to veer to the right really hard. Let's see if he's got that figured out. Last 2 passes have not been clean for Bo. I think he's got it figured out. Look at that, Warren, right down the groove. Bo Drexler on his Hayabusa goes 8:53 at 151 miles an hour. That's getting it done, son. Mid 8-second pass for Bo Drexler. They had identical 0:41 reaction times, and Beeker crossed the stripe with a 7:52 at 1:38. Over 151 mile an hour into a headwind for Bo Drexler. Here's Craig Fanensteel on a Hayes. Hayes on board the V-twin powered 2006 Harley-Davidson Destroyer. And Nick Hooman out of Westminster, Colorado, 1990 Kawasaki CX-9. Super Street, you should be in the lanes. This is your final call for first round of gamblers. Super Comp, we need you to the lanes, please. Super Comp, we need you to the lanes for the first round of the gamblers. Mike Shelton with a nice 020 reaction to green. Takes the stripe first by 7 thousandths of a second. 9:04 at 151 miles an hour. Patrick Roetto, your Division 5 champ last year in Sportsman Bike, and also your 2020 NHRA Division 5 Summit ET Series champion, runs through with a 9:07 at 143. Here's Phil Yates and Ron Johnson. He's not from Wisconsin. Yates out of Wichita goes 004 red. Johnson goes 111 red. Yates finishes up with an 889 at 145. We're still waiting for Johnson to trickle through the finish line. Gordon Fangmeyer on his 83 Suzuki. He gets, I don't know what happened there. There was no reaction time shown for Fangmeyer. None. Zip. Zero. Nada. Do you see one? I don't see one neither. Please. Leonard Fox from Aurora, Colorado gets there first with an 869 at 149 miles an hour, 997 at 136 for Byron Kissel. It's John Fitzpatrick out of Wichita. 95 Suzuki in left lane. Bill Holman out of Hampshire, Illinois. And Hampshire, if I remember my geography correctly, is up towards the Quad Cities area. They're on I-80-ish. I-80-ish. That's almost Irish. I-80-ish. Sean Connery on I-80-ish. Mike Voss out of Maplewood, Minnesota, 2014 Kawasaki CX-14. 934, 137 for Mike Voss, 899 at a $139 for Leland Sykes. Neither rider with a particularly stellar reaction time. Well, that's going to do it for our motorcycles, and that is our final qualifying session for them. Right now, we're going to roll into our Gambler. Super Comp Gamblers, Super Comp Gamblers. This is your final call. We are ready for Super Gas Gamblers. Super Gas Gambler, we need you to the lanes, please. Super Gas Gambler to the lanes. All right. At this point, in eliminations for the Gamblers race, 2 go down the track and only 1 comes back. This is called eliminations. 11:05 the index. The object here in eliminations, beat your opponent to the finish line. Do not go quicker than 11:05. And this is going to be a dogfight at the big end of the racetrack. There's only 5 thousandths of a second separate them on the starting line. Pratt gets the win, 11:06.4 on an 11:05 index. There's 14 thousandths on that end, had a 14 thousandths reaction time. Put those two together, you got a 28 thousandths package in round number 1 of the Super Street Gambler, and Jordan Pratt goes to round number 2. Ted Ash coming up in the Camaro in the right lane over there in the O'Reilly side. And Rachel Smith in the 68 Camaro in the left lane. Win light goes in a double breakout. Ding ding to Ted Ash, 11:039. On that 11:05 index, had a nice 017 light. Smith got there first, but breaks out by a larger amount. So Rachel's going to pack it away for the night. fire up the cooler, grab herself, or you can fire up the grill, open the cooler and grab herself a gold. Here is Alan Butler in the Butler Did It Family Racing Chevy Camaro. He's out in front, but he's got his hands full. Butler gets the win, 11.057 on an 11.05 dial, takes the stripe by a scant 16 thousandths of a second. Glenn Amorine, 11.05 is the index here in Super Street. He's running out of Great Bend in the 69 Camaro. Let's see about it. Ben was using left. Paired up with the 79 Ford Mustang in the right lane. And for Pete's sake, I can't remember who drives it. That's okay. Glenn Amorine gets the win by 4 thousandths of a second. Amorine went 0.23 on the tree. The Mustang went 0.10. But Amorine went 11.10 on an 11.05 versus an 11.11 on an 11.05. And took the stripe by 4 thousandths of a second at 131 miles an hour. That's not a very big distance down there. Not very big at all. I'll get that right. I've been mispronouncing his name for the last 30 years. Maycheck is out of here. 11.058 with an 11 on the 11.05 index. There's 8 thousandths on that end. And a 28 thousandths reaction time. Do a little quick math. You got a 36 thousandths package for the Camaro in the left lane. Shane Herman out of La Crosse, Kansas. 68 Chevelle. And Shane Herman gets the win, 11.07 at 143, takes the stripe by 58 thou. Kirk Worth coming up in his 1970, I believe it is. Pontiac. He's paired up with Mike Gordine. Mike out of the Salina area. This is going to be tight at the big end. Gordine gets the win, 11.058 to a 10.95 for Kirk Worth. Kirk had a little problem. He forgot to look over and see where Mike Gordine was. Took the stripe by an 1/8 of a second. That's not just hanging a fender on somebody. That's hanging a bus link on somebody. Double breakout win goes to Tim Shell here in the 75 Duster, 11.040 at 123 miles an hour. Here's Richard Cantrell driving his 1964 Falcon. He's paired up with that one guy in that other car over there in the O'Reilly lane. That's Andrew Withers. Richard Cantrell says, use me up, baby. Win light goes to Withers. 11.09, 130 miles an hour. Cantrell got there first. Takes the stripe by too large of a margin and breaks out. He ran 11.031 on that 11.05 index. Once again, for those of you tuning in on Drag Racer TV, or maybe you're new to the sport, the index here is 11.05. The object is to beat your opponent to the finish line without running quicker than the index. Right there you saw Richard Cantrell running quicker than the index, so he gets eliminated. Next pair of cars coming up. Couple of Chevy 2s, first generation and second generation. They're way down the track. First first generation Chevy 2 gets the win with an 11:03.9 in what we call a double breakout. Both cars running quicker than the index, so the car that ran closer to the index gets the win. Mike Vatamus out of Cedar Bluffs, Nebraska. He's going to be in the Pontiac. Chevy Nova over in the other lane turns on the red light, meaning he left the starting line before the green light came on. So he got the red light. That's a foul start. That means you're out, and you get to go pop a cold one in the pits. Mike Vatamus advances to the next round with a near perfect 11:04.9. Breaks out by 1,000th of a second because of the red light start in the right lane. He gets the win. Had an 0:12 reaction time. He's set up and ready to go for the next round. Hey guys and gals, boys and girls, friends and neighbors. How many of you have a digital tire pressure gauge? Okay. Next question. How many of you are missing that digital tire pressure gauge? I am going to make you identify this digital tire pressure gauge, and I will give it back to you. All right, Super Comp Gambler. Mike Vatamus got the win there, and now we go with our Super Comp. Jeff Cheney in the left lane. That'll be the Napa Auto Parts lane, taking on Dusty Meyer at the top right. Oh, this will be a good pair. Dusty out in front. Cheney with the faster car. Cheney gets the win. Let me tell you a little story. Dusty Meyer took the stripe 0.03 of a second ahead of Cheney. Dusty Meyer broke out by 0.02 of a second. He went 0.02 too quick. Cheney left him a little window, but it was only 0.01 of a second wide, and Meyer could not capitalize. We need stock, super stock, combo, gambler. Stock, super stock, gambler to the lanes, please. 9:06.4, good win, left lane. Shelby Moore can call it Miller time. Joe Swan on the right, Rory Carr on the left. Rory Harr, H-A-R-R. Off and right. Oh, another tight battle here. Harr on the left, Swan in the right lane. Win light goes to Harr here in the left lane as Swan breaks out by 0.18 of a second. He took the stripe by 53 thousandths. And I see what Harr did there. Harr lifted, said, hey, take it, go. You can have it. I don't want it. And he avoided breaking out and takes the win with a 907, a 179. 107.4 and 163 in the Napa Auto Parts lane. Here's Jared Smith out of Great Bend, 26-year-old student. And I'm guessing, yeah, Great Bend. Aaliyah Perez is eliminated as she runs about a tenth of a second off the index, had a better reaction time, and loses at the stripe by 75 ten-thousandths of a second. Ouch. Jared Smith did a good job, had a nice 025 light, runs 9:14.4 on that 9:05 index. Craig Maddox in the Napa lane. Oh boy, this is always fun when you have identical reaction times on the starting line, and it goes right down to the stripe for the win. 014 lights for both drivers. Johnson goes, not Johnson, yeah, Johnson goes 9:05.1, just 1/1000th of a second off the index. Put together a 15 thousandths package here in round number 1 of the Gambler in Supercon. Stock, super stock, gamblers to the lanes, please. Stock, super stock, gamblers to the lanes, please. Matt Cheney in the left lane. Tim Eckert out of Manhattan, Kansas. 632 cubic inch big block Chevy for power for Eckert. Cheney trying to hold him off. Cheney can't get it done. Cheney ran right on the index, but Eckert had a near perfect 019 reaction time, takes the stripe by 8 thousandths of a second with a 907 ET on that 905 index. Man, Cheney was right on the index with a 905. Eckert took him by way of a reaction time. That's a whole shot victory right there. Jeremy Smith out of Great Bend here in the left lane, and Wade Samuel in the right lane. Both cars going to go down the track. Only one of them is going to come back in the next round. Here in our Super Cup game, we're on the run. Win light goes to the local guy. Smith takes the win with a 9:10 at 146. And the margin of victory, a very, very slight 34 ten-thousandths of a second. That's close. That's whittling it right down. Wow. That's probably our closest margin of victory thus far this weekend. So far. It's going to be tighter than that come tomorrow, I guarantee you. The Coops Hot Rods machine over in the right lane. And side by side. Look at this. They're looking at each other. Selvin breaks out by 17 thousandths of a second, hands the win to Cooper. Cooper runs 9:06.4 at 170 miles an hour. Selvin versus Cooper, round number 2. Not really a redo, just round number 2. or version 2.0. There we go. Selvin in the left lane, Cooper in the right lane. Both drivers looking to beat each other to the finish line without running quicker than 9:05. Cooper out of here. He left the starting line too soon and fouled away his chances. 9:03.3, 162 in the left lane for the good win. And holy cow, that's some red hair. Wow. Gets the win right at the starting line as his opponent leaves the starting line too soon. Bang, click, red light, you're out. 9:09, 175 for Nemitz. Light does not go to Don Nichols. It goes to the right lane. I didn't see who that was over there. 9:06 on a 9:05 index. That's pretty good. 0:31 reaction time for both drivers. And Prescott Dean. Jaron Miller in the left lane. Prescott Dean. Prescott Dean out of Olathe, 26-year-old aerospace engineer. You know, you about have to have an engineering degree to operate and maintain one of these. 9:05.7. Great run in the left lane. Cami Nicoletti over there in the right lane. Making one heck of a move on the starting line and problems in the left lane. And we're going to get out of the groove and we're going to see what we got going on here. And the dragster comes to a screeching halt. Well, not really screeching, but it does come to a halt up next to the wall. We're going to have to go retrieve a big block Chevy on a stick. As James Kunkel kicks open his door to get a breath of fresh air after the burnout, and he says, you know what? I'll just wait for you guys to go retrieve that dragster. Well, folks, we are about halfway through our Super Comp Gambler round number 1. And we got a slight mechanical casualty out there with the dragster in the left lane. So let us retrieve that. We'll get right back to racing action just as quick as possible. We've got lots of rounds of racing to do this afternoon. We've got our Super Street Gambler, our Super Gas Gambler. We're right in the middle of our Super Comp Gambler. We've got our Super Stock Combo. And we've got our motorcycle gambler coming up as well.
Racing is a risky sport. Don't take risks with your racing operation. On or off the track, protection from LODRS Motorsports Insurance is not a risk. Get your quote today at LODRS Motorsports Insurance.
You can get a hold of Doug Ray at 620-672-8111, or you can stop by the T-shirt shack down here, and these young ladies will be more than happy to give you a receipt for whatever amount you would like to donate. And thank you, thank you, thank you. James Kunkel in the door call. Fresh off a double dinger win over there at Heartland Motorsports Park. He gets another round win here, 9:09 at 115. Had a beautiful 004 reaction time. Now I'm going to have to get Tim Nicholson up here sometime and explain to me exactly how that reverse throttle stop procedure works and why Jim Kunkel seems to do it better than anybody else on the planet. Right lane takes the win after a red light start in the left lane. 9:07, 167 miles an hour. Jason Medlin, out of, I believe he's Olathe now, gets the win. Danielle Miller over in the right lane. Bob Fuller out of Rogers, Arkansas in the left lane. Danielle driving her big block Chevy powered dragster. I haven't had too many chances to say that. For as long as I've known her driving a rear engine dragster, it's had a small one. And Danielle gets the win. 9:08, 160 miles an hour. 23 thousandths margin of victory. Danielle with a very slight advantage off the starting line. And by slight, I mean 1,000th of a second. Dale Maher in the left lane. Super Gas Gamblers, we're missing one car in the staging lanes. If you're not here, that's you. Super Gas Gamblers, to the lanes. Top Dragster, we need you for your final qualifying session. Top Dragster, to the lanes for your final qualifying session. Mitch Withers in the Roadster and Robbie Gear in the Dragster. Win light goes to the Roadster. 9:15, 162 miles an hour. We're missing two of our stock, super stock combo cars, and we're just about ready to run that category, so you need to be here. Last pair our super stock gamblers. Vern Rowland in the left lane gets the win in a double breakout victory. Both drivers going quicker than the index. Rowland ran closer to the index, so he gets the win and advances to round number 2 in the Super Comp Gambler. Super Gas Gambler coming at you. Johnson in the left lane, Hay on the right. We're doing the same thing on a different index. 10:05 the index this time. Beat your opponent to the finish line, but don't go quicker than 10:05 to do it. And don't leave the starting line too soon. A red light start will eliminate you right now. Johnson in the left lane, Hay in the right lane, very close on the tree. Wind light goes to Johnson. 007 reaction. He runs 10:05.1 on the 10:05 index. Hang on just a second. Let me take my shoes off. I got to add this up. 8 thousandths of a second. What a great package by Johnson. Jim Kapp, number 2 in the Super Gas World last year. He'll be in the left lane. And Mark Philbick over there in the right lane. Jim Kapp has got his hands full. Win light goes to Mark with a 10:08 after that beautiful 009 reaction time. Jim Kapp not too far off the pace with an 023 light, but when your opponent goes 009 and you're index racing, you might as well stick a fork in it. Robbie Schaefer over there in the O'Reilly Auto Parts lane, driving his Pontiac Grand Prix. And Rick Cates coming up in the Roadster style Corvette. Both drivers will get the same opportunity in a green light. But I'm going to tell you right now, somebody took better advantage of the light than did his opponent. A lot better. Oh my goodness. Schaefer had every opportunity to take that thing home for a win and gave it up at the finish line by 5 thousandths of a second. Win light goes to Cates, 10.065 on that 10.05 index, and he had an 0.48 light. Schaefer went 0.31. It was all but in his hands. Ow. All right. Top dragster and comp eliminator to the lanes, please. Top dragster and comp eliminator to the lanes, and Netzelman just killed it at the big end. Check it out, 10.051 on a 10.05 index. That's getting it done, son. Comp eliminator and top dragster. Comp eliminator, top dragster to the lanes, please. Mike Burkhart over in the left lane, Parker in the right lane. Burkhart is coming back for another round after a beautiful 10.059 on a 10.05 index. Parker had a 003 light and lost by 5 thousandths of a second. Caleb Clewine out of North Platte, Nebraska, 68. No, that's not a 68 Camaro. That is some. That is a 68. Win light goes to the O'Reilly Auto Parts lane, 10.07, 159 miles per hour. Tim Nicholson in the stump jumper. And Jeremy Demers, thank you, or Demars, or Demers, or Demers. You have to put the emphasis on the correct syllable. Demers, your winner in Super Gas at Earlville. Tim Nicholson goes up, launch, banging gears. Oh, and he's got a huge lead. Demers pull him in. No, he can't. Nicholson puts together a 17 thousandths package with a manual transmission car. Woo-hoo. Oh, man. He's on a roll this weekend. Rod Walter in that beautiful Brogy chassis machine. Walter may be in trouble. Wow, he takes the win. Walter gets the win by 1/1000th of a second. 10.07 with a 4 at 147 miles an hour. Steve Hayes coming up in the black Camaro. Connor Pullen up against Steve Hayes. Pullen in the bright red. Win light goes to Steve Hayes. 009 reaction to green. Runs 10:11, a 154, takes the stripe by 0.03 of a second, and gets the win light. Moving on to round number 2. We're just about done with our Super Gas Gambler. Close one down at the stripe as both drivers very tight on the starting line. Win light to the Napa Auto Parts lane, 10:07, a 156 miles an hour. Margin of victory, 25 ten-thousandths of a second. That's close. Roger Knapp gets the bye by way of an odd number of cars in competition. Another lane, and he gets free reign to do what he wants out there. Out the back door, 10:11, a 128. Well, folks, I'm going to step out of here for just a couple of minutes, take a short rest break, put the microphone in the capable hands of Mr. Warren Evans. Thank you, Warren.
Thank you, Ron. Happy to have the opportunity to talk about our stock, super stock combo category coming up right now. Put them all together, dial them in, send them down track. And we're going to put Kevin Leinert in the water box alongside Daryl Goheen. Leinert, the Mopar, 318 cubic inch. Mopar power. It's classified as an R automatic alongside Daryl Goheen. The C automatic Camaro for JustAnswer.com. It's a dial-in race right now. 11:27 the dial-in for Daryl Goheen. He'll be chasing down Kevin Leinert's 1370 dial. Attention, in the pit area, we're missing one of our combo cars. Everybody that signed up, we're missing one of you. You know who you are. Leinert off and running. Here comes Goheen. Goheen trying to make up the difference. Leinert out front. Will it be the Mopar or the Chevy? It's going to be the Mopar getting it done. 1379 at 93 miles an hour. Goheen is not going to repeat. He was your winner yesterday in the combo, but exits here in round number 1. David McGaw, the Camaro over here, the J automatic Camaro for Falk County Outfitters. And Chuck Rose, right side, E automatic, Rose Racing, 72 Duster. 340 power over there. 1228 the dial for the Camaro, gets to leave first. 1139 will be playing chase. We need top dragster and competition eliminator. Top dragster and competition eliminator, we need you to the lanes. At the finish line, it's going to be the Camaro getting it done. David McGaw, 1232 on the 1228. He was 4 over at 106. Took 4 at the stripe. That was the margin of victory. 1146 on the 1139 for Chuck Rose. Rose behind when they left the starting line and further off the number. Here's Dan Nixon rolling up in his factory super stock E Copo. John Cooper's factory stock E Copo Jet. Both of them hustling towards the top end. The new factory hot rods, and it's going to be the Ford getting it done. The red light start back here for Nixon. I did not see it. Cooper did, though. Drove it out to a 1040 at a 122. For Dan Nixon, red light starting a 971 at 134. Dwayne Scheitland pulls in now with his A automatic Mopar 71 Dodge Challenger. He's out of Brighton, Colorado. Chris Cheney alongside the double A stock automatic Ford. Yes, and that's not Chris Cheney. Top end of the track, it is a 994 for the Cobra. At 127 for the win. Dwayne Scheitland got down there, had it dialed 1049, was waiting for that gust of wind to slow him down, didn't get it. 1048.9, broke out by 1/1000th of a second, trying to catch him. Cheney had him covered all the way down the track. I say Cheney, car number 51. Justin Robbins and Lauren Gottschalk roll them in now. Fastback Mustang. As they approach the stripe, one light's going to flash for Robbins. He's 11:48 at 112, over by 3, but gets the win. He was behind at the starting line. Lauren Gottschalk could not run the number 5 over 11:76 on the 11:71. Robbins puts together the package by 21/10,000ths of a second. 0.0021 goes the way of the left lane. Carol Warling pulls up now. Norman Warling, excuse me, the M stock automatic. Well, actually, that's Carol. On gorgeous fairway. Wind light says it's going to be Morehouse getting it done. 11:63.3, dead on 3 for Morehouse for the win. The fair lane goes on to round number 2. Norman Warling, 1090. That'll be 6 over on the 1084 that he predicted. So Morehouse closer to his prediction and gets it done. Here is Norman Warling. The Catalina over here on the left, alongside Tyler Castle's high flying Copa. Sit there and wait a long time. Now he's chasing down that Pontiac. At the top end of the track, wind light flashes on the left side for Warling. Hangs on for the win, 11:86 at 108. He was 16 on the tree. Good looking lap, 2 over and 16 on the tree. 966 on the 970 for the Copo of Tyler Castle. Here's Curtis Reeves, the Buzzin' Half Dozen 2 V automatic combination, 1533 on the window, taking on Mike Resney's high flying Dodge Challenger. Madcap Racing Engines power under the hood of the Mopar. Resney waits very good. Got to make up the difference. Reeves way down there. Sitting up. Here comes that big mighty Mopar trying to catch him, and does. 10:07 on the 10 flat, 130. Reeves got there first, knew he had to cross first, broke out by 0.02 of a second. 15:32.8 on the 15:33. He was behind at the starting line by about 0.03 of a second. That was all the window that he needed. Top dragster and competition eliminator, we need you to the lanes. Top dragster and comp eliminator, we need you to the lanes. How about the Super G automatic Chevy 2 over here on the left-hand side alongside the Camaro right side? Pair of super stock Troy Ross on the off the starting line, gets it gathered up, heads for the other end. Will it be the Chevy 2 or the Camaro? It's going to be the Chevy 2. 10:62 at 1:16. He was a half a second ahead at the finish line. Gets the win, 10:62 at 1:16. Ross trying to get off the starting line, had his hands full. Off pace 10:08 at 1:08. Stuart Gertson over here on the left. Corvette getting it done over there on the right hand side of the track. 11:29 at 1:14. Breakout by Neil Rhodes. He breaks out by 5 thousandths of a second, but he is your winner on the double breakout. Bob Swan, 10:88.4. He breaks out by 6 thousandths of a second. Neil Rhodes breaks out by 5 thousandths of a second. Double breakout win by 13 10,000ths of a second, or about that much. Start for Merrill. Does his in 10:50 on the 47 dial at 1:25. But a red light start. Top dragster and comp eliminator. If you're not in the lanes, we need you. Stephen Hagberg rolls up now, and Dick Geary alongside. Hagberg, how about that classic Plymouth Power over here for Bob Mazzolini Racing. Dick Geary right side, Brookfield, Colorado, is 72 Camaro. The other end, 10:59 to dial for Hagberg, 11:89 for Geary. And Geary gets the win on the double breakout, 11:87 at 1:06. He is your winner on the double breakout. Hagberg goes 8 under, 10:51 at 1:12. And the Mopar muscle car goes back to the trailer. Another Hemi car rolling up right behind. I like this car a lot. The A-Stock Automatic 66 Dodge driven by Don Morris. Morris alongside Todd Patterson. I'll take that one too. The 40. On the right side for Todd Patterson. Patterson, your winner, 9:36 on the 9:25 at 1:33. Donald Morris, that great looking Mopar, won't get to see it again until round 1 tomorrow. 10:51 at 1:13 for Morris. Here's Jay Story rolling up now alongside Jim Hawkins. Factory stock B Shamrock Racing Camaro, 963 on his dial-in board. To the 1060 over on the right. start. Wind line goes to the right. Hawkins, your winner, 15:36 and 53. Alvy Merrill will roll up now alongside Jeff Cheney. That'll be your next pair. Merrill's Camaro, Super G automatic, alongside the Bishop's Performance line-powered Buick over there on the right for Jeff Cheney. D automatic classification over there on the right, 1132 on the window. At 113. He was dead 3 at the stripe. Separated by 1,000th at the starting line. Alvy Merrill, 10:36.9. They were both dead on. A dead on 3 beats a dead on 9. Great drag race right there. Win line going to Jeff Cheney. Computer says it's Charles Brubaker, but I can tell you that's Jared Swinehart over here in the little S10 pickup truck for GPE Competition Starters. Alongside Steve Couch. Couch from Sidney, Nebraska. Very unique combination over there for the factory stock H machine. Only 3 in the world. One of them sits here and 2 of them sit in Louisiana. He was trip zip at the starting line. Perfect reaction time for Swinehart. 10:23 at 118 to turn on the wind light. Steve Couch's Mopar is 3 over 11:14 at 117, but gives back 6 reacting to the green light, and Swinehart goes on. Here's Bobby Devine pulling up now. Cozad, Nebraska. The AA stock automatic, not. Alongside Tim Nicholson, the Castle Racing stick-shifted Patterson Elite powered little Chevy 2 on the right. So Nicholson's GTM giving chase to the R automatic over here on the right. Nicholson gets it done, 10:50 at 119. Bobby was down there. Bobby did a great job on the starting line. He was 0-13 from perfect, but can't run the number. 13:91 at 92. He knew Nicholson was coming. Maybe thought he had enough room down there to back out of the throttle a little bit. But Tim Nicholson, one of the toughest in the business, takes out Bobby here in this round, and 1 more to go. The D automatic. Mustang, fastback over there on the right. 10.99 up on the scoreboard, and it's going to be a 10.96 at 117 to finish out our stock super stock combo here. Next thing you should see on the track is Top Dragster, their final qualifying opportunity coming up. Comp Eliminator. There are a bunch of those Top Dragsters. I think we picked up a couple there in our 3rd qualifying session. So, yep, Larry and Todd Piper added to the number. I believe we're either 27 or 29 Top Dragsters. Anyway, a great contingent of them. And right now, Shauna Blinzler leads the pack by 1/1000th of a second with that 6:14.1 at the top of the sheet. Hey, we need top sportsmen. Top sportsmen to the lanes, please. Top sportsman, we need you to the staging lanes, please. Final call for Comp Eliminator. Final call, Comp Eliminator, and top sportsman, your first call for your final qualifying session. Top sportsman to the lanes. And Ron Ward, refreshed and ready, getting set to tell you all about our final qualifiers here today.
Well, I am ready. Thank you so much, Warren. It has been a pleasure working with you this weekend. Looking forward to all day tomorrow with you. Coming up next, we do have our final qualifying session for Fine Line Graphics Top Dragster. Sponsored by Denver's leader in print, design, and vinyl. Fine Line Graphics is your source for everything from decals to vehicle wraps to wrapping buildings. With a nearly 30-year history, Fine Line Graphics has produced state-of-the-art graphics for companies big and small, supporting customers from initial design and concept to printing, finishing, and installation. Fine Line Graphics helps put your dream to canvas. To learn more, visit finelinegraphics.co. I want to give a big shout out to Madcap Racing Engines. Since the early 1980s, Madcap Racing Engines has been the powerhouse motor builder for all of motorsports. Whether you're in the market for a consistently fast bracket motor or the powerfulest pro stock engines, Madcap works hard in hand with the best in the business to build the strongest and most durable racing engines. With so many years of proven performance, make Madcap Racing Engines your selection for perfection. Learn more at madcapracing.com. All right, top dragster coming at us here. Does anybody have a top dragster qualifying sheet handy? I agree, I should have one here. All right, 27. top dragsters qualified thus far after 3 rounds. This is the final qualifying session of the top dragsters. At the top of the heat, qualified with a 6:14.1, Shonda Blinzler, with Ross Gregory right on her heels with a 6:14.2, and David Onus with a 6:16.5. It's tight at the top here in Top Dragster. Jagger Anderson, 17-year-old college student, high school student out of Brighton, Colorado, in the left lane. Sponsored by Mercedes-Benz of Westminster. Todd Piper's dad over in the O'Reilly lane out of Wamego, Kansas, 55 years of age. Fresh off a win. Super Pro Summit ET5 Championships. Win line here. Excuse me, no win line. We're qualifying, my bad. Piper runs 8:03 at 140 miles an hour, 7:09 at 185 for Jagger Anderson. Now Piper, I'm looking at this, he may not be in the show, because if I remember correctly, you got to run a 770 or better to qualify for Top Dragster. And he just ran an 8:03. He'll be on the ladder, but he can't dial any slower than a 770. Got it. He'll be on the ladder. You got to run a minimum of a 770. Could be in eliminations. Mike Sechrist out of Wichita, Kansas. The Darrell's Automotive Machine. In the left lane. Todd Piper. Out of St. George. Sechrist goes 7:08 at 186. Todd Piper 7:47 at $1.74. Lots of sevens flying around out here today. Continuing with qualifying, session number 4 here in Top Dragster. The Fine Line Graphics Top Dragster. And Madcap Racing Engines Top Dragster. Jamie Connell and Keith Neiman. Neiman, the Flying Monkey Racing Machine in the right lane. Connell over here in the Napa Auto Parts lane. Connell with a 632 Madcap motor. 6:49 at 210 for Neiman. No improvement for him. 7:37 at 179 for Connell. He stays right where he was at when he came into the qualifying field. Matt Kreft out of Council Bluffs, Iowa. 55-year-old machinist by trade. He'll be in the Napa Auto Parts lane. Your number 7 qualifier at this point. He ran a 6:33 qualifying yesterday. Dave Harrington out of DeSoto, Kansas. The Aeromotive Fuel Systems nitrous oxide assisted big black Chevy powered undercover car over there in the right lane. Harrington finished 3rd in Division 5 in Top Dragster a year ago. $6:49, $2:11 for Matt Kreft. Harrington, $6:70 at 180. We need top sportsmen. Top sportsmen to the lanes for your final qualifying session. Top sportsmen, we need you to the lanes for your final qualifying session. Man alive, we've got a ton of top dragsters here this weekend. George Slatton out of Phoenix, Arizona, in the left lane. Ross Gregory over there in the O'Reilly Auto Parts lane out of Brighton, Colorado. Gregory, your number 2 qualifier, ran a 6:14.2. right on the heels of your number 1 qualifier, who had a 6:14. A little bit out of shape and a puff of smoke at the big end for Ross Gregory. Now, it looks like the boost pipe on Ross Gregory's car came off at the stripe. He was down almost 20 miles, actually a little over 20 miles per hour at the big end. So it came off and landed right in front of or on top of George Slatton's car. That had to sound like a hand grenade going off down there. I mean, it was loud here, but down there at the big end of the track, kaboom. I saw a big puff, and you saw the hunk of stuff fly up in the air, or as we would call it at this end of the track, a chunk. I wonder if it's damaged beyond repair. What would happen if you don't have an extra boost pipe laying around? Final call for top sportsman, and we need Super Street gamblers to the lanes, please. Final call for top sportsman, qualifying session number 4. We need you to the lanes. First call, Super Street, round 2, gambler, coming at you. So we got a few small bits and chunks up there at the big end, but thankfully no gack on the track. Mark Moore had a 001 green light. Basil goes through the 642. No improvement for him. Mark Moore with a 706 and no improvement in qualifying for him either. Here's Roland Rang out of Sioux Falls, South Dakota. A year-old Miller race car. 665 cubic inch big block Chevy for power. He's paired with Dave Slatton. Slatton sitting across from him in the O'Reilly lane. It's an 05 Don Davis dragster. Slatton ran a 644 earlier. A little over 211 mile an hour. Roland Rang in the field right now, number 21 with a 714 to his credit. Looking to go better than a 644. Does not. Goes 650 at 211. 718 for Roland Rang. No improvement for him either. Steve Johnson, Tony Stark. Ready to duke it out here. Johnson in the left lane. 2001 Cameron car, 632 cubic inches. Based out of Arvada, Colorado. Tony Stark, based out of Denver. This was 2010 undercover car. Last year at the Mile High Nationals, Tony Stark took home the trophy and top dragster. Goes 7:04, no improvement for him at only 148 miles an hour. Wondering if there's an issue with Johnson's car as he lifted big time at the big end. 6:56, 2:07. Tony Stark, no improvement for him either. Lloyd McClure out of Ottawa. 07 Spitzer car. Ottawa, just straight south of Lawrence, Kansas on US, what is that, 59 highway. And Jeff Korn out of Hayes, Kansas, west of here on I-70. Looks like we're having a discussion with Lloyd McClure between him and his crew chief. That's his brother Glenn. So the McClure family, somewhat famous here in Division 5. They're the guys that used to build the MX2 Junior dragsters. You remember them back in the day? That was them. That was Bob McClure and Jeff Korn off and running 6:30, 211 mile an hour. Good run for him. Within 300 of his qualifying time. Goes through with a 6:57 at 2:02, and that is his best shot of the weekend. Nice run for Lloyd. Sarah Vang and Brad Johnson. Vang in the Napa Auto Parts lane. Currently qualified number 26 with a 765. Brad Johnson in the number 5 slot with a 624. Johnson running that ProCharge machine. Centrifugal supercharger pushing through 555 cubic inches of big block Chevrolet. And that is a lot of plumbing. .629, 213 for Johnson, within 500ths of what he had yesterday. Sarah Vang goes 768 at 170. No improvement there. Johnson's got more plumbing on that thing than a laundromat. Driving here out of Pleasant Hill, Missouri, the backlot cars. Glenn Dilday sponsored 2000 Mullis machine. Number 23 qualifier thus far with a 720 to his credit. And Connor Pullen out of Amarillo, Texas, the American dragster, with a 622 cubic inch big block Chevy. He's your number 22 qualifier. 7:24 for Pullen as he gets there first. Robbie Gear follows through with a 7:61. And we are running out of top dragster machines. Dan Thomas comes up to the start of our final qualifying session of Comp Eliminator. Thomas in the Biacano dragster, 7:49 the index. So far he's run as quick as a 6:94, which is 0.55 seconds under the index. That resulted in a number 3 qualifying position so far for Don Thomas. Barry Forrester in a C Econo dragster, just a little smaller engine, single 4-barrel, small block. It's a 2017 Fritz chassis machine out of Amarillo, Texas. A good question was asked up here by Warren. He says, is there anything economy-minded about an Econo dragster? I said, well, they don't have a supercharger and they don't have 2 carburetors. They're limited to 1 carburetor, which kind of cuts the cost down. Holy smokes, listen to the RPMs out of these small blocks. Dan Thomas goes 737 at 152 miles an hour. Forrester runs through the 7:59 at 171 miles an hour. Only 300ths off his last qualifying effort. Oh, it is Don Thomas. I misread it and mispronounced it. Well, I apologize. I called him Dan Thomas. Super Comp Gamblers, round number 2, to the lanes, please. Super Comp, round number 2 Gamblers. We need you to the lanes. Here we are. Comp Eliminator, 4th qualifying session. Next pair is Christine Harris, finished 8th here in the Lucas Oil Series in Division 5 last year. And Steve Basgall from Augusta, Kansas, the Miller Trucking 1998 Ed Quay chassis machine. I still find it remarkable that in this era of high-tech Comp Eliminator goodness, Basgall chooses to run a 1998 chassis in C Econo dragster. I mean, Comp is cutting edge with just about everything out there. That says a lot for the quality of an Ed Quay chassis. It really does. So Harris in the door car, H. Alter. Is your number 1 qualifier. 9:54 at 112. She clicked it off early. She got the information she needed through half track and just coasted. She was going 120 mile an hour at the 8th mile, 112 at the quarter mile. So you know she had been off the gas for a while. Steve Basgall out of Augusta, Kansas, goes 7:59 at 174. I was talking about high tech with these cars. They're so high tech that they're running, golly, what do I want to call it? Those one things in their cars that makes them go faster. Ceramic bearings They're ceramic wheel bearings. They run ceramic differential bearings. I mean, these guys want zero resistance going down the track. You know, those one things that make them go faster. Yeah. Matt Harris, wearing the #1 banner in Division 5 from last year. Boy, he's got boxes and boxes of stuff that makes his car go fast, including ceramic bearings, I'll just about bet you. 2005 Pontiac Grand Am, 316 Newton-inch stick shift machine. And apparently, he took some of the go fast stuff out of the car because it went 817 and only 140 miles an hour.
Well, I'm going to kick Ron out of the way and jump in here and talk about top sportsmen. They're fourth in the final. As Wade Keeper and Greg Lair will take their final chance to improve their numbers, see where they wind up on the ladder tomorrow. Next time you see these cars after qualifying today will be round number 1 tomorrow. Wade Keeper left side, the supercharged 63 split window Corvette for Curly's and Panhandle Auto. Greg Lair alongside from Canyon, Texas, the Greg Lair Buick GMC Camaro Sunset Racecraft 903. Big block. Got the Linko behind it. We need Super Comp Gamblers Race round 2 to the lanes, please. Super Comp Gamblers Race round 2 to the lanes, please. Super Comp Gamblers Race round 2 to the lanes. Greg Lair sits number 4 on the sheet right now with a 680. 703, the best pass for Wade Keeper. Both of them looking to improve and see where they wind up in the qualifying order. Greg Lair's machine does well at high altitude tracks. Just ask him about Lair way out by the wall into the marbles out there. Keeps it shiny. 678. The ugliest and best pass he's made all weekend as he gets real close to that wall down there. Wade Keeper 709 at 196. So Greg Lair driving that thing way out by the wall. Kicked up a lot of dust out there. Fortunately, didn't exchange his blue paint for the white paint on the wall down there. Stays number 4. Hey, Super Street Gamblers Race, we're missing one of you. Need you to the lanes. Now, if you're in the Super Street Gamblers Race, round number 2, we need you to the lanes now. J.J. Hebert out of Centennial, Colorado. The Kearney Garage, Mustang, Ford Power, alongside Mark Dunham. Dunham's Monte Carlo. Needs to find a little bit of performance. He was 787 at 173 in the last round, so he is in the field at number 19 right now. Dunham out of Guyman, Oklahoma. 94 Monte Carlo. Jake Allen Firestone said, hey, I want it. J.J. Hebert, how about a 670 at 205? So Hebert back to his bracket mode. 670 at 205. Mark Dunham, 792 at the finish line. We need Super Gas Gamblers Race to the lanes, please. Super Gas Gamblers Race to the lane. Jeff Sutherland, left side from Andover, Illinois. The classic 1998 Oldsmobile Cutlass nitrous assisted machine, alongside Neil Schaefer's Grand Am. The Grand Am from Tyrone, Oklahoma, 746 cubic inches of bow tie power. Schaefer currently number 3 with that 674. Jeff Sutherland, 774, his best pass of the weekend. Grand Am making its move now towards the top end. 693, improvement there. And for Sutherland, 777 at 172. Warren Blanc backing up from his old school 81 Camaro. Todd Stahlbaumer alongside the supercharged Camaro over on the right, 1990 vintage Chevrolet out of Seneca, Kansas. Stahlbaumer, a 741, puts him number 14 on the sheet. And for Warren Blanc, a 738 puts him 13 on the sheet. Both of these cars have a little bit more performance in them. So all of our super category gamblers races have been called to the lanes. Super Street, Super Comp, and Super Gas, all of you in the gamblers race for round number 2 have been called back to the lanes. Moves around a little bit, heads for the top end. Drops the laundry, 748 at 188, no improvement there. But for Warren Blanc, he does step up, 732 at 189. He will jump one position and go into the number 12 slot with that 732, going around Larry DeMars. Larry, we have not seen yet this session. I believe you. Demers, DeMars. We'll call him Smith. How's that? We'll just Smith. That'll fix it. Jeremiah Van Deventer left side and Kyle Firestone on the right. Depending on who you ask, that's either the Batmobile or Darth Vader. It is a 51 Chevrolet Bel Air, 665 cubic inches of Chevrolet power for the Alan Firestone Racing Elite Motorsports machine out of Velma, Oklahoma. His first shot down the track today netted him a number 5 qualified 681 at 204. Jeremiah Van Deventer, he is 688 at 199. To the top end they go, and it's a 682 at 197 on Kyle Firestone. 691 at 199 for Jeremiah Van Deventer, and they will stay 5 and 6. Dustin Miller's Cutlass will back up from the burnout right now. See Danielle out there, going to help out Dustin. Backing up from the burnout right now. Dustin for Miller Precision Machine out of Topeka. 1993 Cutlass. Super Comp, round 2 gamblers, we're missing a whole bunch of you. Need to get up here to the staging lanes now. We're missing about 7 of you. If you're still in, we need you back in the Super Comp gamblers race. Jeff Staub, right side of the track. Staub also looking for a little bit of performance. That Firebird, I believe it's got more in it. The Amoride Motorsports 89 Firebird. Big block Chevy power for the run around of St. George, Kansas. 794, his best pass of the weekend so far. Dustin Miller with a 712. Both of them getting lined up and ready to go here. Starting line. Perfect reaction time for the gray machine. And a 795. So, Dustin Miller, he improves by 1 tick as he goes 7-11 at 189. So Miller stays 10 and Staub stays 20 on the sheet. Miller ties with Dusty Meyer on ET, but speed goes to Dusty Meyer. So Dusty gets the number 9 spot. Dusty Miller gets the number 10 spot. Here's Alan Firestone leading the way this weekend in his 2016/2013 Camaro out of the Elite Motorsports shop. Alan from Velma, Oklahoma. See the Laughing Gas getting purged there alongside Michael Sechrist. Sechrist from Wichita. The Grand Am. So all of our super category classes have been called for the Gamblers race. Final call for super gas. Stock, super stock combo back to the lanes. Beautiful pass there for Alan Firestone, 7:15 at 139. He was off the throttle before he got to the finish line, no question about that. Michael Sechrist, 7:30 at 183 for the Grand Am. Matt Driscoll backing up now on the Cobalt left side alongside Larry DeMars, Cobalt. Super Street, we're missing one of you, and you're at the ready line right now. So if you're still in the combo in Super Street, you better hustle up here to make the call. Super Comp, you have been called. There were a few of you missing as well. And Super Gas combo racers, we need you up here. Stock, Super Stock combo Gamblers race. You can make your way to the staging lanes now as we need you. So Matt Driscoll and Larry DeMars. Driscoll leading the way, getting to the finish line with a 6:81. Best pass of the weekend, gets into that 200-mile-an-hour zone. Matt Driscoll, now number 6, 6:81.5 at 2:01. He makes a jump there. Larry DeMars, 7:34 is his qualifying number. He goes 7:42, no improvement there. But can't say the same for Driscoll as he jumps by about 0.4 of a second to a 6:81 and moves up to number 6. So with that, qualifying is in the books for Top Sportsman. Now it's time for competition. Round number 2 of the Gamblers race here in Super Street. And Ron Ward will jump back in here and tell you all about it.
Thank you so much, Warren. That was a fun round of Top Sportsman there. And to watch Matt Driscoll pick up basically 0.4 of a second on his last pass in the heat of the day. Wow! He found his combination there. Okay, here we go with our Super Street Gambler, round number 2. This is Jacob Smutney out of Omaha in the left lane, 67 Camaro. Paired up with Dave Ash, not Ted, Ted's his dad. Dave, the 92 Camaro. When you let go of the trans brake and your opponent is already 2 car lengths ahead of you, what do? Ouch. Look at Jacob Smutney. A 001 reaction to green, had an 11.052, a 3,000ths package. Jacob Smutney is going to be proud to say, I've got the smallest package of the day. 3,000ths of a second. Alan Butler, Mike Gordine. Butler in the Camaro, Gordine in the Chevelle, and the win light goes to Gordine. 11.06, 124 mile an hour, takes the stripe by 19,000ths of a second. Shell gets the win light at the starting line to Shane Herman. Jumped the line just a little bit too soon. Win light goes to Tim Shell. 11:13, 126 miles an hour. Continuing with small package racing. Scott Gordine out of Bennington, Kansas, and Andrew Withers from Pratt. Withers in the Camaro. Gordine here in the Chevy 2. Super Street Gambler coming at you, round number 2 right here. Andrew Withers out of Pratt, Kansas. Did you know that Pratt is the home of the Kansas Department of Parks and Wildlife? Or Wildlife and Parks, excuse me. Got that backwards. The only reason I know that is my cousin's son is a wildlife officer. He has to go down to Scott Gordine out of Bennington, giving him everything he's got to stay ahead of Withers, and he's barely got him by 10,000ths of a second. He takes the win. 11:09, 124 mile an hour. He had a 1,000th advantage at the starting line and added 9 more down track. Here's Glenn Amorine out of Great Bend, Kansas. 69 Camaro. And Jordan Pratt. Isn't Great Bend pretty close to here? Win light goes to Jordan Pratt after a nice 041 light. Pratt gets the win, 11:07, 129. Mike Vatamus out of Cedar Bluffs, Nebraska. Is that what it says? It's been difficult for me to see the race cars because we have a bit of an obstacle here to look around. And it'll be nice. This is a really nice tower. It really is. This is one of the most pleasant towers I've been in. With, other than one thing. Between the announcer station and the starting line, there is a huge column. Actually, it's the corner of the building. And I can peek around this way, and I can see the starting line, and I can peek around this way, and I can see the cars, but I can't see the cars in the starting line at the same point. Or, I'm thinking we can build a window right into this corner, like just a little pocket window. We were just comparing notes about towers here in the Midwest and specifically Division 5. And rest in peace to Kansas City International Raceway. It wasn't the most comfortable tower I've ever worked in, but at least it had air conditioning. We are running Super Comp Gambler right now, and we are missing 2 Super Comp cars. If you're not here, you're late. And if you are not here by the time we put the last pair in the water, you don't get to run. Super Comp. 905 index this weekend. The object is to beat your opponent to the finish line without going quicker than 905. Sounds real simple. And they use tens of thousands of dollars worth of computers, electronics, and pneumatically assisted devices, and yeah. And they use their wives' knowledge or their wise knowledge? Wives, like the female's knowledge? Okay. As opposed to wise. Well, female knowledge. Smarter than that. Guarantee you. Just ask them. Rory Harr out of Aberdeen, South Dakota. Up against Stuart Way out of Meade, Nebraska. This one. Oh, man. Stuart Way breaks out by 23 thousandths of a second and gives the win to Rory Harr. Jared Smith and Jerry Dean. Dean in the black car, Smith in the white car with the blue and white, yellow, and I guess I'm going to call that a magenta stripe. More of a plum color. It looks plumish. And this is going to be a good pair, separated by 7 thousandths at the starting line. Anybody's ball game. Win light goes to Jerry Dean by 5 thousandths of a second. He runs a 9:06.1 on the 9:05 index. We need all winners to return to the lanes, please. All winners to return to the staging lanes. All winners. Report to JR and Sarah, and they'll get you shoved into the appropriate staging lanes. All winners, please return. Mike Nemitz out of Waverly, Nebraska. 2016 Mullis car, the beautiful black dragster you see here in the Napa Auto Parts lane. He's paired up with Tim Eckert out of Manhattan, Kansas, home of the Fighting Wildcats of Kansas State University. That's my alma mater. Yes, it is. Mike Nemitz in a double breakout goes 9:04.9, misses it by 1 thou. Eckert goes 9:03.8, misses it by 12. Here's Jeff Cheney out of Cambridge, Minnesota, 2005 undercover car. And Blake Johnson over there in that beautiful car in the O'Reilly lane. I like that paint scheme on Johnson's machine. It kind of goes every which way and it just flows very nicely. And it flowed right into a win line there with a 9:06 on a 9:05 index. Nice job of racing there by Blake Johnson. Tyler Selden out of Bennington, Nebraska. 2000 racecraft car. Good looking purple and white dragster here. Paired up with Mitch Withers. Mitch in his 2019 Corvette Roadster. That's a gorgeous body style. Win light goes to Mitch Withers, 9:08 at 166. Tyler Selden got there first by 28 thousandths and broke out by 2 thousandths. Yeah. Warren, I'm looking at all these roadsters out here, the Corvettes, the Camaros, all of that. Somewhere, somebody has a stockpile of roofs that they've cut off of these cars. I want to know where that is. They turn them over and make sleds out of them for the winter. You know, if you put casters on them, you know, they make a nice little dolly for all the stuff in the shop. You can just, cart them around. You can put them on the top of your golf cart for shade. Right? Talk to Bob McClure. He'll hook you right up. He'll hook you up like cable. Here's Jeremy Smith out of Great Bend. The Amorite Racing undercover car in the left lane, paired up with John Devlin out of Oakland, Kansas. We need motorcycle gamblers to lane number 6, please. Motorcycle gamblers, we need you to lane number 6. And Jeremy Smith takes the win handily with a perfect triple O reaction time. He gave John Medlin more than he could handle. Medlin ran right on the index with a 9:05, but Smith, with a much better reaction time, runs out the back door with a 9:08 at 159, takes the stripe by 12 thousandths, says thank you very much, I'll see you all in the next round. John Medlin's like, well, I guess it's Miller time. Speaking of Miller, here's Jaron Miller out of Lyons, Kansas, and Ed Cooper out of Henderson, Colorado. And I didn't even know it was Jaron coming up until I pushed the button. That's that odd 60 cents. Okay, no, we're just on. We don't have any sense. Ed Cooper takes the win, 9:05.3 on a 9:05 index. He had a 0:05 reaction time. Ed Cooper with a tiny 8 thousandths package there. Dale Mayer out of Aurora, Colorado, 2019 Miller Dragster. Speaking of Miller time, we have a Miller Dragster. And Cami Nicoletti out of Lakewood, Colorado, the Nicoletti Motorsports 500 plus cubic inch big block Ford powered machine. This is eliminations in our gambler category for the Super Comp cars. To go down, only one comes back to the starting line. All winners, please return to the lanes. All winners, please return to the lanes. They will get you paired up back there in staging. Please report to Sarah and JR. They'll get you pointed the right direction. Dale Mayer runs a little quicker than the index, but Cami Nicoletti left the starting line too soon. So Mayer, with that perfect triple O reaction time, runs 4 thousandths off the index, takes the win to the next round. Here's Vern Rowland out of Blanchard, Oklahoma. Rowland gets the win as Danielle turns on the big red eye by 10 thousandths of a second. Rowland gets the win with a 002 light and runs 1/1000th off the dial. I look for him to do big things throughout the remainder of eliminations today. Here's Kyle Seacrest by way of an odd number of cars remaining in this round of Super Comp Gambler. Somebody's going to get the single. That is Kyle Seacrest. Kyle out of Wichita, driving that Jim White chassis machine. Big block Chevy for power. .903 172 for Kyle Seacrest. Hey Warren, I want to ask a question here, and I'm just bouncing this off just for the sake of talking, okay? Just and asking and trying to understand. General Motors has had the LS-based engine out now since what, 2002, 2003 in the cars, right? All right. I still see big block dragster, big block dragster, big block dragster, big block dragster, and General Motors and the aftermarket have supported the LS with leaps and bounds of all sorts of technological advancements over the last 20 some odd years. Why don't we see more LS engines in the super class cars?
Well, I think it's just a preference for something that's easier and more developed technology. The LS is going to require a lot of investment in thought process in how to make it work consistently.
Understand. I don't think I've seen a 632 cubic inch LS-based combination yet. So the cubic inches, given all the torque they need, all the power they need, in a readily available combination, give it another 10 years. We'll see where the LS craze goes. Maybe, just maybe, we'll see them coming into the scene. Right there, Tim Nicholson. Bang, zoom to the moon. 10.056 on a 10.05 index at an 014 light. Tim puts together a 20 thousandths package with a stick-shifted vehicle. He's pretty good. He's leaving a little meat on the bone there. 20 thousandths. Those guys can gnaw on it and see what they can do. Rod Wolter in that beautiful 27 road chassis. Street Rod, or Street Roadster, I should say, taking on Mike Netzelman here in Super Gas. Netzelman out of Oshkosh, Nebraska. Not to be confused with Oshkosh, Wisconsin. It's kind of a fun name to say, Oshkosh. Bagosh, yeah, exactly, like the old overalls. 10.07 for the win for Rod Wolter. We'll see him back out of Mustang, Oklahoma. Roger Knapp. Paired up with Rick Cate. And very close at the starting line. Separated by 7 thou. At the stripe, win light goes to Rick Cates. 10.061 on a 10.05 index. Wow. Knapp breaks out by 14 thousandths. Took the stripe by 18 thousandths. Mike Burkhardt out of Dodge City, Kansas. Another one of those really cool looking street roadsters. Paired up with Dan Gamblin. Gamblin in that 99 Monte Carlo. What a sleek body style. Those cars were really swoopy when they came out. 10.06, 156 for Gamblin. He takes the win, advances to round number 3 in our Super Gas Gambler. Here's Steve Hayes and Ryan Siffring. Hey guys and gals, need to remind everybody in the pits that we need all winners to the staging lanes, please. Siffring out of O'Fallon, Missouri in the O'Reilly lane. Steve Hayes out of Aurora, Colorado in the left lane. Camaro in the left lane. Corvette in the right lane. Once again, the object here in super class racing, beat your opponent to the finish line. Don't run quicker than the index. The index here, 10.05. It's just that simple. Until it's not simple anymore. 6 thousandths of a second, the margin of victory here for Ryan Siffring. They are cutting it close. Takes out Steve Hayes and advances to round 3. Here's Bad Brad Johnson out of Morrison, Colorado, the Rocky Mountain Concrete 67 Camaro. Paired up with Don Nichols in the O'Reilly Auto Parts lane. 57 Chevy Corvette. What a beautiful machine. Stock, super stock combo. We're missing 3 entries and we are ready to start that category. Stock, super stock combo. You're supposed to be in the lanes now. Both drivers drilled the Christmas tree. Johnson went 013, Nichols went 009. At the big end, neither driver lifted. They ran it all the way out the back door. Nichols in a double breakout gets the win. 10.02 at 160. 10.028. Johnson went 10.021. 7 thousandths the difference in the margin of victory. Second round of, this is first round motorcycle gamblers. Here's Bo Drexler out of Ellis, Kansas. 854, the dial in for Bo. He'll be chasing Willem Holoth in the O'Reilly lane. Okay, you just got to watch index racing. Now we're going to do what they call bracket racing or dial-in racing. These drivers of these bikes get to set what their dial-in is based on performance they've gathered throughout time trials. Bo Drexler says, I'm going to run an 854. Bill Holman says, I'm going to run a 965. The object beats your opponent to the finish line without going quicker than what you said you're going to run. Bo Drexler gets the good, clean win here with an 858 on his 854 dial-in. He had a 004 reaction time and takes the honest win. Phil Yates out of Wichita, Kansas. Been working on the railroad all day long. He comes out here to play on his motorcycle, dialed in on an 889. He's chasing Byron Kissel, Littleton, Colorado, and Byron's day is done. Phil Yates advances with an 898 at 135 miles per hour. Leland Sykes out of Denver, Colorado, 62-year-old auto mechanic. 901 the dial for Leland. He'll be out in front of Gordon Fangmeyer. At least that's what the design says. He's got the first opportunity at a green light. If he sits there and waits too long, Gordon Fangmeyer might take off without him. And just about did. Win light goes to Fangmeyer. 888 at 143. Sean Schnothorst out of Huron, South Dakota, over there in the right lane, trying to hold off the big top in charge of the Underdog machine in a double breakout. Underdog. That's Mike Voss. The category sponsor gets the win. Had a brilliant 025 light. Craig Vanasteel is out of here by way of a red light start. Hey, we just had a nice visit to the tower by one of our racers who politely corrected us on telling us how to pronounce his last name. And you know what? When he comes up in Top Dragster, I'm sure you and I will both remember, just because of how nice the guy was. He was super duper. All right, here is our stock, super stock combo with Kevin Leinart in his R-Stock automatic. 69 Dodge Dart paired up with Mike Renzi. Big head start here. 3.8 seconds. The Dart looks like it's fading off into the horizon. Here comes Renzi in full boogie. At the stripe, Renzi gets the win, 10:05, 130 mile an hour on a 10 flat dial-in. Kevin Leinart breaks out by 20 thousandths of a second. David McGaugh in his K Automatic 82 Camaro, dialed 1233, paired up with Mike Morehouse in his F Automatic 66 Fairlane. The Fairlane dialed 1161, chasing McGaw, who's dialed 1223. So McGaw will get the head start based on the difference between the dial-in. And McGaw out of here because he left the starting line too soon. Oh boy, did he leave too soon. We're going to give him the Roxanne Award. Justin Robbins, 73 Dart, dialed 1147. Chasing him will be Steve Schmidt. Schmidt out of Sheridan, Wyoming. I've only been to Wyoming one time. I loved it up there. Beautiful, beautiful state. I want to go back and experience that a little bit more. Robbins off the run, and Schmidt trying to hang with them. Robbins in the Mopar, Schmidt in the Chevy. Then line goes to the Mopar, 1147 on an 1147. That's a good run for Justin Robbins. Steve Schmidt trying to run him down, breaks out at the big end, runs too quick by 0.005 of a second, but Justin Robbins had already crossed the finish line before Schmidt broke out. With a 62 Catalina wine mixer. Down to 1184, Dick Gary. Down to 1183. Win light goes to Gary in the Camaro. Here's Jeff Johnson out of Strasburg, Colorado, the 67 wheel standing Mustang, dialed 1096. And Jim Boutel, down 1129. Boutel out the front, turns on the red light. His day is done with the Corvette. Jeff Johnson advances to round number 3. In the stock super stock combo. Next pair up, John Cooper. The Cooper Auto Body, Ford Mustang, dialed 1038. He'll be out in front of Chris Kimmerer, who's driving that Dodge Challenger. I think the Dodge is going to be about 15 mile an hour faster. It was only 6 miles an hour faster, and that's not worthy of a ticket. John Cooper gets the win by way of a red light of Chris Kimmerer. Neil Rhodes out of Elizabeth, Colorado. 2008 Cobra Jet Mustang, dialed 999. Chasing him will be Todd Patterson. Patterson in the Camaro, dialed 929. 0.7 of a second. Here comes Patterson. Patterson chugging, puffing, got his foot stuffed to the floor. Wind light goes to Patterson, 926, 141 mile an hour. Both cars running quicker than their dial-in. That's a double breakout. Patterson runs closer to the dial, gets the win by 0.009 of a second. Here's Scott Burton out of Golden, Colorado. He's a 64-year-old pilot. Today he's flying that Cobra Jet Mustang to the next round. as Jeff Cheney turns on the red light over there in the O'Reilly lane. He's out of here. Burton advances to round number 3. All winners, please return to the lanes. All winners, please return to the lanes. JR and Sarah are ready to place you once you get there. Just please come on back. We need all winners to return, all winners to the lanes. Here in our stock, super stock combo, Tim Nicholson. Banging gears, dumping clutches, winning rounds. 10:49, 118 miles an hour as he takes out Jared Swinert. Once again, guys and gals, boys and girls, friends and neighbors, we need all winners to the lanes, please. All winners to the staging lanes. And I don't know if they're still over there, but I'm going to give them a shout out because this is just too cool of a car not to take a chance to win. As the local and state Masons are raffling off this gorgeous 1959 El Camino with only 6,626 miles on the odometer. It's got a 348 W block in it. It's a beautiful silver paint job with gorgeous red interior. And it's $20 for a raffle ticket. We'll take cash, check, or credit card. And 75% of the ticket sales will benefit Kansans and Kansas communities through the 200 Kansas statewide Masonic lodges and the 15,000 plus Kansas Masons. Stop by. They're right over there by the concession stand on the far side of the pavilion. They'll get you signed up for this gorgeous El Camino. The Fine Line Signs, Wraps, and Design Plymouth Duster coming up. That's Jordan Pratt. Oh, no, that's not Jordan Pratt. Jordan Pratt starting. I missed that. Scott Gordon, the 16. Over. Win light goes to Pratt. 11:04 in a double breakout. Pratt gets the win at 132 miles an hour. Here we go. Tim Schell in the Duster. This Duster doing things differently. Got a small block Chevy for power, 414 cubic inches. I'm assuming it's a small block. It might be an LX. Jacob Sputnik in his 68 Camaro. Sputnik goes 11:04, 123 miles an hour. Shell out of here in a double breakout. He goes 10.99 on an 11:05 index. He was really pushing it out the back door. Mike Vatamus out of Cedar Bluffs, Nebraska. He'll be in the Napa Auto Parts lanes. 67 GTO with a 462 cubic inch Pontiac combination. Paired with Mike Gordine out of Salina, Kansas. Mike pushing power with 468 cubic inches of Chevrolet goodness. All winners to the lanes, please. All winners returning to the lanes. We're missing some Super Comp cards from what I understand. At the stripe, win light goes to Mike. 11:05 on that 11:05 index. How about you? Oh, that was Mike Gordine. Okay. Not Mike Vatamus. You know, I could have said that, and I wouldn't have been wrong. Mike gets the win. Mike also lost. So Warren, I think it's time for one of those like stupid dad jokes. Okay? Yeah. What kind of shoes do bison wear? Buffalo loafers. I got a lot of groans up here. I got a lot of groans. Even JR gets on the radio and says that was bad. I told you it was a bad dad joke. And Mitch Withers. Have you ever pulled the thread on a sweater and then everything just unravels and you keep pulling and pulling? Yeah. Or have you ever tried to stop watching a train wreck? That's what's going on up here in the tower right now. Is everybody's now telling bad dad jokes. Well, not everybody. Just yeah. I'm gonna quit now. Here's Rory Harr out of Aberdeen, South Dakota, as we go into our Super Crown. Feathers over there in the roadster. That is a sleek roadster. I love that body style on those new Corvettes. 910, 165 miles an hour. Withers in a tight battle at the finish line takes the win home by 5 thousandths of a second. Jeremy Smith in the left lane and Jerry Dean in the O'Reilly lane. Smith had a great bend, 2008 undercover car. A couple of black dragsters here, so I'm just going to have to go left lane, right lane. Smith left, Dean right. Stand up, sit down, fight, 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 right? our Super Comp Gambler. 9:16, 141 mile an hour after a beautiful 004 reaction to green from Jeremy Smith. Here's Vern Rowland once again, the number 7 Super Comp car out of Blanchard, Oklahoma. The 51-year-old contractor, sponsored by VNS, Rowland, Mickey Thompson, and what is URSM? Anybody have an idea? Blake Johnson out of Arvada, Colorado, sponsored by Fine Line, JR Racing. Johnson, done for the day. So here's kind of 025 red light. Rowland looking strong with the 007. Shuts off the clocks with the 906. You know, 007 will get you to the win light. And you'll be stirred but not shaken. Kyle Seacrest out of Wichita, Kansas. Ed Cooper from Henderson, Colorado. Seacrest in the Napa lane, Cooper in the O'Reilly lane. Continuing with Index Racing here in our Gambler. These guys trying to hit that 905 index. Try to beat their opponent to the finish line without going quicker than the 905 index. They could care less if they hit it. They just want to beat the other guy to the finish line without going quicker. Kyle Seacrest has a distinct advantage on this one. On the starting line, he had a 001 reaction to green. He went 906.3. That's a 14 thousandths package for Kyle, and that'll just about take you to the next round every time. We need all winners to the lanes, please. All winners to the lanes. Here's Mike Nemitz out of Waverly, Nebraska. Now, I've been to Waverly, Kansas, but I didn't even know Nebraska had a Waverly. It must not be a real big burg. There's a Waverly, Illinois, too? So Waverly's kind of like the Springfield thing. There is not physically a Springfield, Kansas. That is correct. There is an unincorporated community known as Springfield, but it's not officially a city or a town or even a village in Kansas. It's an unincorporated community called Springfield in Kansas. They need to step up their game. They need to get themselves a mayor. All winners, please return to the lanes. All winners, please return to the lanes. Not only does Patterson Elite Performance sell complete engines, but they supply a wide range of rotating assembly parts to any sportsman racers looking to boost performance, increase consistency, and add more trophies to the mantle. The crew at Patterson Elite know what works because they are racers themselves, and they are proud to support the race teams who have made Patterson Elite Performance what it is today. This weekend, the number one qualifier in Competition Eliminator, Superstock, and Stock will receive the NHRA West Central Patterson Elite Top Qualifier Bonus Award. In addition, the highest qualifying points earners will receive a Champions-style jacket at season's end. Stop by the Patterson Elite Performance trailer this weekend or find them on the web at patterson-elite.com. Hey, if you got an extra $1, just an extra $1, rather than buying that next soda or wasting it on a parking meter, why don't you just stop on by over there at the T-shirt shack and donate $1 towards the SRCA drag strip reconstruction. The City of Great Bend has been approved to receive a grant to replace the racing surface, but there's a lot of other improvements that need to be done here, including a new timing system and new barrier walls out there on the racetrack. Estimated cost of these repairs, $250,000. Any contribution you make to SRCA, as they are a non-profit 501c3 corporation, is tax deductible. So stop on by. Please just throw them $1. 50 cents. You know, you got spare change sitting on the dash? Grab it. Take it over there. Every little bit counts as they're trying to raise $250,000 to finish up all the improvements so we can get started in the 2021 season. Here we go. Super Gas Gambler. This is Rod Wolter in that beautiful Brogy chassis machine. They're down to a mere 6 cars. So quarterfinal action here in Super Gas. Rod Wolter and Dan Gamblin. Oh, tight race at the finish. Win light goes to Rod Wolter as Gamblin breaks out by 0.06 of a second. Gamblin took the stripe by 14, but that was 0.8 thousandths too much. Wolter advances to the quarterfinals, right? We're in the 8th finals now. We go. Oh yeah, so we are quarterfinals. He advances to the semifinals. I can't count on one hand without using my other hand. Here's Tim Nicholson. And Tim lays waste to Rick Cates. He is just knocking him down. Another beautiful reaction time by Nicholson. The stump jumper, 0-1-2 on the starting line. Cates tried to catch up after his 0-26 light, couldn't get it done. Nicholson slams the door with a 12 thousandths margin of victory. Here's Don Nichols out of Lincoln, Nebraska, the JH Motorsports 57 Corvette, paired up with Ryan Sifry. Jamie Cottle to your trailer. Double breakout. Both cars running quicker than the 10:05 index. Win light goes to Don Nichols. And boy, did they break out. 10:01.4 for Nichols, 10 flat for Sifry. Neither one of them wanted to lift at the big end. Both of them had 00 reaction times. That's a good old-fashioned drag race right there. All winners, please return to the lanes. All winners, please return to the lanes.
Ultronics, the leader in performance electronics. Racers know and depend on their state-of-the-art systems every day. Perform Air Pro and Perform Air Eclipse are the racing industry standard, high-tech, easy-to-use weather systems. Power-Light lithium batteries, the super powerful lightweight energy source for your machine. And the Data Quest Power Quest, the most innovative data recorders and touchscreen switch panels you can find. Check out ultronicsinc.com for these products and more. Ultronics, the choice of champions.
Racing is a risky sport. Don't take risks with your racing operation. On or off the track, protection from LODRS Motorsports Insurance is not a risk. Get your quote today at LODRS Motorsports Insurance.
One final fling for one epic year. Peter Biondo and Kyle Seipel return to Las Vegas for an unprecedented fourth fling in 2020. The Fall Fling West, presented by Rad Torque Systems, is racers' chance to run for big money at the Strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway this October. $10,000 to win Friday, $50,000 to win Saturday, and $10,000 to win on Sunday. A $100,000 to win 64-car shootout on Thursday. Gate entries are welcome to both Pro and Super Pro. Pro will run separate until there is one remaining. Race for $10,000, $50,000, and $10,000 for only $690. Text the word Vegas to 74121 for event updates. The Fall Fling West. Fabulous Las Vegas. Race it. Experience it.
What? 150 lot? I thought you said you could drive. How is your response to your customers? For a free evaluation, call us 412-651-2356.
Greg Mocha, you gonna take the wheel?
Whoa, big boy. I thought the dyno said this car was supposed to fly. How do your service and parts departments perform? For a free evaluation, call us 412-651-2356.
Racers, when it is time for your next race trailer, built the way you want without compromise, look no further than Vintage Trailers. Troy Stone and the entire Vintage team has been in the custom race car trailer business for over 27 years, and for over 22 years racing alongside you using the products they build and sell. Vintage Trailers can put you in exactly the right equipment, whether it's with living quarters, bath facilities, traditional rig, or a stacker, with over 24 designs in-house or built to your specifications. No matter what the need for you, your team, or your entire race operation, Vintage Trailers has what you need. Just look for the slime green rig at the next race to see the quality, vintage manufactured custom stacker, or check them out on the web at vintagetrailers.com. Vintage Trailers, quality by design.
Welded 16,000 series fuel pumps equal big, badass car power. With 250 and 420 gallon per hour models, you'll never worry about fuel supply again. An aerospace Teflon seal, stainless valve seat, and 10-vein steel pump element gives precise, controlled, and reliable flow. And a built-in adjustable relief valve provides stable pressure under the most demanding conditions, pass after pass. Finally, a carb pump that's worth what you pay.
Well, Warren Evans going to jump on the microphone here for a little bit, and Daryl Gaheen going to jump on the computer and take over the DragRacerTV.com website. Daryl's going to have some fun with that. I see he's got his baling wire out and he's ready to go. Anyway, Warren, hey, welcome back to the microphone, buddy.
Thank you, Ron. Appreciate the opportunity to work with you. I've heard a lot about Ron Ward, but had not met him until this weekend. It's been a pleasure all weekend to work together. Look forward to the opportunity to do it again sometime down the road. Maybe it'll be here somewhere in Division 5. So our stock, super stock combo is rolling up right now. Drag Racer TV, Ron, I don't think you'd seen it in action before, but about 3.6 million viewers over the lifetime of that in every country on the planet. So it's growing, and it's hoping to expand it even more in 2021. The objective, of course, is to cover sportsman drag racing all over the United States, and believe me, I've been all over the United States, 73,000 miles on a brand new vehicle in the last 12 months. So getting to see the world all behind a windshield. Here's Jeffrey Johnson, D-Automatic, 67 Mustang is what the computer says. That's what it looks like, a fastback Mustang from Strasburg, Colorado. He's got a 1092 on the window. He gets to go first. Mike Resney will be chasing him down with that 2010 Challenger. Is that a Hellcat? 1003 the dial for the Madcap Racing Engines power supplier. 392 Dodge. Could be a Hellcat. Other than they didn't make it. Johnson down the front. Blue Mustang. Leading the way. Here comes the Boulevard. Look at that. That's 15 miles over the speed limit. 10:06 at 130, but not good enough. Jeffrey Johnson, your winner, 1094 at 114. Better than his qualifying number as well. How about that? If you do the math, he is 15 miles an hour faster. Ron Ward back here. It's an inside joke. It's a good thing you're not up there. Justin Robbins, John Cooper. Here comes Andrew. 2010 Mustang. Playing catch up on his 1036 prediction. He gets it done. Pushes him out the door, fed him some stripe, and broke him out. Justin Robbins got down there and by 9 thousandths of a second broke out. That was the only thing he could do, I guess, because he was behind at the starting line. Took 7 at the stripe and broke out by 9 thousandths, that is. John Cooper, your winner, 1037 at 123. Cooper goes on. Mike Morehouse and Dick Geary will roll them out now. Morehouse left side. That is the fair lane. Gorgeous little car over here on the left, F Automatic. Out of Gillette, Wyoming. Dick Geary, the I Automatic, 72 Camaro on the right. 1185 Geary. Side by side. Red or yellow, Ford or Chevy, left or right, when light says Morehouse in the Ford goes on to the next round. 11:57 at 106. Dick Geary, 11:91 on his 85. He was 6 over. Morehouse better at the starting line by 14 thousandths of a second and closer to his prediction by a whole bunch. Morehouse goes on. Scott Burton, a high-flying pilot from Golden, Colorado in his Cobra Jet. He had campaigned Pontiacs for a long time. Here he is now in his 2010 Cobra Jet, factory stock C machine, alongside Tim Nicholson. The 3-pedal car on the right, he'll dump the clutch on the 66 Chevy Banging the gears as he heads down track. Here comes that. Starting line advantage. 009 on the tree and win line for Scott Burton, 994 at 126. Tim Nicholson was behind at the starting line by 0.05 of a second and then broke out by 0.05 of a second. 1045 at 123. Burton knows they got by one of the toughest guys in the category right there. Burton, your winner. Single coming up here for Todd Patterson, the Patterson Elite, Augusta, Kansas based 2019 Copo Camaro. He takes the tree and backs out. That's all he's got to do. So the 40th anniversary Patterson beige Camaro moves back. He'll wait for the next round. Again, all winners in all classes back to the lanes. If you're a winner, we need you back up here as we will cycle you through. So cool them, fuel them, bring them right back up. Be ready to go for your next round. Patterson's Copo, that is a great looking machine. It runs as good as it looks. So it looks like Super Street, a few of those at the ready line right now. Again, if you're a winner, we need you back. So we want to extend a big thank you to Bob Blackwell and the entire tech team out here all weekend, making sure everything is in accordance with the rule book and that all of our competition this weekend is fair and equal across the board. So thank you to Bob Blackwell for the job you're doing and our entire crew all over the grounds, not only the West Central Division crew for NHRA, but also the SRCA drag strip crew for putting on a great event here this weekend at Great Bend. We hope you're having a great time. We hope you're enjoying your weekend of competition. And we are happy to be doing it for you, and without you, we could not do what we do. So big thank you to everybody involved. Motorcycles rolling up now. Not sure how many are left, but half of all of them. And then we'll cut them in half again. It looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bikes. Going to make the call here, so we are in the quarterfinal round. Gordon Fangmeyer and Phil Yates. Fangmeyer on the left side of the track. Claims he's eye candy. Okay. Have to take your word for it. Phil Yates alongside, been working on the railroad out of Wichita on the right. Yates got it dialed an 889. That is a 700th head start for Yates. Gordon Fangmeyer dialed an 882, giving up an itty-bitty head start here as they head for the quarter-mile marker. Bill Yates, Gordon Fangmeyer, side by side, looking at each other, and they look up and they see the win line come on for Gordon Fangmeyer. He is dead 6 at the finish line, 8:82.6 at 1:45. Phil Yates got down there, took the stripe by 18 thousandths of a second and broke out by 7 thousandths of a second. Yates got there first, had an advantage on the starting line, a little too much wind stripe down there. Gordon Fangmeyer moves on to the semifinals. One of these two will as well. John Fitzpatrick and Mike Voss. Fitzpatrick left side, the 876 dial in. He'll be chasing down Mike Voss. All over the start. Fitzpatrick leads too early, turns on the red light. Mike Voss gets the automatic win. He was dead late. He gets the gift win, 9:40 at 1:37. As Voss way off of his reaction time there, but Fitzpatrick rolled out way too early, 9:82 at 1:20. And Fitzpatrick is done. Voss goes on to the semis. And the Bo for the bye going into the next round, Bo Drexler, the Ellis, Kansas shop owner, up on his Hayabusa. He's been performing better on the right side of the track than on the left. He's a little early off the starting line, leans into it, heads to the other end of the track. And for Bo Drexler, set an 8:53, and he went 8:52 with a 3 at 1:51. So Bo is tuned up and ready to go. He will go into the semis, where 3 bikes will remain. Again, all winners, all classes, back to the lanes. We need to hot lap you through here. So get them brought back up, be ready to go. As we're getting down into single digits in all of our categories. Just a few rounds left in all of our gamblers races. And for you alcohol fans, we should see the alcohol cars on track within the next hour, as they are scheduled for a 5 o'clock final qualifying session. So Ron Ward, good to be working with you this weekend. It's been a while since you've been at Great Bend, as I understand. Been a few years, and probably feels pretty good to get back.
It does feel good to get back. Actually, it was 2 years ago I was here. I missed it last season, but I was here 2 years ago and the year before that. Have always had a really good relationship with the folks here at Great Bend. Mike Carlson has just kind of taken me under his arm and say, hey, come on over anytime you want. But, you know, it's like 2.5 hours from Topeka to here, so I don't get to come out as often as I like. I do spend a lot of time down there in Wichita with Dave Dawkins and Jason Caldwell and J.R. Sala and those guys, and it's always a treat to come out here and work with you all here. Looking forward to a great day tomorrow, as it's going to be considerably cooler. And for those of you who are coming out tomorrow, you might want to bring a jacket or a hoodie or something with some sleeves on it, because the high temperature is going to be about 76 degrees. And the wind is going to be coming out of the north instead of the south. So be forewarned that it's going to be a little, how shall we say, cooler than it is today. And we are going to have some fun tomorrow. I'm going to have to put together a sheet with a list of numbers on it. You guys can come up and pick how many double breakouts we're going to have over the course of the day. And I've got $1 that's going to go to the winner. I can't afford more than that. I'm an announcer. Oh, we got $2 now. $3. Okay, we got $3 going to the winner tomorrow. Whoever guesses closest to the actual number of double breakouts that we're going to have through the course of the day. The reason I bring this up, it's been hot and humid the last 3 days as we've been testing and tuning and doing gamblers races and whatnot. Guys are getting tuned into their cars, and the cars are set up on their computers and on their data loggers and all that good stuff to run in hot weather. Tomorrow's going to be cool. Come up here and tell me how many double breakouts, how many times we're going to have both cars paired up are going to break out against each other. No, I'm not paying $1 per breakout. We're actually going to have $3 total to the winner. Did somebody find these out there? Oh, okay. Okay, if you've got money coming from today's gamblers races, we've got good news. Actually, we've got great news. It'll be paid out today in the base of the tower in cash. Cash money. Yeah, buddy. Mike Gordine out of Salina, Kansas, 66 Chevelle, and Jordan Pratt. This is Super Street round number 4 gambler. We got 3 cars remaining, so this is semi-final action. Who's going to the final? Is it going to be Gordine or is it going to be Pratt? Chevelle or Camaro? Side by side. Win light comes on for Jordan Pratt. 11.040. He breaks out by 10 thousandths. Gordine breaks out by a lot as he got caught sleeping at the Christmas tree. Pratt goes on to the final where he will face Jacob Smutney. I think Smutney had, what, a 5 thousandths package last time down the track? 3 thousandths package, that's right. Let's see what he can do here. Well, it's not going to be a 3 thousandths package, but he can do a 7 thousandths package. Getting close, getting close. How about an 11.058? He's got a 15 thousandths package. All right, those of you picking up money for the gamblers today, if you've also got payouts, hey, let me see some of those checks. Let me remind these people that they actually have money coming to them. Craig Butler, you got money. Come down to the base of the tower. Richard Cantrell, you also have money at the base of the tower. Jim Cap, you've got money coming. Steve Hayes, you're in the money. And Dennis Keck, we've got money for you as well. Roger Knapp, we have a check for you. Midwest Racecraft, we have money for you. Mitch Mustard, oh, nice check for Mitch. You ought to probably come pick that one up. Timothy Parker, we got cash. We got a check for you. Ray Schoenman, we have a payout for you as well. And Gary Wambolt, come down to the base of the tower. This money is here waiting on you right now. Also, any of you who have won money in today's gambler will be paying out cash, not check, down at the base of the tower just as soon as we get done here. Vernon Rowland and Mitch Withers. Rowland out of Blanchard, Oklahoma. In the left lane, Withers in the right lane. Oh, this will be tight. Tight. Win light goes to Vern Rowland. 9.06 on a 9.05 index, 164 miles an hour. Good run. Mike Nemitz and Kyle Seacrest had 5 cars coming in here in Super Comp Gambler. Quarterfinal action. Nemitz in the Napa Auto Parts lane. Kyle Seacrest in the O'Reilly Auto Parts lane. Seacrest in that Jim White car. Nemitz driving his Thomas machine. Win light goes to Nemitz by 0.06 of a second. 906.3, 176 miles an hour for Nemitz. Going to the semifinals with no competition in the left lane. This is Jeremy Smith. He's got the bye run. 5 cars in competition means somebody gets to run by themselves, and that is Jeremy Smith. The only drawback to that for Jeremy is he won't have a chance to get the bye into the final. Smith with a great 0.14 reaction time. Runs it out the back door. This is basically a test and tune for him going into the semis. Runs a 9.18 at 146. Here we go, Super Gas Gambler. 3 cars remaining in Super Gas. Semi-final action right here. Tim Nicholson in the stump jumper. Taking on Walter in that Brogy Street Roadster. Walter out of Mustang, Oklahoma. Tim Nicholson out of Concordia, Kansas. And Tim has been nailing the Christmas tree. 2 rounds ago, he went 007. Last round, he went 022. They're off and running, and Tim Nicholson does not disappoint once again. Absolutely crushed the Christmas tree with a 004 light. Takes it out the back door, 10.059 on a 10.05 dial. That's a 13 thousandths package for Tim Nicholson. And get this, in a field full of big blocks and power glides, Nicholson's doing it with a small block and a 5-speed manual transmission. And going round after round after round. And not only is he going rounds, he just had a 13 thousandths package. Holy smokes. Here's Don Nichols out of Lincoln, Nebraska. He's going to face Nicholson in the final in our Super Gas Gambler. And I hate to rush you folks, but we do need all winners to the lanes, please. All winners to the lanes in our gamblers categories. Or would that be gambler categories? Well, it looks like we've got our stock, super stock combo cars way back there in the lanes. They'll be coming up here just momentarily. Once again, want to remind everybody tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. we do have our non-denominational chapel service brought to you by Racers for Christ. Everybody's welcome to attend over there at Expo Building number 1. And we've also got a few of last year's event shirts still available. I see one hanging right there. Don't tell me we're sold out. I see one hanging. It's right there. Maybe it's the last one for $5. That is a clearance price. You can't get a shirt at Walmart for $5. Not at this quality anyway. Stop on by, pick it up. They said they're sold out, but I see one flapping in the breeze. Is that one still $5? That's a demonstrator model, right? That should be less than that. $5, she says. I'm standing firm. $5. And they've also got the SRCA drag strip shirts, the gray ones. Those are a nice material they made those out of this year. They are really, really comfortable. I went down and bought one. You can get from small to extra large for $15, or you can buy a 2X or bigger for $20. And youth models, $10. I don't think I can fit into one of those. I could try, but I'd probably have to buy another one. Okay, once again, payout for gamblers will be at the conclusion of the event today. Not tomorrow, but today. At the base of the tower, it's cash payout. 75% payout? Yeah. But we got to wait until we get done because all the money's left over because we got odd numbers in quarters and semis. That extra money needs to be accounted for. We're going to divvy that up and pay into the semis. So, it'll work. What do we got? 3 cars remaining in stock, super stock? No, we got 5 remaining in stock, super stock combo. I see them coming up there. And it looks like 3 of them are Mustangs. And 4 of the 5 are Fords. The Patterson Elite machine, the lone Chevy carrying the torch for GM down there. And that is one bad mamma jamma of a Camaro, no doubt about it. So quarterfinal action coming at you here with the stock, super stock combo. Well, Mike Carlson, while I have you up here in the tower, I want to ask you just a couple of questions. I understand you got some big improvements coming, specifically the racetrack surface, starting October 8th. Now, I'm looking at the racetrack surface, and it looks pretty good to me. Can you tell me what exactly are we looking for to improve here on an already great facility?
Well, it's going to be all concrete from the start, from the water box all the way to your turnoff. It will be concrete both lanes, 3/8 of a mile. There's going to be a heck of a track.
It is already a heck of a track. It's going to be a premier facility, and you're going to have the new barrier walls come up here that are going to help these drivers stay safe because of the speeds they're getting nowadays. They're just getting crazy.
You bet, yeah. We're planning on going about 100 foot past our finish line as money allows. We're doing a, what do you want to call it, donation today, tomorrow. And yeah, once we get that, that'll be the cat's meow.
So they can get a hold of SRCA if they want to make if these people want to make a donation through the Facebook site. You can call Doug Ray. We've got his phone number available if you want to give him a shout. You can donate down here at the registration, the T-shirt trailer, or you can go to srcadragstrip.com. And there's a link out there so you can donate to help. And Scott Burton on his bye run leaves the starting line with a 002 reaction to green. He's got it figured out. 4 out of the 5 cars here in our stock super stock combo powered by Ford. Next pair, Todd Patterson and John Cooper. Patterson out of Augusta with his Copo Camaro. John Cooper in his Cobra Jet Mustang. And John jumps across the starting line and fouls away his chance to take out Todd Patterson. And I don't know what happened to Cooper. Just wasn't able to hold the car in the beams, and away he went way too early. Patterson goes on to the semifinals. Here's Mike Morehouse and Jeff Johnson. Morehouse in that gorgeous 66 Fairlane. And Jeff Johnson in the equally beautiful 67 Mustang Fastback. The 66 and 67 Fairlanes were one of my all-time Ford favorites. Coming down to the finish line, win light goes to Mike Morehouse. 11:53.0 on an 11:53 dial, and he had a 005 reaction time. Mike Morehouse with a 5,000ths package shuts down Jeff Johnson, advances to the semis. Holy smokes. They are swinging the big sticks here in the late rounds. Goodness gracious. We saw a 3,000ths package out of Tim Nicholson earlier. Imagine how tight it's going to be tomorrow. Once again, we need all winners to return to the lanes, please. We've got 3 cars remaining in our stock, super stock combo. You just saw them run down. Mike Morehouse going to the semifinals with that near perfect run. Missed it by 5,000ths of a second.
Racing is a risky sport. Don't take risks with your racing operation. On or off the track, protection from LODRS Motorsports Insurance is not a risk. Get your quote today at LODRS Motorsports Insurance.
We need all winners to the lanes, please. All winners. We need you to the staging lanes.
Ultronics, the leader in performance electronics. Racers know and depend on their state-of-the-art systems every day. Perform Air Pro and Perform Air Eclipse are the racing industry standard, high-tech, easy-to-use weather systems. Power-Light lithium batteries, the super powerful lightweight energy source for your machine. And the Data Quest Power Quest, the most innovative data recorders and touchscreen switch panels you can find. Check out ultronicsinc.com for these products and more. Ultronics, the choice of champions.
I'm looking over here at the Air National Guard building of the flagpole that's standing there with the American flag proudly waving over the Kansas flag. And it's not waving, it's absolutely rippling in the wind. It is breezy out there. Top Alcohol Dragster, we need you to the staging lanes, please. Top Alcohol Dragster to the lanes. Well, we're down to 3 vehicles in 2 of our classes and finals in the remainder. We got 3 bikes left. We got 3 stock, super stock combo.
Y'all, Emily Volkman here from Service Department Solutions to talk to you automotive dealership principals, service, and parts managers. Service Department Solutions is an automotive consulting group who can help you.
Final action. Supercom gambler Mike Nemitz from Waverly, Nebraska in the Napa Auto Parts lane. He's paired up with Jeremy Smith out of Great Bend. Smith, the hometown guy, running 622 cubic inches of Gary Stinnett built big block Chevrolet. Nemitz with a 632 big block in his 2016 Mullis race car. 905 the index. Get to the finish line first without going quicker than 905 and you got yourself a win. Win light goes to Jeremy Smith. The hometown boy doing well, going to the final with a 9:07 on the 9:05 index at 159 miles an hour. Margin of victory, 10 thousandths of a second. Well, here is the Universal Roofing and Sheet Metal machine of Vern Rowland. Out of Blanchard, Oklahoma, just coming up and breaking the beams. He's got the bye this round. He could have made a full pass if he wanted to. He elected not to. He's going to get the car cooled down and ready to go in the finals in our Super Comp Gambler. And here comes our motorcycles. 3 bikes remaining in competition. Looks like everybody's getting their helmets buckled on and the bike started up. And here come the bikes into the water. Mike Voss and the underdog. Going to be here in the left lane. Voss dialed in on a 9:39. And Bo Drexler out of Ellis. Bo had a couple of really, how shall we say, adventurous is good. Excursions today, yeah. He flirted with the center line a couple of times during time trials, and he's finally got the bike ironed out, going rounds now. He is in the semifinal against Mike Voss. Voss will leave first on a 9:39 dial in. Bo Drexler dialed 8:53. Voss off and running. Here comes Drexler. And Mike Voss is out of here by way of a breakout. He took the stripe by 1 1/4 seconds. Methinks he forgot to look to see where his opponent was. He broke out a 9:36.4 on a 9:39 dial. He had a 00 reaction time and broke out by 1 1/4 seconds. Drexler had problems with his bike. Wasn't even close to the number. Gordon Fangmeyer going to go to race Bo Drexler in the final. Fangmeyer on an 8:88 dial goes 8:83 at 1:44. Super Street Gambler final right here. A pair of Camaros. Jordan Pratt from Otsego, Minnesota. The top end graphics, 68 Camaro in the left lane. And Jacob Smutney with a couple of 00 packages to his credit today. Dialed on a, excuse me, not dial. We got an index of 11:05 here. Smutny out of Omaha. So Pratt left lane, Smutny right lane. Gonna be tight. Wind light goes to Smutny. 11:066 on our 11:05 dial. 29 thousandths package for Jacob Smutny going in. And he takes the win here in the Super Street Gambler. Congratulations, Smutny, your winner, and Jordan Pratt, your runner-up. And we will have cash payouts in the tower at the conclusion of the event. Yeah, in the base of the tower. If you come up here, we'll send you downstairs. And that's pretty easy. Gravity helps. It'll run you right down the stairs.
Hey y'all, Emily Volkman here from Service Department Solutions to talk to you automotive dealership principals, service, and parts managers. Service Department Solutions is an automotive consulting group who can help you maximize your service and parts operations and your bottom line. We will submit a factory warranty request to your OEM for reimbursement of labor and parts markup according to your individual state statutes. We've dealt with all manufacturers and know how they will treat you. No dealership is too big or small. We handle them all. Maybe your guys need a little extra training and some new processes implemented. We've got them and can provide that extra push to help your winning team. Stop by the trailer and see us. Visit our website or call 412-651-2356. We're here for you 24/7.
Racers, when it is time for your next race trailer, built the way you want without compromise, look no further than Vintage Trailers. Troy Stone and the entire Vintage team has been in the custom race car trailer business for over 27 years, and for over 22 years racing alongside you using the products they build and sell. Vintage Trailers can put you in exactly the right equipment, whether it's with living quarters, bath facilities, traditional rig, or a stacker, with over 24 designs in-house or built to your specifications. No matter what the need for you, your team, or your entire race operation, Vintage Trailers has what you need. Just look for the slime green rig at the next race to see the quality, vintage manufactured custom stacker, or check them out on the web at vintagetrailers.com. Vintage Trailers, quality by design.
Welded 16,000 series fuel pumps equal big, badass car power. With 250 and 420 gallon per hour models, you'll never worry about fuel supply again. An aerospace Teflon seal, stainless valve seat, and 10-vein steel pump element gives precise, controlled, and reliable flow. And a built-in adjustable relief valve provides stable pressure under the most demanding conditions. Pass after pass. Finally, a car pump that's worth what you pay.
Whoa, big boy. I thought the dyno said this car was supposed to fly. How do your service and parts departments perform? For a free evaluation, call us 412-651-2356.
What? 150 light? I thought you said you could drive.
How is your response to your customers? For a free evaluation, call us 412-651-2356.
One final fling for one epic year. Peter Biondo and Kyle Seipel return to Las Vegas for an unprecedented fourth fling in 2020. The Fall Fling West, presented by Rad Torque Systems, is racers' chance to run for big money at the Strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway this October. $10,000 to win Friday, $50,000 to win Saturday, and $10,000 to win on Sunday. A $100,000 to win 64-car shootout on Thursday. Gate entries are welcome to both Pro and Super Pro. Pro will run separate until there is one remaining. Race for $10,000, $50,000, and $10,000 for only $690. Text the word Vegas to 74121 for event updates. The Fall Fling West. Fabulous Las Vegas. Race it. Experience it. Ultronics, the leader in performance electronics. Racers know and depend on their state-of-the-art systems every day. Perform Air Pro and Perform Air Eclipse are the racing industry standard, high-tech, easy-to-use weather systems. Power-Light lithium batteries, the super powerful lightweight energy source for your machine. And the Data Quest Power Quest, the most innovative data recorders and touchscreen switch panels you can find. Check out ultronicsinc.com for these products and more. Ultronics, the choice of champions.
Racing is a risky sport. Don't take risks with your racing operation. On or off the track, protection from LODRS Motorsports Insurance is not a risk. Get your quote today at LODRS Motorsports Insurance.
Here we go. Top alcohol, final qualifying session rolling into the water. Chambliss Roofing Machine coming to the line. This is Christine at the wheel out of Davenport, Iowa. The Quad Cities Flyer. 471 cubic inch flown and injected Brad Anderson power plant. Squeezing lots of methanol. Currently qualified number 3 with a 583 at 256 miles an hour. If Christine can get a hold of the racetrack like she wants to, can see her going quicker than that. Christine pulling up to the staging beams, getting some encouragement from her crew chief. They're turning on the computer. Do some data recording on this last day for them. Christina's on a string right out the back door. How about a 5:46 at 265 miles an hour? Christine Chambliss showing she's got what it takes to play with them. How about a 5:46? Puts her solidly in the number 2 position behind James Stevens, who's qualified number 1 with a 5:37. So 9/100ths of a second separating number 1 and number 2 at this point. Shaping up to be a good race tomorrow. That's a fantastic pass. It was clean, it was straight, ran it out the back door hard. Nice job for the Chambliss Racing Team. Congratulations, folks. Give them a big hand as they go by. Job well done. 5:46 at 265 miles an hour. They are in the hunt. Coming up next, James Stevens in the Napa Auto Parts lane, your number 1 qualifier. Yesterday he ran a 5:37 at 268. He's paired up with Aaron Cooper. Cooper showed up late to the party. Had to work yesterday. Came out, made 1 shot this morning. And ran a 580 at 249 with the A Fuel car. All right, guys and gals, this is 2 different ways of doing the same thing. Blown and injected on alcohol in the left lane, your number 1 qualifier, James Stevens, and Aaron Cooper. No blower, but injected on nitromethane in the O'Reilly lane. You're going to hear James Stevens bring the car up on the RPMs to launch it in the left lane. Aaron Cooper, you're going to hear him leave from a dead idle. And he'll mat it as soon as the lights drop. 2 completely different exhaust notes, 2 completely different ways of making power. They both get down the track at roughly the same speed. Keep an eye on James Stevens, your number 1 qualifier. Is he going to improve more? He's looking to go better than a 5:37. Aaron Cooper. Still just a little bit flat. Sounds like he's missing just a little bit, but he improves quite a bit. Picks up 0.2 of a second, runs 5:61 at 2:56. 5:61 at 2:56. So between the 3 cars, we got less than a quarter of a second separating all of them. Not too shabby. So good run for the Cooper team. They picked up quite a bit over their previous run, and they've got more data for tomorrow. We'll see what tomorrow brings as we go to eliminations in top alcohol. It looks like we got a few cars left back here to finish up with our Gamblers race. Well, we got a few cars to finish out here. Looks like we've got our final in Super Gas Gambler. Our semifinal in our stock Super Stock Combo. And it looks like, is that our final in Super Comp Gambler or semifinal? Oh, they're going to split. So we're done with Super Comp. 2 Fords and a Chevy left in our stock Super Stock Combo. Looks like they're pulling up, getting ready to go. Who got the buy in the stock Super Stock Combo? So we have the possibility of an all Ford final if the Cobra Jet can beat the Camaro here. However, that is no small undertaking. Todd Patterson in the Camaro, no stranger to the winner's circle. Knows how to drive this thing, dialed on a 927, and the Cobra Jet dialed on a 986. So the red Mustang will get about a half a second head start over Todd Patterson in the Camaro. Scott Burton out of Golden, Colorado, driving his Cobra Jet. Patterson out of Augusta, Kansas. Patterson Elite Racing Team. Burton will have the first opportunity at green. Here comes Patterson. Patterson with the quicker and faster car, going to make it interesting at the big end of the racetrack. Win light goes, and a double breakout to Scott Burton. Burton with a 985.9 on a 986 breaks out by 1/1000th of a second. Todd Patterson breaks out by 14 thousandths of a second. Win light goes to Scott Burton, and we will have an all Ford final in our stock Super Stock Combo Gambler. Mike Morehouse is going to meet Burton in the final. Morehouse just broke the beams. He's going to find his way back to the staging lanes and cool this 1966 Fairlane down a little bit. So we have Super Gas remaining in the lanes. And then our final in the stock Super Stock Combo, as well as our final with motorcycles, correct? Got 2 bikes, 2 Fords, and 2 Chevys. That's it. That's all we got left. 2 bikes, 2 Fords, 2 Chevys. The Chevys are running in our Super Gas final with Tim Nicholson in the stump jumper up against that beautiful Chevy Corvette Roadster. That's Don Nichols. So Nichols and Nicholson in the final. I wonder if Tim's down there showing Don how to do the reverse throttle stop thing. Probably not. Here we go. Nichols in the Corvette Roadster. Nicholson in the Camaro. Super Gas. Gambler. Final. 10:05, the index for Super Gas this weekend. Don Nichols, number 8 in the Lucas Oil Series here in Division 5 last year from Lincoln, Nebraska. Tim Nicholson from Concordia, Kansas. That's close to Nebraska. Up there on 36 Highway. The Kansas Camaro, also known as the Stump Jumper. 5-speed equipped machine in the right lane. Big block power glide in the left lane. Don Nichols will shift once. Nicholson will shift 4 times. Win light in a double breakout goes to Tim Nicholson in the Stump Jumper. Nicholson drilled the tree with a double 06 reaction to green. Goes out the back door with a 10.047. 3 thousandths off the index, 6 thousandths off on the tree. Nicholson runs a 10.043 on the 10.05 index, missed the index by 7 thousandths, and missed the tree by 9 thousandths. Great final. Your winner, Tim Nicholson. Your runner-up, Don Nichols. Give him a hand, folks. That was a great race. A great race. Holy smokes. Margin of victory, 44 ten-thousandths of a second. And we need our motorcycles, please. We need our motorcycles. Hey, JR, are motorcycles back there? I can't see that far back. And before we run our finals of the day, which will be our stock, super stock combo, and our sportsman motorcycle, I do want to remind everybody once again there is going to be a Racers for Christ non-denominational chapel service tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. I guess that's redundant. I should just say tomorrow morning at 8 in Building 1 over there, or Expo Building 1. It's right over there, and I don't know if you can see where I'm pointing, but that's the one. Once again, we have payouts. Payouts will be down here at the base of the tower. Go down, talk with Alex. She's got checks left over from yesterday. And she's got cash for today for our Gamblers competitors. Well, we do need our winners to return to the lane speeds. Looks like we're ready for our bikes. We do have our two-wheeled racers down there. You guys have been putting on one heck of a show. Well, here comes the Drexler family racing team as they get Bo situated in the water box over there in the O'Reilly lane. Going to the finals. Where he's going to face Gordon Fangmeyer out of Lincoln, Nebraska. Fangmeyer on board the 83 Suzuki. Fangmeyer dialed in on an 880. Bo Drexler dialed on an 852. So Fangmeyer will have the first opportunity at a green light. Bo Drexler will be chasing Fangmeyer the entire length of the track. Now something happened with Drexler on his last pass, and the bike did not perform as he had anticipated. In fact, it fell off by about 3 seconds. And he still won. If he wins here, he needs to go buy a lottery ticket because it is his lucky day. Wow, this is going to be tight. All the way down to the stripe. Fangmeyer in the left lane, Drexler in the right, and it's Fangmeyer running right on the dial-in. 880 on an 880. Bo Drexler breaks out by 12 thousandths of a second. Gordon Fangmeyer, good job there. Congratulations to he and his crew for putting together a 30 thousandths package in the final to take out Bo Drexler. Fantastic final round in Sportsman Bike. We have one pair to get down the track. That's going to be a Cobra Jet Mustang and a 66 Fairlane. All right, the final of the day. Our stock, super stock combo coming in. Here is our final. Mike Morehouse coming up. In his F automatic 1966 Fairlane. He's dialed in on an 1150. Scott Burton dialed on a 956 with his Cobra Jet Mustang, factory stock C car. Takes the win. And Scott was loaded for bear. He had a 002 reaction time, runs out the back door with a 983.4 on that 986 dial-in. Congratulations to Scott Burton, your winner in our stock, super stock combo, and your runner-up, Mike Morehouse. Want to remind all of our racers, all of them, you got money coming to you? Hey, you need to pick that up tonight down here at the base of the tower. Go see Alex, and she will get you taken care of with either a paycheck left over from yesterday or cash for today's results. Once again, down here at the base of the tower will be payouts for yesterday and today. Stop in, see Alex. She's got the info, and she's paying out the bucks down there in the base of the tower. 9 o'clock tomorrow, we will have Super Street on track. Don't forget, at 8 o'clock, we've got our chapel service over there at Expo Building number 1 from the folks at Racers for Christ. Joey will be there. Joey will be presiding over the festivities. Well, from all of us here to all of you out there, whether you're on dragracertv.com or out there in the stands, we want to wish everybody a very nice evening. We'll see you here tomorrow morning. We will be live at 9 a.m. My name is Ron. Been working with Warren all day, and we'll see you in the morning.